The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The lead remains unchanged at the Sinquefield Cup in St. Louis. King of Draws Anish Giri got his first win of the event over fellow countryman Jorden van Foreest, but American Wesley remains half a point ahead of the field. Day 7 of world-class chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to Day 7 of the 2026 Sinquefield Cup held here at the St. Louis Chess Club. We start the day at the St. Louis Chess Club as we are waiting for the players to arrive and battle over the chessboard. It's been a slow, peaceful day yesterday, with the only decisive result coming in the way of Anish defeating Jorden. But today we have a lot of exciting clashes, including the big matchup between Sindarov and Vincent Keymer. What will today bring? Let's go to the studio and find out with Yasser, Maurice, and Peter.
They are rounding the bend as 10 of the best thoroughbreds in chess can see the finish line in the need for Grand Chess Tour points. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Day 7 of the Sinquefield Cup. Well, today, it's all about one player, the World Championship challenger, Javokhir Sindarov. Can he make a run? He hasn't won a game yet in this competition, but a win today could maybe give him a chance at the Final Four. We're going to answer that question right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage of the 2026 Sinquefield Cup. I'm your host, Yasser, and I'm delighted to be with an all-star cast of Grandmaster chess commentators, Maurice, Peter, and Cristian. Maurice, you get the opening first word.
Well, it's been an exciting tournament so far, and the race to the finals is on. And right now, today, there's only one question, really, that needs to be answered. 3 players look like they have it. 1 player, supposedly a world champion type caliber player, has not won a game yet. Will he be able to pull it off today? That's the story we'll be following.
And that was Javokhir. And Cristian, follow up on
That's
matches.
not the only big matchup. We have so many others. Caruana versus Prague. Wesley, the leader, versus Anish Giri, who just won a game in this competition. So definitely feeling good about himself. Those two, in my opinion, are going to be matchups to follow.
Fantastic. And Peter, tell us the standings after 6 great rounds of chess.
Let's take a look at where they stand with 3 rounds to go. And atop the standings, as he has been for the last 3 rounds, is one Wesley on +2, 4 out of 6. He's followed by 4 players just half a point behind. Fabiano Caruana is there, Vincent Keymer. Prague is on 3.5 as well, as is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who left some money on the table, frankly, so far, and should be a little bit unhappy with where he stands. And Javokhir Sindarov, the player we referred to as one who is still sort of on the outside looking in, potentially qualifying for the finals, is on 2.5 out of 6 and no victories. Quite shocking.
Tell us about the format for this year's Sinquefield Cup.
Let's take a look. This is a round-robin tournament, 10-player round-robin, all-play-all formats. The time control is a FIDE classical time control of 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, and then half an hour for the rest of the game, with a 30-second increment starting from move 1. Draw for is not allowed, and you get a point for a win and half a point for a draw.
And we're in Day 7, but tell us the schedule.
We absolutely are. There are 3 days left. Today is the 7th round, and we will proceed to round 9 on the 19th of August. Playoffs for the Sinquefield Cup, if required, will happen immediately after the round concludes.
Right.
And the GCT playoffs, unlikely but not impossible, will happen on a separate day if needed. Coverage begins at noon Central every day.
Fantastic, Peter. And Maurice, the finals, done and dusted?
It's looking that way. You know, they say it's all about the math. And the math tells you what you've got to do. And it is very clear. Some players are sitting pretty while one player is desperate trying to change those numbers in his favor. Let's take a look at these standings now. And you see 4 players started with the lead in the tournament, but there you see Javokhir Sindarov only a half a point in the shade away from Vincent Keymer. Well, he did not help his campaign at all by winning no games so far. If you take a look at what the projections say in these simulations, 15,000 tournament simulations say Fabi 99.9%. His ticket's just about booked in. Wesley at 99.5 and Prague at 99.4. Those are stark numbers. You see Keymer at 91.4. But when Sindarov in the yellow, I think I have a chance. Maybe. Well, his chance will happen today, right now, because the 4th place player, that is Keymer, he gets a chance to beat him. He's already done so if you look at the lifetime matchup. He has a win against Keymer and 1 draw. But he's got the black pieces today. That's not going to be easy at all. And he is the challenger to the title. He is someone who's trying to make a claim as being potentially the best player on the planet. Well, he still has a long way to go for that. But if he's going to be a challenger, he can't go without winning a single game in a tournament of this stature. He has a lot to prove right here, right now. Will he be able to deliver? This is a key matchup. He's got to get it done now if he's going to try to get to the finals. Cristian, you have some more key matchups for us.
Absolutely. We're entering the final stretch of the championship, as we call them, the championship rounds, the final 3. So definitely every single game matters in this one. And 4 players that have been so consistent throughout this Grand Chess Tour season. Let's take a look at their road ahead as we enter those final 3. We're going to start with Wesley, so the mighty American that's leading the tournament so far. Today, he has a big matchup against a player that's starting to get rejuvenated in the competition, and that is Anish Giri. Tomorrow, he's going to be facing Sam Sevian, and in round 9, a big battle against the World Championship challenger, Javokhir Sindarov, who definitely hopes by that point he's going to be in a position that gives him some chances for the Grand Finals. The second player I'm going to be talking about is Fabiano Caruana, the Grand Chess Tour champion. And take a look at that murderous row that he's going to have to be facing for the next 3 days. In round 7, Praggnanandhaa, definitely a player on a hot streak. In round 8, Vincent Keymer, and finishing up with MVL, who is still harboring some hopes of qualifying for the Final 4. Definitely those 3 matchups to follow. The next player I'm going to be covering is the young German, Vincent Keymer, who is having a very crucial matchup, as Maurice just highlighted, today in round 7 against Javokhir Sindarov. If he doesn't lose this one, his chances are going to keep increasing. He's already close to that 100% margin, but right now he needs a good score against Javokhir Sindarov in round 8. Take a look at that. He cannot relax right now because tomorrow he's facing Fabiano Caruana, and in round 9 against a player that's been struggling in this event, Jorden van Foreest. And the last one I'm going to be covering is another one of the Grand Chess Tour participants that almost booked his ticket to the Grand Finals to follow. That is Praggnanandhaa, 3.5 points so far, tied for a second position with many others. Today, key matchup against the Grand Chess Tour champion himself, Fabiano Caruana. Round 8 against MVL, and round 9 against the mighty Dutchman, Anish Giri. Definitely a lot of incredible matchups to follow for the next 3 days.
Absolutely. Thank you, Cristian. Really great matchups, in fact. But Peter, do the honors, the five games for today's round. Pairings, please.
Let's take a look at what awaits us in a few short minutes. The crucial pairing for today, we've spoken about it, is there. The second line on the Austrian, Vincent, with the white pieces against Javokhir. We would like for him to be extremely ambitious today, but he doesn't have to. And he probably, I think, is well advised to be just solid and to see what Javokhir comes with. Right. But also we have Fabiano with white against Prague, a very exciting matchup. Whenever they play each other, they do have a history of decisive results. Levon against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is a very, very well-established pairing. They played so many games against each other, including very, very high-stakes games in World Cups and elsewhere. Jorden van Foreest is currently on 0 out of 4 with the black pieces, but doing quite okay with the white pieces. Came close to beating Levon Aronian in one of those two games. So a pleasant break for him from the suffering with the black pieces.
Right.
And Wesley white against Anish. Giri. Anish did win the only decisive game yesterday, so he must be in slightly better spirits.
And thank you, Peter. And we are absolutely delighted to have the Cairns Cup being played alongside the Sinquefield Cup. There you have 10 of the greatest female players in the world playing toe-to-toe, August 10th through the 20th, as you see. And our coverage of the Sinquefield Cup will feature some bonus coverage of Almira and Nasi as we go and talk about what these players are fighting for in the Sinquefield Cup. A lot of money.
Absolutely,
And
and there is a lot of money and Grand Chess Tour points at stake. We all know that the Grand Chess Tour is a very, very well paid tournament, but this year, as we, I think probably with the game's beginning, we can come back to the topic of how well paid these players are,
And they are.
and with them from a safe distance.
Exactly.
As we watch the game's beginning.
$350,000 in prizes, $125,000 in bonus money, $475,000 in total just for this one single event, and the prize funds get better in the final. Says there you have it, two players that are going to be defining, I would say, chess in the years to come. Vincent, Keymer with the white
Very
pieces.
possibly, and Vincent coming with his sleeves rolled up and
Yes.
ready to work.
Yes.
If I'm Vincent right now, I'm not taking absolutely any risks.
Yeah, I think
I'm going to play a quiet game, see what Sindarov wants to do. Because Sindarov needs to win if he wants to have a chance at the grand finals. I know my goal. I know what I need to do. I'm not going to take any additional risks.
It's funny, playing for a draw with white, and I'm not recommending that, but I always felt that 1e2, e4 is really hard.
It's good.
it's actually better than d4, I think,
Yeah,
because it's
for forcing
sort of
draws.
more forcing. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think the lesson many of us have learned over the course of our careers is that if you can manage it, the best way, and we see
Bell ringer.
a bell ring.
Dear Teresa,
From Bucharest, right?
from the Czech Republic,
Oh, sorry.
managing a lot of our Grand Chess Tour stops as well.
Why do I think I see her in Bucharest often. That's why I...
She's
all over
always
Europe.
there.
Always
She's
there.
All over
It's
Europe.
Teresa.
Yes.
So sorry.
Teresa Prisbanova, who definitely takes charge of the players at the events. It's our first time in St. Louis. Finally got a chance to visit here.
Already
Here
an
we see
indication.
some
Have it.
An
exciting.
indication.
That's the
Benoni,
gauntlet
maybe?
right there.
Benko Gambit,
No,
possibly?
I think probably Benoni of the two. I think Benko offers a bunch of borderline forest draws for white, I think.
You gotta love this. This is a statement.
That is exactly right. That is
But
a statement.
you could also just go knight of3 here, frankly, if you wanted. Like, if you really wanted to be cynical about this with white, I think knight of3 is not a bad decision at all. Saying, would you like an English opening, or perhaps,
Sadly, I have to agree.
And that's exactly why he's thinking.
yeah.
That's exactly, he got surprised by
Yeah,
this.
normally
obviously.
the pawn would already have been on d5, but considering the tournament situation, I think knight of3 deserves actual consideration here.
But let's be clear.
Much as
Javokhir also
thank you
knows
very
that
much,
knight
Vincent.
f3, knight f3 was a
very
move
much.
too. So with all those considerations, we do have a Benko Gambit.
It is a bank.
Wow.
Yeah, okay.
A lot of American players will be very, very cheerful. The Benko Gambit, b7, b5, features a lot in American Swisses because in the American Swiss, you have to score 80%, 85, and even 90% to get a decent prize. You got to win with black. And b7, b5 at one time was a real favorite to go in that direction. You just said, Peter, that the problem with the Benko Gambit, there are lines that you can force equality.
I
Do you
thought
have
so,
one
yeah.
in particular?
Well, I thought maybe the cleanest example is, I'm not a huge specialist on move orders, but
Right.
if we go here with white, oops, king e1, e4 is difficult to play, but if we go here,
Right.
That's why they don't take on a6 nowadays that quickly. They go queen a5 and stuff like that.
yeah, this is what, I'm not really a Benko player, but in my mind, and sort of the classical
Right.
Benko, you get these positions where, yes, black probably equalizes, but you can just push for kind of a very,
this
very
is
quick,
the best
very
thing you
quick
can get.
e5, and the best black can hope for is equality, and it's almost entirely risk-free for white. But yeah, I
That's not
assume
going to happen.
I assume there are ways for black to maybe assume slight additional risks,
I think
but not allow
G6
it.
here, like keep going with knight c3 and not bishop takes a6. Basically, just either queen a5 or bishop g7 and queen a5 later, and just waiting to take on a6.
Yeah, something along these lines, I guess. Knight of 3, queen
Yeah,
a5,
queen a5.
bishop d2, and you get a slightly different position. I mean, once again, I'm not sure how promising this is in terms of playing for a win if white plays properly, but if white plays properly, is a very good provisor there.
Wow.
And if white plays properly, you are not going to have very many winning chances to begin with in any opening, and you might as well do this. But I'm happy with both of them already by move 3, because I think Vincent could have played knight of 3, and that would have been a lot less exciting. And Javokhir clearly is not willing to just meekly accept equality.
Well, thank you, Peter. We're ready for a barn burner for sure in that one. But Maurice, what else have you?
Well, I got nothing else.
I got
this.
nothing.
I'm going to say,
Give you a barn burner.
what I will say, I'll just say this. I'd like to make a point. We've seen Javokhir prepare and come up with some really cool opening ideas.
Exactly.
That's one of the reasons why he did so well at the candidates. There is no question that he knows the Benko does not have a great reputation. Otherwise, everybody and their grandma would play the Benko.
Right.
Right? Like, that's clear. So he's not sitting there thinking, I'm just whipping out some opening, I'm so desperate, what am I supposed to do? His team sat, they thought, they strategized, went deep into the tank, they said, hey, the guy can equalize, the way Peter just said, the guy can kill the game, what are we gonna do? I'm expecting something very creative from him. I don't know what that is, but that is what Vincent is going through right now.
Right.
He knows that we all know the Benko does not have a great reputation. So what does this young man have cooked up, and how do I avoid it? Where do I go? Where do I go hide from some mainline something that's going to turn into chaos on the board that I do not need? You see, he could have played knight f3, you mentioned. Even that he knew something was coming.
Right.
Something had to be cooked up. And right now, you see Vincent thinking this long, this early in a chess game, you know this is a big, big moment, the direction we're going to go in.
The problem against knight f3 for black is that there's not actually that many ways in which you can,
Mix it up.
Yeah,
you're not going to fight for equality with b5, right? With c5 and b5. But even keeping it close, generally you have to go d5 and basically force the explosion of the center and the liquidation of the material.
Yeah, these days I think it's pretty well understood that this position is fine for black.
Yeah, but you cannot play.
But
for
you can't do that in a must-win game, because there will be no risk whatsoever
Exactly.
for white.
Zero
and then
chances.
your options are, I guess, sort of classical English, where you can play the Maurice with g6, where you will be slightly worse, or you can play the queen b6 lines, where white generally has ways of, this is actually slightly worse for black. I've done this a bunch of times and lost pretty much every single time. Or you can do this where, g3 gets sharp, but a3 doesn't.
Yeah.
No.
A3, there are equalities here for black, but they're all like actual attempts to equalize out of the opening. And yeah, your choices are not pleasant after knight of 3, which is why I was so gratified to see Vincent go.
Wait, b5 knight f3.
Knight of 3,
okay.
not accepting the. Yeah, and I was waiting for an opportunity to mention that we're probably going to be watching 4 games instead of 5 here again today. Wesley doesn't seem to be very interested in playing the games where he is white, and if he has a forest draw, he will have a forest draw, and this is the position already on Wesley's board. He's done this against
bishops of opposite color.
He's done this against who was it?
Prague,
and he's doing it again today. Basically playing what is kind of a well-known theoretical draw. This is a Catalan. Those of our viewers who know theory a little bit will instantly recognize where this came from. This is a very, very well-known line of classical Catalan where white goes knight e5, takes on c6 with a bishop, and there's a lot of theory here and a lot of ways for white to remove all risk, basically. And Anish already has taken on c4, and after bishop takes c5, you can even win the pawn back with c7, c6. And then you play rook e8, you pick up the pawn on e2, and everybody goes home.
Gotcha.
So Understandable. Wesley realizes he can just coast, and removing games is kind of a very well-established way of coasting.
But this one won't have any real interest for us.
Right.
Very shortly. Back to that Javokhir game.
Yeah.
There's that line you were mentioning, Peter, with knight f3. I remember back in the day, and I'm sure Yasser, you've seen this, the move e5.
Yeah, let's talk
in the position.
about this.
If we can either come to my board or use your board.
Yeah, I can show this. This has been sort of refuted-ish. Not a6. Yeah, that's just me being unable to handle the mouse. But yeah, this line absolutely exists, and I think currently it doesn't have a particularly good reputation. I think people who took time to study how to play this have figured out ways of getting a decent advantage. But I had a feeling it's likely something like this might happen today. If Vincent played knight of3, we were not going to get an English.
Yes.
Right.
And that
We were
was
going
my
to get
point. And by the
something
way,
like this. Yeah.
Engine doesn't disapprove of this that much.
That much, yeah.
Slight edge only to white in this line. So this could have been something that he'd have to worry about because
Potentially.
this is far more dynamic, and maybe Javokhir went into a deep exploration on this gambit to see if there's. So he was going to gambit no matter what. This is probably what the case was. But now they have not gone for this line that white has to be a bit careful, but as you said, does have an edge. But now back to this position, and this is not how you shut the Benko down.
I'm a bit surprised by this, honestly. I thought c takes b5, even though you are sort of doing what black is asking you to do, is a better way of making sure that you're safe. There's a famous game I am now struggling, and maybe one of you will remember because it's kind of relevant, but it's been 25 years and the name escapes me. But there was this famous match in the Moscow World Championship, the Knockout World Championship that eventually Ruslan Ponomarev won, where Vichy in round 1 lost with the white pieces in a Petrov to a completely unknown player from France. And this is what he did to win game 2 with black. He went for the Benko, it was declined by knight of3, Vichy played b4, very quickly gained a lot of space everywhere and eventually won a nice game. And of course, from there, he
won the match.
managed to win the match by winning the rapid. Yeah. So there's some history here in these types of situations. This is a very kind of well-established strategy for must-wins.
And once again, how do they match up head-to-head, Peter?
Let's take a look. Not a lot of games. The one decisive game went in favor of Javokhir. I
Struggling.
trying to figure out where that was. I feel I should remember, but
Yeah.
only their third game, which feels, considering they are very, very similar ages, you would think they would play in some juniors and. And
12 of them at that, right?
And they burst onto the scene. I mean, Vincent earlier, of course. Vincent became a fixture a lot earlier than Javokhir. He began playing a very strong round robins at the age of 15 due to his early successes and the support he was getting as well. But yeah, a bit surprised only 2 games are on our screens now.
Can we drill down into the current position a bit? Because to my eyes, b5, b4 gives me a target. Let me play the move a2, a3. My idea is to capture on b4 and play knight d4 in the very near future. Yeah?
Are you playing knight d4 straight away?
Or probably knight b3 or knight, yeah, okay, knight d2. Knight b, yeah, d2. e4, of course.
Yeah. No, I mean, this is very natural and probably pretty good. Yeah, this appears to be already a pawn sacrifice. I'm reading the lines off my screen. I'm not sure if d6 is best. Maybe we can actually, in particular in the must-win situation, maybe we can invite some more
Craziness
trouble
right,
right. And this is a tactic I want to show to our viewers, which they may not have seen, is this appears in a number of openings, so it's kind of familiar to me, although I see this position for the first time in my life. But this particular tactic,
that's crazy. Nice.
Giving up the knight, the pawn on e5 seemingly, but actually the knight gets captured by f2, f4, and if you play something like f6 trying to give it the f7 square, you generally kind of get mated after knight takes h7, followed by f takes c, and then bishop d3, h4, h5, and so on. I know this from a completely different opening because I had to study it. And once again, talking about must-win games, in the first ever knockout championship of Russia in 1997, in my first round, I lost with black to Vladimir Malakhov, and I had to win with white. And at that time, Malakhov, the only opening he played against 1e4 basically was this. and after d5, he would play knight f6, knight c3, and castles. And if you castle here, e5 is by far the best move with exactly the same idea. Knight g4, knight g5, and this is very, very dangerous for black.
Wow. I must say, thank you for reminding me of this. These are things that you tend to forget. But let's pause our analysis and throw it to you, Cristian.
Well, Yasser, generally you ask me where the action is, and
Yeah,
I was just about to tell you this is where the action is. It's not. We have Fabiano versus Praggnanandhaa, and this is something that I haven't seen at the top level in a classical game for a very long time, and that is the exchange Ruy-Lopez. And especially not coming from Fabi. Fabi loves to keep the position complicated and go into those very long, very complex lines where he has the edge in the preparation. But now he completely did a 180 in terms of the style that he's going to approach this game with. And take a look at this. Bishop takes c6, d takes c6. This is something that's considered to allow black to equalize in a variety of ways. And Praggnanandhaa chose the queen f6 line, which is one of the most topical lines nowadays. d4, take, not waiting to take on d4, getting that extra crucial tempo with the move bishop to g5. That's a developing move as well. And of course, everything has been analyzed quite thoroughly up to this point. Queen to d6, knight takes d4, bishop to e7, bishop to e3, knight to f6, f3. I'm not going to comment too much on these moves because they're just plain theory. Bishop to e6, and this is where the first surprise came for Fabiano, because the main move in the position is by far knight b c3, which makes a lot of sense. You're just simply continuing your development. But a cool move that Fabi just essayed right now is the move b3. And in this one, only 4 games have been played, at least in my database. Not many compared to knight c3, which had almost 30 games in this one. And the idea, I think, is quite simple. For example, if you go castle, and just to show you the difference, if you take first, black has the option of taking with the c-pawn. And right now, without being able to secure the center, black's next move is d5. That's it. You're not going to be able to stop d5, which is going to force simplifications. It allows black to cleanly equalize the game. So this is what b3 is basically trying to stop, trying to get ready for. Because, for example, if you go castle, which, by the way, would be a novelty in the position, everybody up to this point in those 4 games that I was mentioning has played the move c4, immediately trying to challenge the pawn structure and get rid of that double pawn. The problem is whenever you do that, now I can just go queen to d4, which seems to already ask some questions from black, especially if you go into this variation where the knight is ready to be exchanged for the bishop on e6, which will lead to a simplified position, but one in which black's pawn structure is going to be quite damaged. And this pawn chain right here, g2, f3, e4, really dominates the knight on f6. So this is what I like about white's position right now, especially if we're going towards that endgame. The main move, and I think the move that Prague is definitely considering at the moment, is to go castle. And this is the main difference between queen takes d6 first or b3 and getting ready to go queen takes d6, because now if you take with the c-pawn, I'm ready for the support of the move c4, which is going to lead to a completely different set of questions for black, because allow me, don't go, let's say you go natural moves such as rook to e8. Well, thank you very much. This is going to be the dream position for white, where I get to have full control over that d5 square. This is the key square in the position. I get to jump with the knight, maybe towards d5. You're not getting free anytime soon with b5. I'm going to be able to stop that with the move a4 as well. So it's very difficult for black to find some space in the position. And white just simply has all the cards in this one, which means that, by the way, I do believe that we are just about to see a result, and there you have it. Wesley drew his game against Anish Giri, not to the surprise of many. So this is definitely the strategy that we've seen coming from Wesley with the white pieces: kill the game, make a draw, get closer to the finish line, and that's what we're seeing. A bit disappointing, let's not sugarcoat it, for us, the viewers, the commentators, and of course the viewers at home, because Wesley, we've seen how strong he is whenever he wants to get a game, but it seems like right now he just simply doesn't. He wants to get to that 9th round and finish the tournament. Well, he is leading the tournament, so it does make some strategical sense for him. Getting back to our game. And I do think we see some moves which are definitely transmission error.
Yeah, Prague
Castle
took with the bishop on d6.
Castle was played, queen takes d6, and most likely bishop takes d6, preserving the double pawns on the c file, c7 and c5. But that is for that reason that I just displayed, the fact that if you take with the pawn, that allows c4, and that might become a little bit problematic. You certainly have to start calculating very aggressive approaches such as b5, which Prague felt Fabi is ready for. So this is what we have right now. Look, it's an exchange Ruy Lopez. The position is very close to equal, but it does seem like Fabi knows what he has to do better, and we'll see if he will be able to get an advantage out of the opening with this unexpected choice of opening.
Thank you, Cristian. And Peter, do the honors. In their head-to-head matches, how do Prague and Fabi match up?
Let's take a look. Prague, I think, has a decent record against Fabi, specifically in Vachier-Lagrave, but not as good elsewhere.
Right.
If my memory serves me right, as you can see, Fabi slightly ahead, 5 decisive games out of 16 they played, which is a decent percentage.
Yeah, I was going to say in Fabi's case, it's not exactly beating them while they're young, though, is it?
No.
I mean, Prague is actually doing very, very well there. In that analysis that Cristian just gave in the game of Fabi and Prague, when Fabi got his pawn on c4 against the pawn on d6, I was really reminded of the Maroc c-bind. And I was thinking to myself, you know, what a great, to get your name attached to such a bind, because it occurs in like tens of thousands of games. You're going to live forever. Imagine if it was called the Svidler blind.
I sense a bit of jealousy there, Yasser. You want a bind of your own.
Hey, I suggest the Svidler.
Do you have actually anything named after you in opening theory?
Just the attack, Seirawan attack.
That is?
Bishop g5, d4, knight of 6, c4, e6, bishop g5.
Okay.
Unfairly, I might add. I should not have had my name. Victor, I borrowed a page from Victor Pupel's handbook for that one. But anyway, sorry, Peter, you had the game of Fabi on your screen.
Let's continue talking about this for a sec.
Please.
Knight bc3 already played. Fabi clearly is still playing his opening prep. And I like bishop d6. It seems a bit unusual not to undouble your pawns when you have the chance, but as Cristian already explained, and we apologize about the live board, it will get fixed post-haste. This is not the position. The position I have on my analysis board is the correct position.
Right.
There is no queen on d5. Trust us on this. There is no queen on d5.
Right, there's not a queen ahead,
yes.
We promise.
So knight bc3 just played by Fabi. You couldn't play, I mean, c4 without the pawn on d6 wouldn't have been great, maybe even strategically, but it also instantly loses material to bishop b5, knight bc3, and rook d3.
That's not good.
Which is very hurtful. So Fabi played knight bc3, and now what you want to do, I think, with black, is to make sure the bishop on e6 survives. And you do that by creating squares for it. You go knight of d7, currently knight of 4. Once again, bishop b5 is a problem. You have to go back.
Oops.
This pin is very unpleasant, which means that white probably plays something like rook a d1, and you play f6 here. You would like actually to play f5, I think, strategically, but I don't think we're ready for it, because after bishop f4 it gets a bit awkward.
Okay.
So you play f6, giving yourself the f7 square for the bishop, and now you do start looking at ideas of playing c5, c4. You probably still need to organize it a little bit, because let's make a move with white. If you play c4 straight away, you do have to contend with knight d4, knight f5, which is really not the end of the world. But considering the fact that
it's a tempo.
Considering the fact that you can't really stop c5, c4 properly, maybe we spend another tempo playing bishop f7 or rook h8 or something.
Right.
And this now very much looks like a classical exchange Spanish you would get from the old lines,
ways,
right?
yes.
If you look at the very, very old theory you normally would see in this opening, like how they taught us to play the exchange Spanish when we were kids.
Right.
We were taught to play f6 and then to play c5, and then in this position we were taught to force white to play f3, because in some positions bishop c5 check becomes useful. And if white doesn't want to get involved with those long theoretical lines with knight c3, bishop f4, white would play something like bishop b3, castles, knight c3, and there we go. And it's a kind of a very recognizable
situation that we currently have.
Recognizable situation, which is, as you can see, very similar.
Right.
Very similar here to what I was painting there.
Thank you, Peter. Maurice, what's caught your eye in this round 7?
Well, paying very careful attention to the game between Sindarov and Keymer. And Keymer basically strategically has thought, I'm dodging opening prep. I could go down the most principal lines, but no doubt my opponent has done so and has prepared for whatever I came with. And so let's not get crazy. He tried to essentially get into a position that Sindarov did not look at, and it looks like he has finally found that position because Sindarov was blitzing out his moves earlier. So he played G3 and played a fianchetto variation, G6 immediately, and then he played B3 with a double fianchetto. And this one has caused some pause for Sindarov because, like I said, he was blitzing out his moves before, but now he's stopped cold. He was well ahead on the clock, over 130, but now you see it slipping there as he tries to figure out, what am I going to do? It's obvious he should play simple chess, bishop G7, castles, D6, A5. Those are 4 moves you could play in your sleep. But he's looking for just the right move order, and now he has finally moved and played the move bishop to G7, which, again, like I said, you could have played in your sleep. We expect to see bishop to B2 almost automatically, and then it will be interesting to see why Sindarov sat and thought so long, and then what does he have against this next move. I can't imagine it not, exactly. It's just going to be seconds, not even a second, for him to play this move or to think about playing this move. He knew this was going to do, and now Sindarov, again, there are 3 moves that look automatic. There's castles, there's D6, and there's A5. One of those 3 are in that order, but Black will have to be thinking about his pawn breaks because that's how he's going to breathe in this position. And the 2 pawn breaks he will have, I'll just make a couple of moves, D6, castles, and now A5. I'm just going to sit on this position for a moment, which has been seen many times. Here, Black's looking at A4 as one pawn break, and Black's looking at E6 as the other pawn break. He needs moves. He would also love it if he could bypass the E pawn somehow and play the move E5. If this were possible, so that when a moment when White cannot capture, then this new structure would have a lot of life in it. Even though White has a lot of space, Black with the pawn already advanced will have some play on this side, but he'll also be thinking about F5 and potential King's Indian type play. So Javokhir wants to get just the right move order. He doesn't want things to be shut down, and there he goes castling again, like I said, and now we should expect to see bishop to G2 almost automatically, although Vincent just trying to be careful that there are no tactics here. I'm going to go back to this moment. This is the live board. We should see bishop to G2 almost automatically. In the meantime, and there it is, White is looking to play his own breaks. You mentioned A3 as one possibility to just question that structure. The other one is E4, E5. His knight is not on C3 yet. It will have to do it from D2 in order to get the E pawn up. So this is a slow battle with timing issues. And Javokhir played an industrious, ambitious opening with the black pieces. Success on some level because White didn't go down grabbing the pawn and asking him to prove it. And there we see A5 now on the board. So bishop G2 was played and then A5 played. And it's here Javokhir is kind of just trying to figure out, how am I going to get the best version of a game that continues? I don't want to see pieces get traded off, none so far, of course. But he has to be a little concerned that White doesn't find an easy way to grab the space. We see White with a fantastic pawn chain, which owns a lot of space. But Black needs to figure out where his initiative is coming from.
And I like the fact that, and this was the move that stopped Javokhir in his tracks for the first time, that move B3, because the most natural move would be to continue with bishop to G2 at that point. But what Vincent is trying to do with that, maybe we could see that on your board or on Peter's board. I think we have still your board there. If you can draw at that moment. No, this would be
I can switch to that as well. Hang on. I was looking at another interesting moment in it.
So why I wanted to highlight this move b3 just a couple of moves ago is Vincent understood that he needs to allow as few imbalances in the position as possible. So you want to match that bishop on g7, which is going to be the pride and joy of black's position, with something on that long diagonal. If you play bishop g2 first, after bishop g7, b3 is not going to be possible, as easily at least, because you allow all sorts. Knight g8, yeah, the best square for the knight, of course, to just simply grab
It's
that
a full
rook
rook.
on a1.
Yeah.
It is a full
We can
rook.
afford to play knight g8 for a full rook.
So that's another imbalance that white is going to have to deal with. This is not something that Vincent wants. He wants to limit the number of those imbalances, and that's why he's matching the action of that bishop with this early b3, bishop to b2, and then none of that. You move the knight, we exchange the bishops, and then I'm happy with that situation. So that's why I think that was a very well highlighted move, b3, and that stopped Javokhir for a second.
And also, if we sticking with this for just one more moment, we were discussing this before we saw moves coming in. And Yasser's initial reaction was instantly, I want to play a3, I want to get the d4 square for my knight.
Right.
And a3 is statistically by far the most popular reply in this position. But what you get after the potential, let's say g6, a before, c before, is a position which I suspect is genuinely better for white. Maybe not much, but definitely you pick white every single time there. But it's very difficult to balance. You actually have to start playing for a win kind of thing. This is going to be a structure you don't see very often, and a structure which it doesn't become dry.
Right.
You might be better if you play better than your opponent, or you might be worse if you play worse than your opponent. There's not going to be any balance.
It's chaotic.
Yeah,
It's going to stay
this is
chaotic for a while.
why g3, g6, b3 was the choice by Vincent. Vincent understands that today not losing is the order of the day first and foremost. If he at some point finds himself much better, I'm sure he will switch to trying to win. Right. He likes winning chess games, and beating somebody he's going to be playing for the next 15 years is always good. But first order of business is preserve as much balance in the position as possible.
And the current position, Peter?
The current position is he's thinking about a5. I don't think we need to worry about a5, a4. If we castle and black goes a5, a4, once again, in a situation where we kind of want a draw, or at least not to lose, the idea of trading a lot of stuff on the queen side does not worry us at all.
No.
I think white is extremely happy if this occurs. So I don't think a4 is coming. I think something like d7, d6, or you can make an argument for e6, but the problem with e6 is, once again, if white takes, the engine really dislikes taking with the f pawn. Yes, it changes the structure because it makes the structure a lot less symmetrical, but the objective evaluation of a position like this appears to be you probably shouldn't do it, strictly speaking.
But to be honest, if we get to this situation, we see this trade on a6, I do think Javokhir, just for the simple fact that this is the situation that he's facing in the tournament, I think he's going to take with
Yeah, I think so as well. But the problem is this is stronger, but also you pretty much never win.
You never win.
Yeah, the knight comes over to d3, white goes a3, a takes b4, lots of pieces come off, white never runs any significant risks.
This is not going to happen.
No, exactly, yeah. Or alternative, if he does play e6, he definitely plays e6 with the intention of playing f takes e6, accepting a worse position.
Of course.
But a worse position where things might happen later down the road.
Look, the Blumenfeld is much worse than this.
Yeah,
It's a great Blumenfeld.
I'm aware. Yeah, this is definitely a playable Blumenfeld, which is not two words that happen very often next to each other.
Maurice told me this is not going to happen. What is going to happen, Maurice?
If I had a crystal ball, I'd probably invest in the right stock than just try to tell you what's happening in this chess position. But I will tell you, Javokhir has to keep the pawn structure consistent on the board. He does want to change the structure, but not to white's advantage. And that pawn on d5 is really the ace in the hole for white, because white gets to take or not when the pawn lands on e6 or e5. White wants to use this pawn really as the lead sentry and saying, how are you going around my pawn? And everyone who plays d4 and has c5 land on the board and then plays d5 understands what a spatial advantage looks like, and that pawn is a problem. Your issue for black is your e pawn. This really what it comes down to. The a pawn, as Peter pointed out, it's nice on a5. It's keeping that side together. but it's really your e-pawn. How do you get this pawn possibly to sneak past this d5 pawn without making concessions? And I don't know how you pull it off, because it usually just doesn't happen. You could play d6 at some point, let's say castles, for example, d6, knight bd2. I'd love to just make it happen. If I could do this without you playing this move en passant, like, please, just don't play en passant. Just don't do that. Because anything else, let's say, for example, e4, black can play for this kind of setup, play for f5, suddenly we're in a game. I'm not saying that this is
wonderful, but it's a great...
the end of the story.
Yeah.
But this is what black wants to see.
Great opportunity.
If only he could sneak his pawn past. So how does he get a setup where this pawn has that life that deters white from capturing? I don't really see how you pull this off. Rook a7, for example, is a way to get this piece off the diagonal. But what else do you do with your pieces? Do you play for knight to c7? It's just not clear to me how you pull this off.
Yeah, and if you develop slowly in the position you're describing, I think black's maybe potentially biggest problem is how quickly knight bd2, e4, e5 happens.
Right. Yes.
And you can't, like, there are some tactical problems that need to be resolved. If you, let's switch to my board for a second just to illustrate so that it's
d6.
Let's say castles d6, we go knight bg2, black goes knight bg7, we go e2, e4, and black makes a move of some description, let's say
Rook
e8.
a6, rook e8.
Yeah, if I play e5 straight away, because the bishop on b2 is unprotected, there are some specific, like, concretely here e5, e6 is playable because I played rook e8, but let's ignore that for a second. But the problem for black is I will invest into queen c2 for, one more tempo. And now e4, e5 definitely is something you need to address. And the problem is if you play e5, white obviously pretty much always snaps on e6 and plays this structure, which we don't necessarily like. And if you allow e5, let's say you play rook a7 and I play e5 and you play knight g4, even if e6 didn't exist, even a position like this, let's say I take on g7, I play, I don't know, a2, a3 to introduce some sort of uncertainty into the queen side. But also pieces are just coming off the board with every move. It's becoming harder and harder to play. Although, I will say, if the dark square bishops come off and the move e4, e5 doesn't cost black anything else, the remaining bishops, the black bishop is actually a lot better than the white bishop. If you ever imagine some position where the queen comes out to f6, black will have good control over the dark squares. This is not unplayable. This is actually something you could structurally feel like maybe this progresses our game plan, even though we did have to allow some piece trades. But there are also tactical issues along the way. So it's interesting. A5, I'm assuming castle d6. Yeah, castle d6 already has been played.
Knight d2 almost on
Yeah, you can include a3, but Vincent seems to be not particularly interested in the idea of a3, a takes before. I don't know if he wants to play a3 here. That would be the other option. Now that we finished development, now that we got the bishop to b2, we can return to the idea of going a3, potentially provoking c5 takes before, gaining control over the d4 square. There's now a target on c6. It's definitely an option. It's definitely a very serious option for white.
Yeah.
Well, a3 is going to play knight a6.
I think so.
He's just not going to let the pieces come off the board. There's just no way he can afford that, and he's not giving you the d4 square for free.
Let's just interrupt our analysis and tell our viewers why we are focusing so intimately on this particular game. It all has to do with the GCT standings, Maurice, and why Vincent versus Javokhir in particular. It's all about getting the Final Four and Javokhir on the bubble.
Well, Javokhir has not won a single game, so there is professional pride as well in the tournament.
True.
But at the moment, he is way behind Vincent. He must defeat Vincent in this matchup because a draw is going to plummet his possibilities to get to the finals. I'm not even sure he's going to even have the math on his side. Yeah. In fact, I think it is the case that a draw loses him.
Well, I mean, if he wins the last two and Vincent loses the last two, he probably
that would be the only way.
Yeah. Right.
If he draws now, he has to win his next two games. Remember, he cannot tie Vincent. He's half a point out on the Grand Chess Tour standings.
Right.
So he cannot end up with a tie as the score. So right now, Vincent is at 3.5 and he's at 2.5. A draw puts it to be 4-3. He would then need, No, wait a second. Yeah, 4-3. He actually doesn't need Vincent to lose both games. He could win both and Vincent only get a draw in the next two. So there is that math. Am I wrong?
No, you're right.
That's correct, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't need Vincent to lose both. He would need Vincent to lose one and draw the other one. So he'd need help while he's winning the other two.
Precisely.
So a draw doesn't completely kill him, but then it's just completely out of his hands. But if he beats Vincent now, then all he needs is he's back to square one.
Right.
And he just needs a better result than Vincent in the next two games. And trust me, you win with black against your main rival, the win to your sales that would be enormous. And you see there, Vincent does have a very tough matchup in Fabi coming up. So you might get nicked by a draw in that one, although Vincent gets what seems like a very favorable pairing with Jorden, who, by the way, was playing, upset king in the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz.
Right.
You never want to just say the guy goes into round 9, I'm going to get a full point from him.
No.
So Vincent definitely would have a very bitter taste in his mouth if he loses this game. So he's just being careful.
Yeah.
He's being careful, but his opponent did surprise him in the opening for sure.
With that Benko Gambit. Thank you,
And
Maurice.
with that, there are still two games we haven't even touched. And there was a very interesting moment in at least one of them where I wanted to bring up.
I'll go right back to you, Peter. But first of all, we've reached that point in the show where, statistically speaking, we like to go to Ben Underwood's graph and ask the salient question: who's going to win the tournament?
And as usual, we're not going to be showing you, I assume, every session after every round. We'll show you this graphic, which is pre-tournament percentages, with Fabi being a very solid favorite, 5 whites, 4 blacks, as was the case in this tournament for both Sindarov and Keymer. And yeah, this is prior to round 1 happening, and then progressing through the rounds. Yeah, this is after round.
Well, it's just after round 5 or 6.
It says 5. We would like.
I suspect it's 6.
Yeah, but might be 6. Yeah, we don't know. We don't know if this is maybe a typo. But as you can see, Wesley, of course, occupying almost half the pie, so to speak. Yeah, this is back to pre-tournament.
We lost it. We lost it.
And this is.
And now we got it. There we go.
This
we got
is
a 6 in there.
This is 6. Yeah, Wesley at 45.6. Not a shocker. He is above everybody in the standings. Fabi still in second, twice as likely as Vincent, and more than twice as likely than Prague. And yeah, MVL continues to be completely discounted in this house.
I want to look at this for a second.
Yes.
You did 15,000 tournament simulations.
Right.
And it said that Wesley had an 11% chance.
Thank you. I mean,
He did all these simulations, and Sindarov was somewhere up at 19 or 20.
Right.
Now and I bet on Sindarov. Okay, I didn't
Right.
see the simulations at first, but I thought Sindarov was going to do it. Now Sindarov's at 0.4%. How many simulations do you actually need? Do you need 30,000? Maybe 150,000 simulations? These stats, they're driving me crazy.
But do you see how I went against the odds in my choice of Wesley, and really the challenges that I was faced with? What I had to overcome?
So many challenges.
I mean,
You live a tough life. Yes,
the spears and arrows that I have endured. Peter, you had a game that you really wanted to show us.
I did have a chess game I wanted to talk about. And
Please, Peter, get away from this guy.
I am not being allowed to do that, which is breaking my heart, honestly. Because quietly in the background, there is a very quirky game going on between MVL and Levon Aronian, where Levon opted for, and MVL once again actually essayed the sort of Khan kind of question mark.
Right.
Lev says no, pure Khan for you, goes b2, b3.
Right.
Black went a6, bishop b2, knight c6, a pretty well-known position in which white can continue kind of forcefully. d2, d4 is definitely a playable move here. c2, c4 is a playable move here. Queen e2 is actually one of the engine's suggestions. The idea of queen e2 is, of course, if black does want to play d7, d5, but now you will have to recapture with the queen, because e takes d5 is no longer a legal move you can make because of the pin. And now white is very happy. Knight c3, you actually castle long here. You are genuinely quite excited about these types of positions. There's a story connected to this, but it's a long and kind of irrelevant story, which I will save for a lull in the action if we have one.
Right.
So MVL went d6. Now you definitely can consider playing d2, d4. but Levon goes G3, and MVL very understandably just says, well, no more. No mas. You are not playing D2, D4 that easily anymore today. And they continue as if it's some kind of a Queen's Indian attack, but white for some reason has a fianchettoed bishop on B2, which is unusual for a Queen's Indian attack.
Right.
As a compensation, I guess black played D5 in 2 moves instead of 1.
Right.
Which is also relevant. Levon played C3, knight G7, knight A3, which looks weird, but I mean, you have to develop it somewhere. Castles and rook A1, and we were discussing something else, but my screen was kind of free, and I immediately wanted to check, because I thought F5 is logical and needed, frankly. White is telegraphing the idea of playing D2, D4 here.
Is.
And F5 does stop it, because you can't really play D4 anymore. D4, if F takes, not F4, no, that's a misclick. F takes E4, queen takes E4, I will have time enough to play D5, and then, let's say after queen E2, even bishop G4 exists, also CD4, ED4, E4 exists.
That's a
this is not good.
Disaster for
so
white.
So after F5, Engine thinks this is very playable for white, but specifically you need to play E takes F5, not a shocker. G takes F5, and in this position, specifically knight H4, which I don't think is that obvious, frankly.
No.
It's also not at all obvious to me how good this is.
So D5?
Yeah, the one explanation for it is if D5, F4 is actually, you have to, but it's pretty good.
E4?
E4, D3, you actually worse.
And
because suddenly the knight on A3 will make a lot of sense in a couple of moves. I actually, this is what I checked. And in a position like this, the knight just swings over to E3, lands on E3, creates pressure against the D5 pawn,
wow.
supports some F5 play. This is, the engine actually likes this quite a bit for white.
Wow.
But obviously you're not obliged to play D5. I'm constantly looking at this move knight G6, which is maybe playable, but even stronger is simply to continue development, play bishop F6.
Well, this is the type of position that Javokhir would dream of. I mean, this is imbalances everywhere.
Absolutely.
Total chaos.
Very sharp, very interesting. And instead, he made a kind of a anodyne move, bishop E6. And now white went D4. All of these pieces came off. And this is like really unpleasant for black, actually. Takes, takes. I think maybe he wants to play queen A5. Maybe his idea is to play queen A5. But the machine says knight C4, bishop C4, rook C4. And I mean, this is a pretty weak pawn.
Yeah.
This is not that great.
No. A clear target. Wow. F5, again, missed opportunity.
And
something
also,
strange there, Peter.
Not just because the position he's playing is very unpleasant. I thought F5, in particular for a very dynamic, active player like MVL absolutely is, would be his first thought, and he would be very inclined to play it, but
yeah, it's
he
his
didn't.
wheelhouse. Yeah. Cristian, over to you. What do you have for us?
So just to cover one more point in that game that you just showed up, I think this is basically Levon's approach. What he wants to do is force his opponent to make some decisions in an awkward position, which he analyzed more than him. And of course, you rightly pointed out that MVL probably should have went for F5. The battle is for that square D4. White is trying to get D4 in at all costs. And there's a couple of ways you can stop that. One of them being F5. The other one was the simple bishop to G4. But this is another decision. And again, we have the help of the engines. We see that black, even in this position, is supposedly slightly better, although I don't believe that. Nevertheless, you see this position, and you're going to be facing the two bishops for a very long time if you are black. You don't have any immediate breaks, so definitely a decision that MVL had to take. He made the wrong decision, and you guys covered brilliantly exactly why he's worse right now. Now, let's take a look at another game that we didn't cover as much, and I'm talking about the game of Jorden van Foreest, the player that's struggling really, really badly in the event. He's facing Sam Sevian, a very tough opposition right now because Sam hasn't lost in a while, and he's won a game along the way as well, right now sitting on 50% and perhaps even harboring hopes that he can win this one and go to +1. Definitely facing a wounded opponent. Jorden wanted to keep things closed, and Sam obliged by playing the Tarrasch, and this is a Tarrasch that I haven't seen in a very long time. This is the type of Tarrasch that I was playing growing up 20, 25 years ago. Knight to C6 and D takes C5. Nowadays, most players play G3, and other ideas, but definitely d takes c5 hasn't been seen as much. It leads to a forced variation after knight to a4. What is the best way to regain your pawn? Well, is to take on c5 directly, and guess what? You will regain the piece back with queen to a5. This is all very forced and very well known. And after queen to c5, rook to c1, queen to b6, white has a lot of ways in which he can play this position. E3 being the main one, queen to c2, b3 has been played as well. Even moves such as b4, very aggressive moves such as b4, but Jorden decided to go for this queen to b3. I don't know if this was his preparation. It's a line that if I was on 1 out of 6, probably I would choose. I want to limit the risk at all costs in the position. And if that means going into an endgame with the 2 bishops, the better pawn structure, then so be it. And after queen to b3, Sam Sevian thought for a very long time. And I was thinking, why did he not go into the endgame? With queen takes b3, he played knight to e7, by the way. We'll cover that in a second. But why not queen takes b3? Well, it's because you need to start calculating and be quite precise with your calculation, because white has a very clear plan in mind. And that is to dislodge this knight from c6 by playing b4, followed by b5. And if I manage to do that, well, you're going to lose the pawn on d4, and that might be problematic. The way to stop all of that is to, let's say, you start with knight e7, b4, a6, but then after rook to a1, again, you need a decision because b5 is still coming. I'm making use of that pin down the a file. So the best move in the position is b5. This is not easy to calculate and assess from afar because b5, look, I'm going to go g3, I'm going to put the bishop on the long diagonal. Your knight on c6 no longer has an outpost, and we know that knights without outposts, they're not tremendous pieces. So definitely something that I'm sure probably Jorden had in his notes. Very intriguing opening preparation. And Sam Sevian decided, you know what, I'm not interested in that. I'm just simply going to go knight to e7. This is what we have right now. Somewhat of a quiet position for the moment, one that I would say favors white. I like this type of positions with 2 bishops and a weakness that I can focus on. Of course, I'm talking the IQP on d4.
Thank you, Cristian. I tell you, I'm going to date myself here. In that variation of the Tarrasch, if you don't mind just bringing it up on your board, I mean, I feel like I was reading a Modern Chess Openings, you know, number 3 or something like that. If you go back to the position before white plays d4 takes c5, so that literally d4 takes c5 was given a question mark in my book.
Yeah, I haven't seen that in a long time.
I mean, because they would play g3, knight f6, bishop g2.
Yeah, but these days there's an issue with this. Yeah.
I know. Bishop e7, castles, castles. And now they would take on c5, and the author would brilliantly explain to you, by waiting to make the capture, black has lost a tempo and white has gained a tempo and blah, blah, blah.
Basically, the way I learned Tarrasch is if they take on c5, you equalize, and you're happy. You just go d4, you take on c5, and you equalize. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, and I remember Bent Larson telling me that, you know, he'd read an openings book from the 30s in Danish, and it went e4, c6 question mark, d4, d5, ed5, cd5, c3, white is better. Because they didn't know about the minority attack.
White is better, by the way.
White is better.
Honestly, stood the test of time.
You know minority attack, and you play all these easy, happy
absolutely
moves.
stood the test of time there. Interesting that, returning for a second to our Tarrasch, curious that Jorden chose not to take on b6. I thought, I understand that it kind of loses some time, and you have to spend the tempo on a2, a3, and you are sort of, hang on, he played g3 instead of g3. Yeah.
You take.
But what is wrong with me today? This isn't even the mouse, this is just me.
Okay, but the mouse helps, right?
Yeah. But the thing is, this will potentially be a target. In particular, if you eventually, as it often happens in this line, if you get this trade, and I mean here obviously black has the immediate 95, but otherwise this pawn is very much a target. But instead he goes g2, g3, and now I guess the lines that Cristian was showing should be a lot more manageable for black, because the inclusion of g3 and knight e7 makes it a lot easier for black to fight against b4, b5. Let's say we make a kind of a simple move like castles. Now if you do exactly as Cristian prescribes...
There's no more... There's a rook defending the other
A8
rook
is
on
protected,
f3.
yes. So black is just extremely comfortable. This is no longer anything.
Right.
So I'm a bit surprised by Jorden's decision not to include queen takes b6.
Thank you, Peter. And Maurice, over to you. I mean, for me, it's all about Vincent and Javokhir. Any developments or?
That would be Javokhir.
Javokhir.
But Javokhir's position, we talked about the critical point. What is the pawn break he needs? What is the structure that he needs, that he's going to play with, that he's going to get chances with? And it's tied to this move e5. He needs for the position to expand. He needs to somehow, as we said, sneak this pawn past that pawn on d5. Unfortunately, right now, it's not a good idea. His rook could potentially come under attack from this bishop along the long diagonal. So he played the move rook to a6. When you hear what I said, you're saying, well, okay, we understand he's trying to play for this move, e5. But also, intriguingly, he's trying to play a move that looks a little bit unnatural. The rook on a6, like maybe a knight should be there. Knight could go to c7 from there. The knight could also defend a pawn on b4 if white plays the move a3. But the rook on a6 looks weird. But it is indeed a little bit of a positional trap or trick. White could allow himself to fall for this trick, but you have to be careful what position you're looking at. And the position, I mean, is if now white plays e4, you could play the move e5. And the engine still says, I like white. White still has space. White just needs to play chess. But you really don't want your opponent to be able to play this move without being able to capture en passant. Unfortunately, in this position, black's actually better after bishop takes on e6. This is a dream position for black, and this rook features very highly in this position as it guards the d-pawn. Black is able to now bring this knight out to this square. Black is able to play rook e8 and target this pawn. Black has beautiful diagonal for the bishop. Black's doing great in this position, and I mean wonderfully. And this is not what Vincent wants to see. So rook a6 is a veiled threat to be able to get what might be an inferior position anyway. He doesn't have anything else to play for. We lose the game, okay, that's just gonna have to happen because I need to win this game. So he's just playing for two results, and that is win or lose. Let's go. So this is something that Vincent has to consider. There was another sneaky trick to stop the move e4, by the way. The move rook to e8 was also another little sneaky trick. e4 gets so-called hit by knight takes on e4. The bishop on b2 is currently hanging.
Tactics.
And now bishop takes doesn't hit a rook on f8, so you can drop in knight takes on d2, winning a pawn. That would even give some compensation for white here. Not even clear that white is necessarily going to lose this position. The space is so great. You might have sacked this pawn just to have the open e-file. But Javokhir decided instead to play the move rook to a6 and say, let's see what you've got. Well, how many moves can I make to slow you down a little bit? And he did really press the brakes, did Javokhir, looking for that turgid type move, an unusual setup, maybe with some strategical tricks in there. Again, like I said, Vincent could just fall for the trick and play the most natural move on the board, e4, and let him play e5, and then let just the space take care of business. But it's still one of those long-term, we're not seeing any trades. There's a lot of pieces on the board. Javokhir is a dynamician, very creative, might find ways to muddy the waters as the time ticks down. All of that is going to feature in this game that's increasing in tension minute by minute, move by move.
Rook a6. Strange move to my eyes. We've reached this stage in our broadcast where we like to stump ourselves, as in stump the commentators. And these questions are brought to us by Ben Underwood, and they go as follows.
Which of the following Sinquefield Cup tournaments featured at least, what do you mean at least?
At least?
At least all.
All
That
top
seems-
5 rated players.
I guess
in
maybe
the
some
world.
of them featured more than 5. Maybe some featured like not only 5, but also numbers 6 and 7. So
No, I don't think so.
The potential years are 2014, 2015, 2018, and 2019.
Which of the following tournaments featured all top
So only
five
one
rated
of
players?
these
Yes.
featured top
We
five.
assume it's the one. Yeah. The
It's not
obvious choice
multiple,
here.
okay.
The obvious choice
It's
here is
obvious.
obvious.
The obvious one is obvious.
You know, the
We
obvious
don't
one.
have
But
to
were they
guess
top
yet.
five at the time?
We will consider it, but as we take a break, we want to throw it to our bonus coverage of the Cairns Cup with Almira and Nasi. Over to you, Nasi.
Thank you, Yasser, and welcome everyone to the Cairns Cup. We have 5 very interesting games going on, but before we dive in, Almira, tell us about the standings.
Yes, hello everyone. So let's have a look at the standings after the 6th round. So Tan Zhongyi is leading the event with 4.5 points out of 6. But look at this. Alice Lee is getting closer, 4 out of 6. And yesterday she won one of the most important games in her life against Hampi Konero. 3 players are chasing them. Bibisara Soubaeva, Divya Deshmukh and Stavrula Tsolakido on 3.5 points. And then we have Anna Muzichuk and Karisa Yip on 50%. Hampi Konero and Vaishali Rameshbabu have 2 points out of 6, and Alexandra Kostyanyuk has 1 point.
And I'll also mention that Alice Lee only needs 2 points out of 3 to make her first GM norm.
Yes, so will she be able to do so? She will defy the odds and go home with the trophy. Grandmaster, no, we will find out.
We'll have to wait and see. I'm going to jump into the game, starting with our tournament leader, Tan Zhongyi. She's facing Divya Deshmukh today with the black pieces, and we had a very interesting opening, something we don't see very often.
Yes, the Vienna variation. Divya decided to play knight c3 in the opening, and I think that Tan played one of the most critical lines against knight c3 and f4. We will have the board on your screens right now. So
Yes, knight c3 and f4, the Vienna, something we don't see very often on this level. But both players seemed pretty well prepared after this trade. Knight c6, bishop b5, already a rare position, but I liked how Tan gave this queen h4 check, provoking g3, and here she had the option to trade the queens and go into the endgame. Position is quite balanced. Instead, she chose to go back to e7 and just hunt the e5 pawn. So Divya defended it with bishop f4, and now a very aggressive g5 move early in the opening. Bishop e3. You can't take on e5 yet. Well, you can, but there's a problem, right? After I castle long, I have a couple of different threats. One is bishop d4, winning your rook, and another is just the open e-file. With the king in the center, this is very dangerous. So Tan played bishop g7, and now queen f2 was played. Almira, could you explain the idea behind queen f2?
well, I think that, let's say, if you castle with black here, one of the ideas in this opening is to take on c6 to change the structure, and then even if you lose the pawn on e5, you will have the control over the dark squares, so you will play probably a long castle here, and then you will always have bishop d4 or bishop c5, and it will not be easy for black to create some counterplay on the b file, yes, whereas you can easily play knight f3, bring your rooks, and maybe play h4, and be very aggressive in this position.
Absolutely. So queen f2 is all about controlling the dark squares. Could Tan develop this bishop and castle long?
I think it's a very interesting idea here. So castling long,
Because,
castling long.
since she committed to g5, she might be worried about castling short. So this is also possible. But still, as Almira mentioned, bishop c6 is still a good idea in this variation for white. Knight goes to f3, and slight advantage for white still.
Yes, because even if you play g4 here, white can, first of all, play bishop g5, but I can even play knight d4.
Bishop c5 is
bishop
also
c5
good.
is
Knight
also
d4,
good.
yes, a lot of good options.
And by the way, I just wanted to tell you, Nazi, to reveal that Tan is leading in their encounters. So Tan is a very difficult opponent for Divya Deshmukh.
We'll see how this game goes. Now let's jump to a different game. I'm going to go next to Bibisara Asubaeva against Stavrula Tsolakidu. We had another interesting opening. So it started as the Nimzo Indian with queen e7. There was the moment here where we expected knight takes d2, makes a lot of sense, and next you're going to play e4. But Bibisara went queen d2, allowing black to take on f3 and mess up the pawn structure. Or as Almira likes to say,
The structure.
the structure. We didn't see this. Instead, Sevian went with c5. Then Sarah went queen e2, and now she took on f3. So that's a bit peculiar choice. Queen f3, knight c6, and this is the current position. I think Sarah has a couple of options. She could push d5 and gain some space. It allows knight e5, but let's say I step back, trade, and I'm quite happy with control of the center.
Yes, because even if black manages to play e5 and d6 and stabilize the center, of course, white has a space advantage. And then I think that Bibisara can even choose, will she play f4 or will she play b4?
Yes, she can play on king side or queen side, or maybe even both, right?
And both players haven't lost a single game in this event. So this game is crucial for the standings.
Yeah, they're both at +1 and undefeated. So we'll see if they remain undefeated after this round. Next, I want to check the game between Vachier and Carissa. Another interesting opening we had. It started as Javokhir, this sharp line with not knight d4, the main move, but a rare knight d7. Castles, bishop e7, takes, and knight goes to b8. So a fun thing to point out, this knight came all the way from g8 to end up on b8.
Yeah, and at that point, both players were blitzing out their moves. So if Carissa wanted to surprise her opponent, Vachier came fully prepared.
Absolutely. Even though she played such a niche line, Vachier was ready for it. And in this position, we think that Carissa's better option was to play queen d7, offer the queen trade. Of course, if this trade happens, black is very happy in the endgame, f4, maybe bishop c5, rook e8, no issues for black. And if queens don't come off, and let's say we keep it on the board with queen h5, then I like queen e6, knight d7, and possibly queen g6 also coming.
Oh, because I was thinking that if the queen goes to e6, then maybe Vachier was planning on f4 here. You know, it's a bit awkward when you are trying to have this position in mind, like after a few moves. So it's not easy to evaluate, of course, if should you put this queen on e6 and then bring the knight to d7. So, like, I can understand Carissa's choice here.
But after you look at the position, analyze, you realize white doesn't actually get f5, and this would have been the best choice for Carissa, but she went with knight to d7. Again, this knight came all the way from g8. Rook e1, rook b8, only open file is the b file, somewhat open. And this is the current position. Vachier might be considering e6 here to force some trades.
So let's take on e6, rook takes e6.
Not forced, by the way. Black does this have in-between move queen f6 is very, very interesting, but let's have a look at f takes e, rook takes.
Rook takes e6, and you definitely cannot take on e6. Yes,
no,
because
then I lose a pawn.
Lose everything.
So I'm going to go with rook f8.
And maybe queen h3. Or queen d3, no, queen d3, knight c5, and I'm losing my rook, of course. Queen h3 is a very safe square.
To avoid any kind of knight jumps and forks. And then bishop d6. I wouldn't say black's king side is weak here. There's no clear targets, not easy for white to attack. This knight will probably jump to c5, maybe even play for d4. So very double-edged position.
Yes, but Nancy, does it favor white, you know, the opening of the f-file? Because I was looking at the move bishop c5 here, not bishop d6. Can we check it here just for a second?
To attack on f2?
Yes, to attack on f2, so...
Probably going rook f1 for now.
Okay, but then maybe, like, what will be my next move? Yes, because the c6 pawn is still hanging. Oh, I understand. Like... this position is very subtle, by the way.
It is.
So bishop d6 might be the best move.
I was also defending the pawn on c6 in case you want to grab it.
Because bishop c5 seemed so natural.
So this is current position. If Vachier doesn't go for e6, she could try something like bishop g5 because the queen is awkwardly placed and has to make a move like queen c8. But then we just exposed our own pieces. And can you play e6 now? This would be an absolutely crazy line. Of course, my idea is that you can't take on c3. Everything is hanging. But I think I'm doing too much now with white.
And then rook f8, of course.
Yeah.
Rook e6 is met with rook f8.
So maybe e6 is the best option for Vachier, and Carissa should be completely fine in this position. Last but not least, let's go to Alice Lee. She needs to get 2 points out of 3 remaining games. As I mentioned, today she's facing Anna Muzichuk, and it started as knight f3 c5, so transposed into some kind of 4-knight English variation. And looks like it's wasn't really a problem for Anna to equalize. Now we're in this endgame, 2 rooks, same color bishops. There is some pressure, of course, on black pawns, d5 and the b pawn, but is it enough to win the game?
Well, I'm not sure, but Nazi, we still have one more game between Alexandra Kostyanyuk and Hampi Koneru, so I think that maybe we can have a look at this quickly.
All right, so this position is even, but not completely even. White definitely has some pressure, and let's take a look at Kostyanyuk and Hampi.
And I have an interesting story behind this game, Nazir. You know, I was thinking, so how long do you have to wait to beat a player in classical chess? What do you think?
Maybe a couple of years.
Couple of years? You're wrong, because Alexandra Kostyanyuk had to wait for more than 20 years to win her first classical encounter against Hampi Koneru. They first played in 2002, and Alexandra beat her for the first time in the Cairns Cup in 2023. By the way, so she played the same opening, Hampi repeated it. However, Alexandra decided to deviate.
It was a Joko piano, and
here Alexandra played d4 and won a very beautiful game where she mated Hampi on the board. It was, I think, a beauty prize of this event.
but for some reason she changed up her variation here. Started with c3, then d4, and they reached this position where so black can't castle either side. On long castle there is bishop e6, so she's got to take on d4, trade the knight for the bishop, castle short. Interesting pawn structure. That's the only imbalance in the position, that white has doubled pawns and black has pawn island on the queen side. So small advantage for white. Maybe we keep the queens on the board.
Yes, but I was trying to understand, so if you trade queens and if you play rook d1, then probably black will play rook b8.
Rook c8 or rook b8?
Yeah, something. So rook d6,
Knight
attacking
c5.
the knight, and knight c5. So this position is equal, I think. So Alexander.
I believe so. So as of now, most of the positions are balanced on all 5 boards, but we do expect a lot of decisive games. So we'll keep you updated. For now, back to you at the Sinquefield Cup.
Five world-class events spanning 4 countries and 2 continents have all come down to this singular climactic event, the 2026 Grand Chess Tour Finals in St. Louis. Only 4 gladiators can emerge from this elite battle for chess immortality and the right to be crowned the 2026 GCT champion. Tune in to stlouischessclub.org August 22nd through the 27th, or visit America's chess capital in person to see chess history in the making.
Thank you, Nasi and Almira, for the coverage of the Cairns Cup. And now back to the question. Stump the master, stump the commentators. Which year or years featured the top 5 players in the Sinquefield Cup? This was the question, right? And I'm going to fall for the trap. 2014.
Anyone not going to fall for the trap?
I'm not going to fall for the trap.
I'm
going to go out on a limb and say it was 2019, the year Ding Loren won that dramatic blitz playoff against Magnus.
Right. Well, maybe might be both years. 2014.
No, it's which of the 5? There's only one answer.
All
You
of
can't
them
have
have
answers
one?
with more than one.
I
Questions
was-
with more than one answer. I'm just going to go away from you guys and say 2019.
I really like Maurice's answer now, but because he took it, I feel like I have to be the one in the trap as well. Yeah, the obvious answer there is 2014, the tournament where Fabi won 7 out of the 7 first games.
Right.
And that was Fabi, MVL,
Polov, Magnus.
Yeah, Magnus.
Hikaru was there, but I don't think he
Hikaru.
was, even though he was about 2,800, wasn't he at that point?
It's going to be very close to the top 5, but we suspect it's a trap.
I need to go with 2014. I think
Okay, so we have
we should
Maurice,
go with 2014.
Maurice on 2019, and everybody else has absolutely fallen down the
The trap.
The trapdoor, yeah.
And the answer is, we get a professional drum roll.
Wait, so you
What?
were
There are
allowed,
two answers?
you were allowed to give two answers?
And
I was going to go with 2014 and 19, but you said I could only get one.
Well, guess what? None of you guys got nothing. You guys got nothing. I got at least one. Thank you very much.
2015. Well, I got trapped.
But look,
The rules were
2019
not
was a
wrong.
boss year.
Yes.
Top 9 were in the tour. So I was most right than anybody else.
absolutely.
You guys are noobs.
Yes.
Noobs.
Oh my goodness.
Standing.
Although it is a weird question, weirdly asked question, but still, I'll take it. Thank you.
You'll take
We
it.
should have been taught that you can get more than one.
Right.
And we still wouldn't have gotten it. maybe we would have
2015
gotten
Just
20.
accept that you guys are losers,
2015 was
and that's
not
it.
that
Okay,
was
Cristian,
not
especially you.
Especially you.
It's over.
Okay.
What the hell?
The contest is over. I got
Damn.
that.
What the hell?
Standings. Peter.
Standings, absolutely. And one game has already finished. Wesley continuing his recent trend of not playing with the white pieces, if at all possible.
Shut it down right away.
Yeah, and Anish not unhappy about being given an additional rest day, of course, with the black pieces against the leader of the tournament. So Wesley is on 4.5 out of 7. Could get caught up by any of the 4 players behind him in the standings. All 4 games are still very, very live. 2 of them are playing each other, so I guess only one of Fabian and Prague can get there. But Vincent and MVL have playable positions, so we'll see what happens after the round is done.
Let's get to it. Vincent and
Absolutely.
Javokhir?
Yes.
Javokhir?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Rook A6.
A lot of jockeying over the move E5. White is reluctant to play E4, and black is reluctant to play E5 until White has committed himself with E4. A4 was a good neutral move, I thought.
A4 is a move. I mean, we're kind of abandoning any pretense about ever playing A3, A takes before here.
Right.
But we are also, I mean, B takes A3 would be a massive positional mistake. Which means that the queen side has now been sealed off. There's no queen side,
Officially.
Javokhir plays Rook E8, and now it feels like, and the engine really takes it to extremes, this idea. It feels like we are going to be faced with a move E7, E5 pretty quickly.
Right.
And you have to start to look for squares for your pieces.
Okay.
And my idea was this knight on F3 is not really particularly well equipped to join the fight for the D5 square, as is well known. Knights diagonally two squares away is exactly where you can't reach at all.
Right.
And I thought maybe it makes sense to go knight E1 to try and meet E5 with takes and then knight D3, knight F4. But I guess you're not in time. And the engine does the same thing as one of the potential ideas here, just better, as is often the case. It goes knight G5, stopping for the time being black from recapturing with the bishop. You can go F takes E6, but as I mentioned, the engine really dislikes that structure. And if you take with the bishop, of course, we're taking that bishop off the board in a heartbeat, and we're very happy about it. So H6 seems logical. And now it goes to H3. And it comes to F4 while also provoking black to play H7, H6, which is neither here nor there. It's not a bad move, but it's not a move black needs.
I have a question for you guys. Do we go A4 just because we know this is Vincent and this is his tournament situation? Or is A3 just simply better in this position? Just because I feel like whenever White opens up the side, the left side, White is the one getting the more opportunities via the exchange of the rooks and the potential queen swinging to the corner on A1. So it just feels like A3.
It's much more
better for
flexible.
White.
It's much more
flexible, but for
flexible
White.
and probably maybe even stronger. And also, I noticed that in many a position here, the engine actually entertains the idea of going Rook A2, Queen A1.
This is a funny maneuver. Yes.
Yeah, which is not stupid at all, actually, because it fights against the potential opening in the center. Also, if you let's say you make, I don't know, a waiting move and I
Let's go
play
E6
Queen A1.
actually.
Yeah. No, my point was now you can't play E6 at all because after it takes before, A6 is unprotected and you will have to take with the C pawn and you are genuinely a lot worse. Yeah.
Wanted ages ago.
So maybe you play E6 straight away. Interestingly, it doesn't really take on E6 here. It goes E4 and is not as unhappy about this as I suspected it would be. I guess the additional layer to the move Rook A2 is that we've ruled out that tactic that Maurice was showing some time ago because B2 is no longer hanging.
Right.
And we can just simply recapture on E4.
You know, I got to say, look,
I like A3.
we know that A3 was better to keep in the pocket. We know that. There's no You don't have to convince anyone that a3 was a great move, right? And a move to keep flexibly. It's one of the pawn breaks you have in the position, and black has no real control over it. The statement that is being made with the move a4 is Vincent's trying to make sure nothing happens on that side, nothing dynamic.
That's right.
And the mindset I don't like. The idea that I just need to make a draw somehow and I need to shut down all options for my opponent, including shutting them down for myself. Sometimes you play for a draw and you play yourself into a bad position. And right now, Javokhir is well aware of this. He's well aware. And he's trying to keep Vincent from asking himself his own questions. What is coming next? Is it e6? Is it e5? What's the break? Should I be playing for a break? You see the uncertainty here in the young man. He almost moved right now, and then he pulled his hand back because in the different circumstances, Vincent might have needed to play for a win, and he would not play like this.
No.
Not at all. That means he's not playing optimal moves. He's playing control moves. I kind of would like to get a draw moves, and he's living now in the position of uncertainty. Should I go for it or not? Now he's playing
playing
the move,
well, though.
Knight g5. And that's a great move in this
playing
position
well.
because all he's doing is saying, there's one move you need to play, and I'm not going to let you do it. And he's just squeezing his opponent as much as possible until something eventually happens. And Javokhir is going to have to keep looking and looking to see what he can find in this position. But sooner or later, you're going to run out of waiting moves as black, and you're going to have to push that e-pawn. So I'm not saying that white has a bad position. I'm just saying the approach is very clear. I need to constrain his possibilities and keep my draw in hand while making him suffer a bit since he has to win. That's a big edge to have in chess, obviously, the draw in your pocket. So you just need to play solid moves. Maybe this will work out for him quite well, and he'll make me look like a fool, which would not be the first time.
Thank you, Maurice, for boldly stating the obvious.
And
Who got the question right a second ago?
By the way, we forgot. That's Asian history.
I do
Peter.
like that he spotted knight g5. I think knight g5 in this particular position, the maneuver exists. It actually
Knight
exists in a lot of
knight
various
f4.
openings. It's a lot more common, I think, these days than it used to be. But still, the idea of voluntarily playing knight g5, h6, knight h3, when e5 hasn't landed yet, I think shows good awareness, and it's a good move. And he's still on point. It's just that he clearly is playing about as contained a game as he can find. Like many of his decisions already by move 12 are decisions of a man who is sacrificing at least a little bit of equity just to make sure the game is as uneventful as possible.
Well, that was what Maurice was saying, that Vincent is playing in such a way as to constrain his opponent. Is he also constraining himself? And the position that you have on the board, it's so balanced in one way, but I'm seeing backward pawns, not only in this game, d6, but also in the game of Maxime. There's a backward pawn.
Let's
Has
switch
that
to
become
that,
a tempo,
that
a theme of the round, I should say?
That is progressing very, very quickly. We left it here.
Yes.
And the game continued very quickly along this path. White did trade the knight on e3 with a bishop on e6. And this, I was very curious to see how the engine approaches it, because my initial reaction was, okay, I'm not sure this is so horrible for black, because the bishop on g2 is sort of out of play.
Right.
You can more or less safely assume that d6, even if it falls, probably falls for the pawn on c4. You should be able to trade it away. And in fact, if you kick it around for a bit with the help of the engine, it's not that bad for black. But Maxime kind of approached it, I think, in a very, I want to say, naive fashion. Because I think you throw in rook a d8 to begin with. You wait for white to go rook f d1, and you play knight e5 here.
Okay.
And if rook d6 happens, I'm not even sure we need to win the pawn back. We can play something like, I have a feeling even rook d8 might be playable here. But the engine goes rook c8 and says, we are going to now win the pawn, win the pawn back. And it's useful for black to get some pieces off the board.
Okay.
Instead, he played knight e5 straight away. Levon, understandably, took on d6 immediately. Black played queen b4. Levon Rook d5 is a consideration here, but Levon quickly doubled on the d file, which is hard to classify as a mistake. It's a very natural move.
I love that move.
And
actually.
here, certainly, you should consider the move rook ac8. Because I think making white work...
that is to play
in
f4,
in order
e5.
to remove the knight from e5. Because
Yeah.
white's plan is pretty obvious here. The bishop on g2 needs to play.
Right.
This probably involves playing e4, e5 somewhere.
100%,
So
right.
make them earn it.
Right.
Make them work for it. Instead, MVL took on c4 straight away. Rook d4 followed. Black played b6, b7, b5. Levon played e5, rook
Stop
a to
right
e8,
here.
and bishop g5.
I was about to say e5. Wow, wow, wow. Wait a minute. When I see the move e5, Peter, I'm seeing white's position just suddenly blossom. I'm going, wow, I'm going to play f4, bishop d5, and maybe I can play without f4. Maybe I can play bishop d5 in e6.
e6,
pry open
h4,
the
h5
king.
becomes a very serious conversation as well.
Right.
And we are in a territory
I get
where...
excited for
Yeah.
Levon's chances.
where, honestly, this now needs to be played incredibly carefully with black to survive. The edge is very significant already. Machine goes rook e7, which I think is a findable move because you do want to kind of solidify your king side to prepare as well as possible for the potential e5, e6. If you play queen c5, you're going to get the same position anyway. With queen c5, I guess the argument goes that queen c5 is a less useful move than rook e7 in some kind of a position like this. But a very similar scenario might emerge after the move rook e7. White still goes a6.
Trying to break open.
Yeah,
the
you do
black's
have king
side.
you do have king g7 here, but after rook e4, you probably end up taking on e6 anyway. It's very difficult for me to imagine. Like in some positions like this, you can actually play f6 and play this way, but it's so
This
dangerous.
is suffering.
It is so dangerous. So you so you end up in a very similar spot where, yes, you're probably up a tempo because you're probably not playing queen c5 here.
Right.
Maybe the queen gets to play to c3 and try to swing it over to f6.
Okay.
But you're still going to be worse.
Right.
The king is unsafe. The bishop is pretty much always going to be better than
now
the
I'm
knight.
looking at this position. Bishop takes c4 and a rook d.
Yeah,
Rook d7 doesn't win right away. Yeah, but
Machine says king h8
oh my goodness.
and kind of waits for white to make a move. I'll play h4 here. Let's say
Yeah.
you go queen c3.
But no. This is not something.
But this is very, very dangerous. for
Yeah.
black.
No, this is not the way you want to spend an afternoon.
Not at all. And MVL having, let's not put too fine a word on it, blown
Right.
great positions earlier.
Right.
This would be serious punishment for that. And he is
Also down an hour on the clock almost.
he is up against a wall right now. Levon is always a dangerous customer. And this would just be a very real disappointment, a way to end his campaign when he had such great chances. Oh, those games that he missed, those opportunities. It's just the one against Jorden especially. He had a great game also against Vincent. To not win those, that's just to not win both. Like at least one.
Right.
At least one.
I ran into him on the rest day and we spoke about it briefly, and I said I don't believe I've ever seen you kind of give up on an advantage this easily. And he said, I didn't want to, but every variation I calculated to where I didn't take the draw, I was losing. So something was glitching in his mind, obviously.
Wow.
Like he knew he is supposed to be better, and he did try to find something. But I know this happened to me as well, when everything you calculate just doesn't work, and you realize something is not quite right, and you continue calculating, and yet nothing is working out. At some point, you just think, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm not better. And that leads to decisions like the one he's taken in that game, where the engine was just screaming at us that he is winning, not just better, winning. Maurice?
Well, he is at the 1% mark of possibly qualifying for the Final Four. I think right about now he just wants to survive this position.
This one.
Someone else who has got qualification on his mind is Javokhir Sindarov. And we were talking about that e-pawn for a while, and the break has finally occurred. After the move knight to g5 in their game, h6 was played by Javokhir, and I'm not sure if this is the first time I've seen him get up from the board. He must have gotten up before. But he now is in flow, and he's saying, all right, this is what I wanted. This is the fight. Let's go. Knight back to h3 and e6. We know this is what is necessary for black's position to have some life, and captures en passant. Bishop takes. Knight to f4, and now bishop to f5. And here it is. The position is in front of us. Let me just fix this position right here. And so we've got this setup where white has the d5 square for his knight. But it's not as though white's pieces are extremely well coordinated right here, right now. White just has the pieces sort of set up. In fact, the Incr is giving the move rook a2 that we talked about earlier as the best move on the board at the moment. And knight c6, not followed by queen a1, which actually allows this beautiful shot, knight to d4, taking over the long diagonal that you thought you were taking over yourself. You don't dare touch this pawn, as your pieces are suddenly going to find a weird situation for themselves after g5. This bishop is alive, the knight drops back, boom, there goes your pawn, and suddenly black is doing extremely well with threats of knight e4. For example, in this position, bishop f3 attacking the rook can be met by the move knight to e4, and the tactics are juicy, and this is what black's dream is in a position. This is not going to happen, by the way. Knight f4, bishop f5. Black is just 2 moves away from having a potent position. Rook a2 is supposed to be the best move right now. I think that's already a good sign for black. And now knight c6, and right now the best move is supposed to be bishop to a1. Again, moves like this, I think, are good signs for black, and I think this is why he's optimistic, even though the engine is still saying, sorry, dude, you're still worse. Maybe if your rook were on e7 already. But it's the kind of position you take a slight disadvantage if you've got black and hope you can make something of it. Only a pair of pawns exchanged in this position. Still a lot of fight. Can he somehow survive? And Cristian has another position for us.
A game that we sort of lost track of, and that is the game between Fabiano Caruana versus Pragg, perhaps for a good reason, because we have much more exciting things happening in the other 2 games that you guys just highlighted. This one, the exchange Ruy Lopez, and we were probably expecting a slow-moving endgame game. In this one, knight to f4, take on b3, and not knight takes e6, by the way. This was Fabiano's choice. He wants to preserve that knight, and he wants to preserve the optionality that comes along with the knight on f4. He doesn't want to just simply take the 2 bishops off the board, the bishop on a6, and damage black structure. He understood that is perhaps not enough to claim an advantage. What he wants is get maybe to h5, maybe keep more control over d5. So he just wants that knight to live on f4 and perhaps do something with it. Take on b3, a takes b3, and h6. And black is basically showing his cards as well. Wants to get going with the advancement on the king side, perhaps looking for dynamic play on that side. But it's not that easy to find it. Knight to h5. And I just wanted to show, this is the position that we currently have on the board. I just wanted to show a cute little tactic in this one that pretty much comes out of nowhere. For example, this is the most natural move in the position. Just go knight to e5. Generally, we see this quite often. Very often, even bishop to e7 with the idea to exchange the 2 rooks and then get going with the majority on the queen side. And a very natural response to knight e5 would be to just go in the center as well with the move knight to d4. But in fact, you're already much worse after these moves that comes pretty much out of nowhere. Knight to g4 in this position. Take, take. And it does seem that this endgame is just simply better for black because of the fact that there's all sorts of tactics in the position. Knight to f1, bishop takes f2, and rook takes d1. And this is a material imbalance you don't very often see. 3 pieces for 2 rooks and a couple of pawns in this one. The more important aspect of it is that these pawns, especially the ones on the queen side, are going to start moving. b5, a5, a4, and as soon as I manage to create that pass pawn down the a file, this is going to be bad news for your pieces. And it doesn't seem like you have enough speed, enough control with the 3 pieces to be able to create something of your own as white. By the way, this is not an easy decision, and this is not something that is an assessment that is easy to understand from afar. To play the move knight to d4 and to understand that this resulting position is better for black. Not easy, and a trap that perhaps Fabi will fall into if black goes knight e5, which I expect he will, because I think it's just the most natural move in the position, just get the knight in the center.
That's a talk about stump the masters. Thank you for that, Cristian. Quickly, without looking at the engine, I mean, 3 minor pieces, 2 rooks. White or black would you prefer?
In that position that Cristian showed, it looked very unclear to me because the rook on h8 is so much out of play.
Right,
But I think with white not having any passers and not really having any passers in any kind of immediate future, I'm probably picking black. Yeah.
In a couple of seconds, I would pick white in that
Me
position.
too. Maurice.
Well, the thing is all about activity of the pieces.
The
That's
rook.
really what it comes down to.
But the
as
two
you
knights
know,
on f6, f5, bishop
as you
is
know,
coming to c5.
you know, I did 4 courses on material imbalances.
Right.
And the key features are always king position, king safety, pass pawn or not, coordinated pieces. It's really what it comes down to. And here, you see that white had extremely active pieces.
Knight on f6, f5.
The key is going to be that the rook's trying to make some noise and creating pass pawns. That's just the key in that position. So I think that I would prefer white in that position.
The minor pieces.
With the minors,
yeah.
if the rooks start acting up, we'll see. But
It is a very concrete position. I was going through the lines, and in fact, very often black just sacrifices a few pawns that already he has extra just to get that passer down the A file. So it's a very concrete position, and it's extremely difficult to understand that from afar. So if knight e5 comes on the board, I would not be surprised if Fabiano
It
chooses knight
didn't,
e4.
and I really dislike the young man's choice. F7,
played
f6
f6.
seems very passive. And now white has also this very obvious sequence of knight f7, bishop, well,
Knight G7.
anywhere. We can play knight f5.
Yeah.
Bishop goes somewhere.
Oh,
we can
this is not
start
good.
with king f2 and h4, rook h1. This is not great. I was looking at this position as well. I didn't see the move knight g4. And another option was, interestingly, you could play knight f8, which seems like, why would you choose f8 if you have a5? But if you don't see knight g4, you could be attracted to the idea of meeting knight g4 with bishop e5. And this is why we chose the f8 square, because we're bringing the knight over to g6, and we're preserving the e5 square for the bishop. This is
Dominating.
also pretty playable. And also we're giving ourselves a choice, of course, of taking on e6 with the knight.
While dominating the knight on h5.
So one of those I thought was
To be preferred.
to be preferred. And I think if you don't see knight g4, maybe you don't particularly like knight e5, knight g4.
But can you go knight g6 after knight d4, either via f8 or e5? So generally,
This is
getting
not
the
horrible,
knight to
yeah,
g6 is
yeah.
a very regular, let's say, maneuver in this position to improve your pieces.
Yeah,
This
absolutely.
is fine, right? For
I mean,
black.
it's a bit. I mean, I'm picking white here, but I think it's playable for black. And you at some point will start pushing.
Do you get the pawn if you go knight g7 instead of g3?
I don't think so. We can play king
Just king
d7,
d7,
right? We can still
yeah.
play king d7. So.
Simple choice.
Simple.
But f6 I really dislike. It's a kind of a passive non-decision that you don't want to be making in these types of endgames, I don't think.
He basically just says, I'm not giving you my light square bishop anymore.
Yeah, he's trying to preserve the pair, which honestly, I pretty much am always in favor of preserving the bishop pair, but here it comes with concessions, and quite serious concessions.
Maurice, you saw something that's really surprised you.
wow, is what I'm going to say is wow, what's about to happen in the Javokhir game. They are now on move 16. Javokhir is trying to keep an edge on the clock, one of his great strategies that bore him fruit in the candidates. And the position is starting to get to the boiling point. It has been building and building, and that first pawn break with e6 did happen. We saw that happen. Now, the bishop on f5. Look at these dynamic pieces. And rook a2, the top engine move, defending the bishop. But there is some slight discoordination in white's camp. The rooks are not connected. The knight on d2 is not ideal. The knight on f4 is pretty good, the bishop there. But black also has a rook that is somewhat out of play, even though it's guarding this pawn. He's going to want to bring that into the game. And now the move knight to d7, not knight to c6. Keeping the knight connected to this one, in case a trade happens, he will control d5 still, and it will not be so easy. But look at some lines now, starting with the move queen to a1. This move can be responded to, and well responded to, with the move d5. This move looks impossible. How are you getting away with this move? If takes on d5 with the pawn, the move g5, challenging this knight in the control of the e2 pawn. Suddenly, white doesn't want to move this knight anywhere because e2 is just hanging, and this would be fantastic for black. So the correct move?
E4.
E4.
Let's go.
And the position's exploding. Now take a look. Knight takes e4, daring you to take on g7 because of g takes f4, and the engine says, much better for black.
No.
The answer is
No.
yes. I mean, come on. Look at this explosion on this square. We saw this happen in the game with...
Nobody believes you.
Yeah, no, like, do you believe it? Like, I don't
Bishop
either.
takes h6.
We saw this happen
There's a rook on
in...
a6.
What's that game that it happened in?
There's a rook on a6. No.
What is the game? Come on, guys. Help me with... Oh, it was Wesley's game against Levon, maybe?
Yeah,
Where he
yeah,
took
yeah.
on G2, right? Wesley's
Levon,
against
yeah.
Levon. So, yes, the rook is suddenly guarding all the way across to the H6 point.
hilarious.
So there is no worry about mate. The rook could even land on G6. What a rook. And I tell you about this kid. He is so tactical, so sharp, and he finds resources for days. And suddenly you think you're okay here. The position exploded into something worse now for white, as black's pieces are the dynamic ones doing all the work. His king is perfectly safe. And I mean, it's all, now we could, let's say we try to trade things off just to settle things down, and we take a look at this position. How do you get your bishop out of the cookie jar? F6 is being potentially threatened. No, because this pawn could be captured, although I'm not even sure. Yes, no, that would be a little bit weird, but how do you play here if you're white? Your rooks don't have any logical square. Something like rook to d2 actually runs into queen g5. Oh, and I just hung my rook because of a capture here. So I'm trying to make a natural move. The engine gives queen to b1. The rook drops back. And let's say the bishop now hides. The queen shows up on g5. Even when you look at this position, you might feel like white cannot be that seriously worse. And the engine's arguing, oh, yes, it can be possible. The rook is going after this pawn, as is the queen. The knight may potentially land on squares. What a wild position. It's unmoored. This is not what white wanted. White was looking for control. A4 shut things down several moves ago. That was everything you were looking for. If that's your mindset, I just want to keep things under control, and suddenly the pot starts boiling over, the pressure cooker explodes the top off, and the position's wild. You've got to calculate all these variations. One final point I'll say, I remember a game between Smyslov, former world champion, and Garry Kasparov when Smyslov was older and Gary was the young gun coming up. And Gary made a move after Smyslov had played many automatic positional moves, just automatic. He was in flow. Smyslov was a player for harmony was his buzzword. And Gary made a move that said, stop all the generalizations. You must now switch your brain off and calculate. And after Smyslov failed to do that, Kasparov, right in his notes, said exactly that. He was playing in flow and generalizations, and I knew right at this moment it was great to switch the action of the game, force it, transform the dynamics, and I didn't think he'd be able to keep up, and he was exactly right. This is what may happen to Vincent here, as he's now played the move rook to e1.
Yep.
And the top move for the engine is g5. And of course, the best response, once again, e4, letting the position go hog wild after bishop g4, f3. And this kind of formation occurs with, by the way, after takes, h3, and let a pawn sit on the g3 square. If you're playing for a draw, this is not exactly the position you want to see with the white pieces.
It's decent, but it's very, very sharp, which is why, honestly, I've been looking at this while you were speaking. I had all of this on my screen as well, and I was kicking things around a little bit. I think g5, he is likely to go knight d5.
Right.
I think knight d5 is not, I mean, e4 is stronger, but knight d5 preserves the integrity of the position much better. It throws away whatever advantage white has here. In fact, you have to play carefully, but I think the kind of a mood he's in, the kind of a moves he's been making so far, I think knight d5 is likelier.
Yes.
I think he will not. he will not really enjoy the idea, because as you pointed out, you do absolutely see the option of playing e2, e4 here.
Right.
But then you realize that after bishop g4 and all of these captures, like this is incredibly ugly and probably just straight up bad, although even this is apparently playable. But after h3, the point is, we would like to go knight d1, knight d2, f1, take on g3, land it on f5.
Clear.
If this happens, we are much, much better. Black actually can't stop it, but black can at least get the dark squares off the board and prepare to meet the arrival of the knight on f5 with their own knights on very nice dark squares. And we get a kind of a position like this where, honestly, this can go badly wrong for white. The bishop on g2 is really, really stupid. What you have going for you is an incredibly sturdy pawn structure. This is where you, having played a2, a4 earlier, really works in your favor. Because if black could add an open a file to the mix here, Javokhir probably slightly underslept there on your screen. If you could add an open a file, I think I always take black. The way things are, black will find it very difficult to break this open. Like, this is a very, very tough nut to crack for black. But you generally, I think you kind of try to steer away from positions where one of your pieces is so horrendous. This is really not a nice bishop on g2 at all.
It's septic.
Okay,
yeah.
but the line you just showed, knight d5 obviously trades off a bunch of pieces, but is it to white's benefit?
Well,
As
he's
g5
reaching-
is about to
we
be
will find
played.
out soon enough, yeah, because he will play g5. g5 is just logical and correct. So let me show you what I looked at after g5, knight d5. So we take.
There it is, g5 on the board.
Black can take on b2. You can also do it in the other order, but let's say we do it this way with black.
Right.
And now it seems very logical to preserve the bishop, but if
We
you play
drop that.
bishop g2, you start fighting for equality after d6, d5, because you cannot probably just allow the knight to land on c3. The engine says bishop takes d5, only move. Queen takes d5, it goes knight c4, and it still holds for white. But you start seeing the outlines of endgames you could so easily lose. There's this pawn on b3, and black has exactly the right minor piece left to create a lot of pressure against it. Like, an endgame like this, I mean, in this formation, it's probably completely fine. But if you imagine white somehow giving up the control over the d file.
Or the rooks being
Yeah,
taken off the book.
Yeah,
Reward.
this could be very, very
Okay,
dangerous.
you were endgame, but what about queen c6 and play for
Checkmate.
more than an endgame?
Checkmate.
Absolutely, also possible. The long diagonal will immediately get blocked off. White wants...
No rook d2?
I think f3 is maybe more
I'm
concrete.
waiting for bishop h3.
Yeah, rook d2, also decent. I mean, you're probably not playing rook d6 here, though, so it's a bit of an empty threat. If you do go rook d6 here, you apparently are now significantly worse after queen c8 because you cannot preserve the... The rook is needed on c2 because you need to support the knight on c4. All of these are very concrete considerations. It's not obvious. But me with my screen are very strong.
It's on.
Let's review for our audience why we are focusing so much on this game of the Challenger. It's all about making the finals. Peter.
And there it is. 3 players basically in. 99.4 we assume is
Pretty
solid.
good.
Yeah, 91.4 also
Pretty solid.
very much a favorite. But if he doesn't lose today, he is basically qualified. The scenarios still exist where he doesn't, but they start looking very, very unlikely.
Gotcha.
And for Javokhir, pretty much all of his 8.5% are winning today.
Gotcha. There you have
Javokhir
it.
could not tie Vincent at the very end. Right now, he's a point behind him in the score, half a point in the standings, but a point behind in the score itself. As Vincent is sitting at 3.5 points, Javokhir at 2.5 points. A win, they're tied on the scoreboard, although he's still behind because of this. That is a problem. And he has backed down completely.
We actually ignored this move, but it's a decent move. I should have also mentioned this exists. It's maybe even the best containing move he has. It's not a mess after e4, and it's stronger than 95, just straight up stronger than 95. Because black, the ideal square for the black knight is f6. He has 2 of them. Why are we trading one of them off to make it easy? This whole concept of an extra piece, so to speak, an extraneous...
The
Superfluous.
Yeah, not extraneous. The superfluous piece is a well-known concept which I think is very much in play here. Something like I guess we play something like bishop g6 or bishop h7 because bishop takes d3 maybe equalizes, but we're not really in the business of equalizing today as black, right?
Right.
This being specifically the game between Vincent and Javokhir. And you do want to make sure e2, e4 doesn't land with a tempo, right? So something like bishop h7 or bishop g6 and pass the move over to white.
Isn't that the concern, though, if you play bishop g6? But isn't white playing e2, e4 and shutting down everything?
Knight e5 is a bit awkward because if you take, the rook comes to d6 extremely quickly. You can play knight f1. But then there is a kind of a typical
Tactic?
not a tactic, but there is a lot of pressure against the e4 pawn. And the way the engine deals with it is actually either eventually, maybe even straight away, getting rid of that bishop on b2 and getting the knight over to d5, which is frankly pretty sturdy. Black is also
black bishop on d4.
Yeah, black is also completely safe, but you know, the bishop gets to d4, we can play something like rook a to e2 and then maybe try to play knight f5. And interestingly, and this is actually maybe relevant, yeah, a kind of a position like this, white is probably just completely safe because it's going to be very difficult for black to open anything.
Are you all not concerned that white is just blatantly playing for a draw and not playing any of the sharpest moves? That somewhere there may be a hiccup along the way?
Yes and no. I actually think that Vincent's played a good game. If a dull game, rook a2, a4, but this move, knight d3, avoids, just as what you said, Peter, knight d5.
I wouldn't describe this as playing for, like, he's not begging for anything, and he made some moves which were not obvious and pretty decent, but he is consistently choosing the moves which are less messy. But for me, he hasn't really crossed into that territory where I would describe it as blatantly playing for a draw, which does come with its pitfalls. And we were referring to any bishop g6 on the board as we speak. And we, during one of the earlier rounds, we were referring to the famous incident of Mikhail Gurevich not qualifying for the candidates matches when needing two draws. I mean, one draw out of the last two rounds, and one of his losses being an exchange French against Nigel Short. But I don't see this from Vincent yet. Maybe we will see it later in the game. But he's playing an objective game, I want to say.
Objective.
Objective.
You know, you have such nice words. Objective.
I've so far.
Because he's not playing the objectively best move.
So far, the one decision where your narrative maybe holds up is a4 over a3.
Yes.
Right.
Apart from that, I find very few things to really
be critical.
Be harshly critical.
I'm not being a critic. I'm just saying it's clear that if he needed a win, or if it's clear under other circumstances, he would not play like this.
Neither would his
You're not going to tell me that these are his number one
gambit.
moves. If he did not, if he was not trying, you may say he's not trying to make a draw. But if the draw wasn't being dangled in front of him, these would not be his first move.
But still, really only one decision. Everything else, I suspect, him being who he is generally a very classical player who likes being in control. So outside of that, like a4 over a3, I'm in full agreement with you.
And that's all the argument you actually need. It's a big move. It's a big decision, a pawn you can't take back.
But outside of that, I think he's playing as objectively as he can, while also not entering the properly messy lines that occasionally
I will say,
pop up.
and again, Vincent's a fantastic player. This is all coming down to psychology, right? This is all coming down to psychology of the moment. And as a he's a superstar as it stands right now. He's trying to show that he belongs with the Fabis and the Nakas and the Magnuses. But this circumstance right now, there is a bit of a danger lurking in the situation. This is the kind of situation that Javokhir plays with ease. The position is still dynamic. Let's be clear. It's still a little bit, it's still full of content. It is true that Black's main break now is d5. It's not so easy to execute. But if you look at the situation now from practical terms, rich position, still a lot going on, and the clock times speak heavily. And we want to watch that clock because only 18 moves have passed. He's going to have to make 22 decisions, real serious decisions coming up as time control will loom. And every move, it's not the position where you say, oh, he can make 5 in a row.
Yeah.
It's not that kind of position right now. Just 5 easy moves, oh, this is going to flow. So we might see his clock around 15 minutes with 10, 12 moves to go. You could make such a prediction pretty safely. And Javokhir is saying, I'm not trading anything else off. I'm just keeping the position alive. We will defer the decision till later as we use the clock as part of this battle.
Absolutely. No, this is a very, very salient point. 30 minutes, well, 31, but I mean, you see my point. For 22 in this particular position, which is incredibly unusual, you don't really see that structure. He continues making good moves, though. Bishop A1 is decent here because you might want the rook to be able to swing over to G2 in some positions quicker, one tempo quicker.
I thought this was a great move, actually, just specifically what you said. The rook on A2 defends the bishop, but more saliently, I would love to put the rook on D2, just as we saw Levon, Aronian in his game with Maxime. Rook D2, rook takes D6 is on White's agenda, and it kind of asks the question to Black, what do you want to do? Do you want to play knight e5? Do you want to play knight e4?
Probably not here, because I think if you play knight e5 here, I suspect I am taking and going knight f1, and I'm not that although the engine disagrees with me, I think it's probably something else. We're blundering the c5 pawn. Yeah,
Take it.
That's relevant. That's a good pawn to win for sure. So knight e5.
No rook d6, knight b7. That's an important point too.
Yeah, because queen c1, Black would have compensation, but knight b7.
Right.
Knight b7 here is obviously winning the game on the spot.
Right.
The engine kind of shuffles. The top line on my screen here is the move rook a6, a7, which is a bit of a mysterious, mysterious little move. I don't know what it even indicates really. It's just a move.
Right.
Against which, interestingly, if you're looking for proactive ideas for White, the engine suggests playing f2, f4, which I assume contains the idea of playing e2, e4, but we've taken away knight e5 from Black. We are preparing to go e4, but we don't like e4, knight e5. So we play f4, and this might provoke Black to take on d3, which I think we are generally quite happy about. Black is probably okay here, but I think this position is a lot easier for White to control. And once again, returning to, I mean, there's clearly an underlying theme to what Vincent is doing today, and I think Vincent will not be unhappy about this whatsoever. I'm also not sure if rook a7 is something you can play. I think you probably end up doing something else. I don't know what else, though.
Thank you, Peter. And Cristian, over to you as you take a glance at Levon and Maxime.
Absolutely, because there's somewhat of a big transition going into this game between Levon and MVL, and we were saying that MVL is in deep trouble, not only in the position, but also on the clock. Levon really sped up through the opening phase and got a very nice advantage in this one, and we got to this position, rook to e7, somewhat of a critical situation, because White has a lot of candidate moves in this one, and a couple of them come with real consequences in the position, especially what I think was something that perhaps Levon was looking at from the get-go, and that is the move e5 to e6, because whenever you have that active bishop in the center of the board, you're playing for dynamic play right now. You're playing to get to the black king on g8, and you have a clear path towards doing that, and that is by opening the position with e6. So let's look at the variations after e6, which was not played, by the way. e6, take on e6, take on e6, and now let's say king to h8, which, by the way, is somewhat of a scary move to make, because take a look at this. You take on c4, you take back on c4 with a b-pawn, boom, suddenly you get checkmated because, well, the king on h8 doesn't have any cover anymore. So all he had to do was calculate all of these things and get to this position. Bishop gets captured by the rook on e7, take on e6, take on c4, take on a6. You are a pawn up, but is this enough, is the question. And I do believe that the answer is perhaps no. I understand you have a weak king on h8, no cover for that king, but it does seem like the activity of the black pieces, combined with the fact that we have very limited material, do give Black quite serious chances of maintaining equality, or at least drawing this game. So e6, definitely a move that had to be considered. h4 was actually a move that had to be considered. Guess what? h5, h6 is really coming, and you cannot underestimate a pawn that lands all the way on h6, that would cripple black's position tremendously, because after that you need a rook on the 8th rank at all times to cover the king. Your king is in deep, deep trouble if the pawn lands on h6. So h4 is something that had to be considered. Instead of that, we got a move, and that is f4. And this was the other candidate move, very obvious choice, because what you're going to get is most likely a position with an extra pawn. You're going to take on c4, you're going to get that extra pawn, but the question that both of the players seem to be answering right now, after this move f4, is the weakness that you just created of the king on g1 enough to give black enough compensation to maintain equality in this one? Queen to c5, take on c4, queen takes c4, this is what we have. And it does seem that MVL is speeding up right now, and he does believe that he has enough. For the simple fact that, again, we have this beautiful pin that you will need to deal with. You will have to go with the king either to probably to g2 and then try to find cover on h3. In the meantime, I'm going to start looking at ideas of bringing the rook down the c file, rook c8, the other rook to c7. So there's a lot of ways in which black, with the limited material and the limited major pieces that he has on the board, can create counterplay against the weakness of the white king. All of that for the pawn, the extra pawn that white has. I think that was a good trade and good negocios for black, for MVL.
Thank you, Cristian. For me, I don't know about you, Peter, but e6, blast open the king side, open up for the bishop, put the rook on e4, play h4. It's so much easier than this. This is a tough ending to win, if it's winnable.
I don't think he's winning this.
But e4, e6, the position, this position versus e6, I like
I would
the other
have
one.
played a6.
Yeah.
Then again, I don't trust myself as a technical player. That is just something I know about myself, and it has always informed my choices in these spots. Like, I will always play for a glimmer of hope of direct attack against the black king instead of trying to win a major piece endgame with an extra pawn. Which I mean, even for people better than me at this is maybe not a winnable position against good defense. But as for myself, yeah, I've not won so many of these that I don't rate my chances very highly.
Maurice, jumping over to you, what's caught your eye?
I'm still back on that game we know is the game of the round, the game of Javokhir's tournament. If he doesn't win this, it's done. And we will only be focusing on who wins the Sinquefield Cup and not who qualifies. But right now, qualification is in question for this young man on the right, or the young man on the left has been controlling the game. Vincent Keymer just playing very solid, pure, controlled chess, making sure his opponent has nothing easy or dynamic to play with. But now he's at a little bit of a crossroads once again as to which move he makes next. Because he has, again, quiet moves to play. A move like knight to f1, for example, is very quiet.
Which is what he chose.
Which he chose.
Okay, remember, Peter, you pointed out this move f4, which was the #1 move of the engine. And when I saw it, I said, wait a minute. That's not how he's been playing.
Right.
Right?
Very
So,
fair, yeah.
again, objectivity is not the question. The question is control. Let's not make any loosening moves and give black any chances. And so he decided on knight f1, which is the engine's #2 choice, which takes the game in a completely different direction. And now Javokhir has to stare this position down a little bit. Now, there is the possibility, and I'd been thinking about this a long time ago when it was completely impossible, of getting this knight to c3. It was a dream. I dream a lot.
If you could do it, it's great.
And I said, if you could do it, wouldn't it be wonderful?
Right.
In this exact position, he could play the move knight to e4. It looks like you want to keep your bishop, but right now, the knight is going to c3, unless you make the most objective decision, which is kill this guy right here, right now. And now rook takes on e4, and you can play rook to d2 and say, we're going to play this positional style. You've got a weak d6 pawn, I'm going to go after it. Now the move queen f6, knight e3 going after the d5 square can be met by rook takes on e3, and queen back to e7, hitting this pawn. Even queen e6 was playable. And this is actually a very enterprising exchange sacrifice. So there's some dynamics. Is it something that Javokhir is going to go for? He's going to have to find something sooner or later because his opponent is playing in this control style. And notice how quickly, by the way, Javokhir is playing. He wants the clock to always be his friend. So we'll see whether or not he comes up with an intuitive move right here, right now, that keeps the game flowing, not in a trend that his opponent wants. That's what's making it so exciting. One side desperate for a win, the other side saying, I'm giving you nothing to chew on.
And I just want to highlight the fact that you mentioned, Maurice, that at the candidates he was pressuring his opponents on the clock.
Yes.
The time format was very different. Why am I saying that? Is because you did not get any increment. When you go down to your last 30 minutes with no increment, you start thinking about the clock already.
Right.
And you start making rush decisions sometimes. That's why it was so successful, that strategy. When you get the extra 30 seconds increment, psychologically it's easier. It's easier to stir the game into safer waters and navigate those as well. So this is why we've seen such a successful strategy on the clock.
Did you see that double hesitation, though, from Javokhir? That's interesting. He knows it's a big moment for him.
Eventually played bishop e4.
Bishop to e4.
Bishop
He's
e4
still
is
trying
a
to
bit
get
of
his
a-
knight to c3, Maurice.
This is just not a good move at all. Machine says f2, f3, big advantage for white.
Finally, Vincent with f3 and rook d2 will be getting his ideal position.
F3, you can't go back because then that allows e4 and you are in a lot of trouble. So I guess, I mean, maybe he is intending, because the engine suggests maybe you can gamble with takes, takes on d5, c takes d5, knight b6. And the point is, if you play to e4 here, black can actually take on d5 using the
It's
penal
almost
on
for sure what he's going for.
I think he's trying to land something like this. But e4, of course, is not forced at all, and white is better after rook d2.
Look at the look that Vincent just gave the position. He was like, wait a minute, does this actually work? This doesn't seem like a step in the right direction for black. And this game is so crucial for the standings. I would go as far as saying, if Sindarov wins this one, he's the favorite to actually make the final four. He still needs to bridge a half a point gap between the two players, but I was taking a peek at the road ahead. Sindarov is playing Jorden van Foreest with the white pieces tomorrow. Vincent is playing black against Fabi.
Vincent found that move, very quickly played by Javokhir.
Yeah.
Vincent realizes that last move
Gave opportunity.
Yeah.
amazing.
And now the big
Javokhir blinked. And I got to say, isn't it interesting that Javokhir hesitated twice for the first time on the move, and it turned out to be a bad one? Like somewhere in his brain,
There was some.
It's all gone, but I will point out that you could play slower. You could actually, instead of 94, I think 94 actually makes white's life a bit easier because some pieces come off and play becomes more streamlined. There was an option of playing something like knight b6, rook d2, queen c8, and then we bring the rook over to e7, we play queen c7, and we continue just not letting Vincent, settle. You don't define what you're doing.
yes.
And you keep on asking questions on every single move. In fact, even the engine likes this. But even if it didn't,
This is how you
strategy.
win.
I think you very much value keeping Vincent in the dark, so to speak, about what the structure will be, what the threats are, what your plan is, and making him think on every move without giving him a concrete decision to calculate. Because he is very, very good at cleanly calculating his way out of things.
Don't commit to
I
something
do agree
straightforward.
that this
Just
was a better
keep it
choice.
complex.
But now that we're here and we do have
Yeah,
F2,
he'll
F3,
take on d3. There's no way you can
That
allow
was my
e4.
question.
Yeah, there's no way you can
He's
allow
done it.
e4. And maybe he is thinking he can play knight e5. Because, I mean,
And that was
d5, knight b6, yeah. But here, unfortunately, even queen d1. I thought maybe queen d1, d5 is an improvement over the line I was showing earlier. But after c takes d5, like, you now have to start sacrificing material. Knight takes d5, f4, you've lost some material. You still have rook d7, which means you're not resigning just yet. But this is probably pretty good for white, right? Although, no, this is also a mess.
This is a mess. This is
Maybe we
definitely
go
a
for
mess.
this.
This is definitely a mess.
Maybe we try to go for this gamble. But queen d1 is not the only move. There's also queen f5, which is maybe also an issue because we've stopped d6, d5. We want rook d2, we want f3, f4.
Well, if you get those moves in, but it's all about...
Objectively, this is not great. Like rook e7, machine for some reason goes rook d1 and not rook d2. But rook d2, I mean, I would play rook d2. and now we go g5. f4 is pretty good. e3 is, I mean, f4 specifically. But this becomes very concrete, obviously.
Look, this is not gone for black
No.
anything of that nature. Bishop takes d3. Things are perhaps objectively getting worse for Sindarov, but there's still a lot of game to be played in this one, and many decisions for Vincent that he has to perfectly take in order to preserve his advantage. And the clock is ticking. 27 minutes right now, still about 19 moves to go for both of these
only
players.
because Vincent is thinking.
Regrettably for us, if you want to bail...
That was I wanted to ask. Only because Vincent is thinking about his decision. Could he recapture with the pawn?
Yeah.
And play rook,
I'm not
rook
sure
on
if
a2.
this is a clean bailout.
Wait a minute. I go rook
convinced this is a
a2
clean
to
bailout.
e2.
We get the trade
I'm trading
pieces.
everything.
Yeah, black gets the knight over to e6. Black is instantly completely fine, but...
I can get a knight to
Yeah,
f5 on a good day.
and also, yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, knight e3, I guess.
Rook e2.
g5, maybe.
Oh, D. Wow. Let's pause our analysis and continue with some of our bonus coverage of the Cairns Cup as Almira and Nasi are standing by. Over to you, Nasi.
Thank you, Yasser. And we do have our first result of the day. Almira, tell us about it.
Yes, our first result is a draw between Alexandra Kostyniuk and Hampi Konero. They played a highly theoretical game, but where things were very calm at the end and everything was traded.
And these players, both Alexandra and Happy, still looking for their first win with only 2 rounds to go. But let's jump into the action. We have Alice Lee against Anna Muzichuk. We have this interesting endgame, rook and bishop with a lot of pawns. And I think, Almira, you and I disagree with the evaluation of the engine, right?
Yes, by
we
the
have
way,
our own ideas.
Nazi, look at the players. They're wearing the same shirts. So if you're superstitious, we have to find the interpretation.
So the engine, as you can see, Valborg keeps saying that white is slightly better, but you and I, Almira, we both prefer black a little bit because of the passer on the B file.
Yes, and I was thinking, so what white can do in this position, for example, if black plays bishop c4, I think that white needs to bring her king closer.
Absolutely.
Yes, to the action.
King d2. King is the one who stopping the pawn on b file. I'm understanding that Ival Bar likes the white pieces because the rook is on the 7th rank, and this bishop is also active, and it makes black's rook passive, but not for long. Anna could definitely activate the rook via d6 to step behind the pawn or maybe even attack white's pawns.
But let's say if you play rook d6, can I stop you and play bishop c6 here? What do you think?
Yes, you can.
Then b4, probably.
Yeah.
Because I think white's main idea resides in the fact that if, let's say, your bishop is on b7 and your rook on c7 is attacking the bishop on c4, then you can play e4.
That's
just
true.
to show this. Yes, so let's say you play b4.
Let's make a different move like king c3, and I'll make a bad move for black g5. Here, maybe e4. No, it's after
yes,
b4,
after
right?
b4. Instead of rook d6, let's say if you play b4, which is a natural move, I don't want you to play king c3. Yes, and now e4.
Yeah, Anna needs to not blunder this because it's not like it's lost right away, but after e4, white can get a pass pawn on e5, get more space, or even take on d5 and then play with the d pawn. But for now, everything looks very balanced in this game. Should we move on to a different game?
Yes, maybe let's have a look at the game between our tournament leader Tanjungi and Divya Deshmukh. May I say that, first of all, it reminds me of their game which Divya won during the World Cup. Divya actually won the pawn on a7, but that was a different tale. Yes, the knight took the pawn on a7.
She won the pawn on a7 again in this game, but this time with the bishop.
And she was much better. However, she has her magic. She makes her 10 things. And I think she decided to do this again.
Yeah, she sacrificed the pawn on a7. She has compensation. There's 2 bishops and weak squares on the king side, rook a4. And then I thought, white has an extra pawn, and she's going to start pushing it soon. 10 goes ahead and sacrifices another pawn, c5. Her idea, of course, is to go rook e4 and win this pawn back. So, for example, the rook takes e4 would be a bad move. Now, after d takes and knight moves somewhere, black takes on e5, and I think Black King has a lot to worry about now. All black pieces are ready for the attack, including the pawns, right?
Yes, and Tan has those powerful bishops. By the way, in that game that I was talking about, she also had a pair of bishops. So it seems that, she is looking forward to those positions even with 2 pawns down.
Divya did play bishop d4, but I'm going to take Yasser's side here and say that 2 pawns, it's too much. I think black sacrificed a bit too much and doesn't have enough compensation now.
Well, Tanjungi, of course, is looking for more here than maybe just playing c5.
Let's go for the third sacrifice. Why not?
Yes, take, and then maybe I can take on e5. And first of all, if you take on e5, then we'll have the opposite color bishops, which, of course, gives black a lot of hope to defend this position.
I'm going to try to keep the knight versus bishop.
Okay.
So you take,
Bishop
I take
d4
with the knight.
is a very good move.
And without the dark squared bishop, I'm not really that scared about my king. And how are you going to stop my 2 connected passers now on the queen side?
Yes, bishop d4 is a very strong move in this position. So do I have an alternative than to take on d4? You're like maybe...
Well, you don't want to give me this diagonal, right? If you step away the other side, I think I'm going to start attacking you all of a sudden.
Yeah, I was thinking about f6, but then you take on e5. And then,
f6 here?
Yeah. Let's say bishop e5.
I can also wait and start pushing the pawn.
By the way, Nazir, now because I was thinking that bishop e5, maybe I have something else. Okay, no.
But c5 is played by 10, and we are going to see this position if Divya takes, and after retake, come back to d4. I think 10 for the first time in this tournament is in trouble.
Well, she was in trouble against Alice Lee, but here I think she has some sort of the sixth sense. She knows if Divya will manage to stabilize the position and to control the dark squares, then she will be much better. So she isn't even hesitating. Okay, she sacrificed the first pawn on c5, then the second pawn on c5.
Divya keeps taking them.
Divya keeps taking them, and I think she rightfully assessed that this was one of the critical moments in this game, and that she needs to change the character of this game. She can't allow Divya to play b4. Yes, that's why.
Yeah, a4, b4, and white pawns are promoting themselves. I am still liking Divya's position here, and we'll see if the tournament leader can keep her lead after this round. But let's jump to Bibisara's game against Stavrula, because I see, as we were analyzing the other game, Stavrula just made a really bad move. Wow, let's back up for a second. Is she sacrificing a full piece?
Yes, but what happened?
So she could have just moved the knight. She took on c4. What's her idea? If I take the knight, I'm going to guess she's taking on b3. Okay, that's interesting.
Well, she's maybe threatening b2 here, and then knight d5. Or
okay, all very interesting. But how about this in between move, bishop a6? Because if you go b2, I still have rook c2. You're not promoting yet.
In knight d5, you can simply take knight d5. Yes,
with a tempo.
Yeah, exactly. So white is winning immediately here. Okay, so knight d5 is not working. Can I take knight bishop rook c3 here, and
I think
then
that's
play
the only
knight
move.
d5?
But okay, you're down a full rook at the moment. Your last rank is a weakness. How can black possibly survive this?
But can I start with knight d5? That was my idea. I didn't want to take
Here?
on b4. Yes, I wanted to start with.
I will just come back. I'm up a piece.
Oh, and I cannot
On queen
even take on
b4, are you ready for this?
Yeah.
I'm just going to trade everything, and I'm up a full rook. It's very possible that Stavrula missed the bishop a6 in this line, because if I don't play that, and let's say I make a normal move, I drop back, queen d2, just to stop you from playing b2, you're going to take on b4. You already have 3 pawns for the piece, and a lot of tactics are coming. So
And
I
a
think
very
this is her
powerful
hope.
passer. Yes, I think. But actually, at the end of the line, if you don't have rook c8, like in this, because b1 is also a threat. You see, it's like
Yes,
maybe
yes.
this is also the move that Stavrula missed.
But what a big miss. If Bibisara finds all the correct moves, she can go on +2 with only
Yes.
2 rounds remaining. And we'll see if she finds it. She does have a lot of time, 35 minutes on the clock at the moment. It's going to be a long think. This is definitely a critical moment.
The thing is, why Stavrula thought that she's forced to go for such a risky line. Like,
I think
here
she
in this
was
position.
excited to go for this, thinking that she has something to play for, more than just equality, and just missed the bishop a6 in between move.
Yeah, maybe knight, she didn't want to retreat her knight to c6. Let's just check, yes, one thing, knight c6 here. So white can take maybe on d5. And like, if you take on d5, then, you know, knight d5. And
Okay, I
maybe
can
bishop
take with
f3,
this,
yes, that's, if you
because I'm
take rook
losing.
d5.
I have to
yes,
take with the rook, bishop f3, and rook d6. Slightly unpleasant for black, but everything's defended.
Yeah, she
I'm not
wanted
losing
to
any
avoid
material.
maybe this variation.
That's possible as well. Well, we're going to let Sarah figure this out. Let's go to Carissa's game. Vachier and Carissa are playing this interesting position with only one minor piece left on the board. There's some weaknesses on both sides, but we're like in black. How about f6 right now? I want to tickle this pawn.
Yes, Nazi, first of all, I think this game was developing very slowly. Yes, players were blitzing out their moves, and then they only made a few moves in an hour. So I like this move, f6, but you have to ask yourself if white has to play e6 here.
I think it's the only move
If you're
otherwise.
feeling compelled, yes, to make this move.
The
So.
pawn is lost. I would love to play knight e5, but you have f4, and I don't want to allow that. So I'm going to start with knight f8, attacking the pawn. I might not take it right away because I don't want to walk into it, the pin, but I can play queen d6. I can double the rooks. Eventually, I'm going to win this pawn.
Oh, so
But what is white doing in the meantime? This knight would love to end up on c5, but I don't see how that's going to happen. Pieces are kind of misplaced. Like if the queen was here and he could play knight d4, that would be one story, but
yes, and you cannot take on f6 once again. So,
Yeah.
like, what are my options here, Nazi? Like, f6 can change the character of the game dramatically.
yeah,
so.
absolutely. And I'm sure that's what Carissa is calculating if she should play f6 right now. That's not the only move. She has other options, but I think this is the most principled move, trying to just win this e-pawn. Yeah, if this happens, Vachier still has some problems to solve.
Maybe she needs to give up on this pawn on e6 and find another target. Maybe
She needs to remaneuver pieces. We talked about these dark squares. Put the queen here and try to get the knight here. Maybe win the a-pawn, since that's the theme of the day today. The a-pawn's falling.
However, I still feel that Carissa might end up having a comfortable advantage after knight e6 and c5. What do you think?
Absolutely. The central pawns are dangerous. White's pawn is not moving quickly. And I'm not too happy that half of my pieces are in the corner.
Yes, even if Vachier makes another useful moves and
Like
bring
rook d1.
her rook to d1, I think that Carissa is fine here.
Yeah, she can slow play it, defend the pawns, and then slowly keep improving her position. Knight can come to d4. No, this is practically much easier to play for black. And Carissa definitely needs a win. She's at 50%. For her to make her final GM norm, she needs to win 3 out of 3.
And she can do it.
Of course, if anyone can, it's Carissa.
Yes, last year Carissa won 4 games in a row, and she's our defending champion.
Absolutely, and she got what she wanted out of this opening. She equalized and can play for more, so we'll see if she can increase her advantage in this game. And you know what? I'm going to predict if she wins this one, I would be scared to play her in the last 2 rounds.
Well, she always finishes well, Nazi.
Exactly. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Now back to you at the Sinquefield Cup.
Five world-class events spanning 4 countries and 2 continents have all come down to this singular climactic event, the 2026 Grand Chess Tour Finals in St. Louis. Only 4 gladiators can emerge from this elite battle for chess immortality and the right to be crowned the 2026 GCT champion. Tune in to stlouischessclub.org August 22nd through the 27th, or visit America's chess capital in person to see chess history in the making.
I feel like intuition is quite difficult because I feel like some players either have it or they don't. For instance, Magnus has had like the best intuition for so long now, and it's not something you can just go to the board and figure out. I think it's like years of experience, years of playing. He's good intuitively, you make quick moves instead of like dwelling on like a choice between two equivalent moves, and yeah, I just think it's intuition.
The hardest skill to teach, I think, is feeling of harmony, because quite often you look at the position and you don't know how or you don't know why, but candidate moves that you have that appear in your mind make total sense. They're filled with purpose, but it's something you cannot really teach or explain. I had numerous times when I would be analyzing with a young player and I would be telling them, okay, what are the moves that you're considering here? And all the moves that would come to their mind wouldn't be the moves that I would feel that are natural. And then I would say, look, you have certain issues with your general feel of harmony. So this is something, I don't know how to teach that, but this is something that comes naturally, I guess, like in music.
For me, it's like mostly like the psychological aspects of the game that are hard to teach. Like, I feel like I can learn a lot myself still in that aspect, like not to get upset after you made a big mistake, for example, to compose yourself. For me, always playing too fast has been a difficult thing to deal with, like to basically take your time every turn. Like those kind of things are like almost innate to like your personality, I feel, and they're very hard to teach someone, whereas like positional play or tactical exercise you can grind and you can improve, but yeah, maybe that.
Probably it's hard to learn to play very good endgame, in my opinion, because I mean, you can work a lot in games, but you will never feel it like, I mean, practical in games, so probably it's like it gives from natural to some players like Magnus, so I don't know. Maybe this is a really good skill, too hard to learn.
There is a saying, I think it's a Russian saying, that you can even teach a rabbit to smoke. It's a random saying. But basically, I think you can teach a lot of things in chess. Maybe the harmony between the pieces, because you could sort of probably teach, that the pieces are better in the center, like some general things like that, but maybe the harmony between the pieces, I think you can always distill it down to elements, and if you can distill it down and explain it, you can probably teach it then backwards, but it is really hard. So maybe it's some sort of a positional harmony between the pieces is something that is hard to teach, but I do think that like with that saying, I think you can teach anything if you teach it right. Yeah.
I think in general, okay, there are two things. One is definitely pieces placement. I feel like this one is most misunderstood also even by top players, and also because the engines will not be able to teach us at the moment compared to calculation, where the engine shows us many ways, especially in terms of defending. And the other one is time management. So I feel like there are some players who, even though they're great in most aspects of the game, they will either play too fast or too slowly, and it's really hard to find your own rhythm that will be good enough for you, that will not be too slow to keep some time at the end, not too fast to avoid some unnecessary blunders, but it's according to everyone's taste, because some players can play faster and make less blunders, so it's hard to adapt and to find your own way.
I'm not quite sure. I think one which I've noticed people struggle with is kind of being okay with losing, or like the fear of losing. I think people sometimes have that, and being able to just put yourself into the game. I've seen a lot of people who hate losing, so they don't really want to play, even if they're very talented, very good chess players. And that's something that maybe you can't really teach. If you just don't enjoy the process, and part of that process is potentially losing, then you shouldn't be doing it, if you don't enjoy it. Maybe the other thing would be like, I guess, the motivation to work. Like, you can force someone to sit there and do it, but if their heart isn't into it, the work is going to suffer. So I guess it's those two things that immediately pop to mind.
I guess just experience. I think it pays too, like compared to some of the younger players in this tournament. Like myself, Fabi, we're very experienced, so we've been through this countless of times. Analyzing and learning from your games is one of the most important skills that you could learn as a professional.
That's a difficult question. I'm not sure I'd be so great at teaching any of them, but I guess a certain feeling for positions or where pieces belong, because that's a calculation and such things. There's a more clear path how to train those, but there are certain things that you just have to develop or have, and that's of course difficult to go by in like a training.
Having a good time management. This is something that I think all the players kind of suffer with, either they play like fast in positions where they shouldn't, or like too slow that get into time trouble. I mean, I've had so many painful games with this, and I mean, every player goes through it. If you can somehow crack that right time management in every game, I'm sure I mean, all of us will get many more points.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the 2026 Sinquefield Cup. We only have a single result, but we are buzzed by the current positions. Let's take a look at the standings, Peter.
Let's begin with that. There was one game today which lasted all of 19 minutes, and that was the game between the tournament leader, Wesley, continuing his habit of not really playing with the white pieces today against Anish, Giri. But the remaining 4 games are all very, very exciting, and we are grumpy. We are extremely grumpy here in the studio about things going on more than one board, but particularly on the board in the game which is our main focus today, which is the game between Vincent, Keymer and Javokhir, Sindarov. I'm somewhat regretful of the fact that you will not get the B-roll of our discussion on the break. Things were said, which will not be said ever again, I'm assuming. But I do have to eat some humble pie about this, in particular in relation to our conversation before going on break with my good friend Maurice Ashley, who was correct and I was wrong.
Tell us why you were correct. And about what, Maurice?
You know, I don't like to brag.
I know that.
Yeah, that's a straight lie.
I know that.
But in this situation, I was not feeling Vincent's approach to shutting down the game because he needed a draw. I've seen it happen too many times, and my own learning that I learned a long time ago was you don't play for a draw when you need a draw. You keep playing the position. Just play chess. And he had a very strong position, but the way he was playing, the flow of it, of course, Peter, much better player than I am, wiped me up the floor like a drum, but this young man hasn't been doing commentary as long. And I have a little, he just hasn't. I've been watching superstars like him play chess. No, I'm serious.
Right.
I'm serious about this. My forte is not playing chess. My forte is watching.
Commentary.
And I've been watching the best of the best, including people like Peter, play chess for decades. And your instincts start to talk to you a little bit. You go, how is he playing this game? Why is he playing this way? This guy's a superstar. Vincent is an absolute superstar. When you watch Gary and Anand and Magnus and all these players play over the years, you know when you're trying to make that draw, when you're trying to win the game, the kind of attitude. I've seen so many of these situations. And Vincent was playing from a position of strength. Go, Vincent. Go show the guy you're not getting a win. You're going to beg me for a draw. That's how you play. You play the moves that make the guy go, oh, yeah, you're right, my bad. Okay, here, we'll make the draw now. You can have it. I understand that you have the white pieces. I understand maybe you can try to force things. But when you start playing just a little bit too cagey, a little bit too conservatively, you start watching, and by the way, we just saw
Maurice,
a pawn sacrifice.
Going to make a draw with.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting to slap him down.
Hold on.
Give me a chance.
But hold on. That last move.
Let him go deeper.
That last move that was just played, though, was it necessary?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it's not that bad. I still really, really dislike it. And I feel that you were right and I was wrong. Even if it ends up not costing him the game, and I mean, he's still a strong player. His position is still solid. And the decision to get a lot of pieces off the board cannot really be faulted if you really, really want to beg. But I don't like him begging. He was much better.
There was some begging. There's no doubt about it. There was some begging in this game.
Some begging is in progress.
But what are we about to see, Peter? We're about to see knight takes e4, bishop takes e4, bishop to d4,
I will say
bishop
that
to d3,
you have to
and
play
a draw.
precisely. So, like, for instance, where do you put your bishop here?
Bishop d3.
Always
You like
started
d3, yeah?
Absolutely. I'm going to play rook f1, rook f5, and I have the easiest draw in the world.
Yeah, this looks pretty straight.
Stop it. This is not even. I'll bring the other rook, rook a1.
I mean, the only way to
f1.
do something is to sacrifice on d3, which is never
But it's difficult to
anything.
prepare,
Good luck.
yeah. It's difficult to prepare.
Just
Yeah,
an
but
easy draw.
But I still feel that
And here we
this
go.
was completely unnecessary, and it feels.
But he forcing a draw from a position of strength. I'll go with that.
If we go back to this, Queen f5, big advantage.
Agreed.
Queen d2, some advantage. Interestingly, Queen d1 has disappeared, and considering white is slightly worse after bishop takes e5, and bishop takes e5 here is
What
the
was
third
played.
choice of the engine. Queen d1, I guess, is like legit very, very bad for some reason. It's a glitch. Queen d1 also completely playable.
Okay.
I really don't like this decision. I feel like there was no call for it, and
Maurice, jump in. I mean, I think Vincent is doing making a professional draw, but you don't agree.
Again, let me ask you this question.
Please.
If Magnus had the white pieces, would he make the professional
No,
draw?
not the way.
If
Vincent.
Gary had the white pieces, would he make the professional draw?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know. I don't know. I saw Gary at the end of his career. For example, the Linares tournament. He was begging for a draw with white against Topalov, and he
And what
lost
happened?
the last game. He lost.
You lost.
He lost.
Okay, you're put Gary Kasparov at the end of his career.
You mentioned
that's not a fair.
Gary.
That's not a fair place. Gary at 21 years
Oh
old.
no, he's a monster.
What is he doing in this
Oh,
place?
he's rip roaring. He's going.
He's
queen
going right
F5.
through you. He's saying,
Queen
"Let's go.
F5. Let's
Show
go."
me."
Yeah, right.
Okay, maybe in the far off future, Vincent will treat these situations differently.
Right.
But man, you take a position where you're owning the board and you decide the only thing I should be doing is making draws. I don't trust that kind of attitude, even as he's getting the result he's going to get.
But look at the resulting position as well,
It's not a,
Maurice.
again, if the result is all we look at, if that's all what we always do, we just always are pragmatic and look at results, then there's no argument. But I don't trust results when you're trying to be a great player. Remember that situation again, Magnus, the draw against Levon, wins the tournament in 2013. Wins the tournament.
2013, yeah.
He says no. And he wasn't even better. This situation, the guy is much better. He's playing to win the tournament as well, not just draw this out. It's a golden opportunity for him to actually win the tournament, die for first place with a win, be tied with Wesley. So the result will work out. Nobody say he makes it to the finals. I'm going to say there are some players who, if they had the white pieces, I'm curious, let me ask you this question. What if Javokhir had the white pieces? Do you think he makes a draw? Personality-wise.
The second half of Cyprus, he took a lot of very practical decisions,
Oh, the tournament was completely over.
including the one where he simplified into. I mean, he claimed in our studio he thought that rook ending was very easily winning for him in the game against Bluebaum with the black pieces.
Yes.
But he got the queens off when he had basically a winning mating attack.
Right.
So when he got very close to
Draw.
actually winning the candidates, he began taking decisions which he wouldn't have taken in the first half. So there, the answer isn't actually that straightforward. You would think it's a straight up no. I'm not so sure. I think it depends on the tournament situation.
I'm going to say from a professional standpoint, what he's doing is absolutely correct. So I'll give him that. But from the position that he had,
and
play
also,
like this,
by the way, I just thought of something. Remember Game 12 of the match in
2018 London.
Yeah. I'm now blanking on where the match was, but against Fabi.
Against Fabi, Magnus.
Yeah.
Magnus much better with the black pieces. Shuts it
remember
down.
how much frankly crap everybody gave him.
Oh yeah.
Magnus
and he
for
made
forcing an overtime.
Yeah, and he just made a kind of an expected value calculation, which turned out to be correct, and
that he would beat Fabi in the tie breaks.
Yeah,
that's right.
Which he did.
Yeah, but he didn't risk a much superior position playing for it. But talking about the current position, the players has followed our analysis.
Yeah, he's gone rook f1. I thought we don't even need to play bishop d3 straight away. We play rook f1. We go bishop d3 next.
And we put the rook on f5 and we say...
The only reason we might even be slightly worse is that rook on a2 is very awkward. If it rejoins the game while, let's say, a1, f1, white is completely safe. But I'm not sure how you stop it. Like, you have a very limited amount of time to do anything at all. He goes, he's gone rook e7. The bishop should come to d3. It's interesting.
I think you don't avoid the temptation of bishop d5.
It's interesting how much the engine dislikes bishop d5.
Which
it starts saying after king g. I mean, it's still not a lot, but you have to start playing precisely. For instance, if you go rook b2 here, or I don't know, rook c2, and black plays h6, h5, minus 1.2.
Wow, that's
drops from like 0.5 to 1.2, or even 1.5.
That's how you get into trouble.
And I do think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Maurice, but I do think the point that you were trying to make, comparing Magnus and the way he handled it against the new generation players, we're talking about an up-and-coming Magnus. We're talking about a 20-year-old Magnus. Sure, increasingly, as he progressed through his career, and he has absolutely nothing left to prove at this point, he's going to make these professional decisions. But back in his 20s, when he was, the best chess player on the planet, but perhaps not yet the world champion, he was trying to dominate psychologically his opponents. And perhaps this is a reluctance that we're seeing from the players right now in the current circuit, taking these professional decisions. That's just a sign of the times right now. Let's take a look at Jorden van Foreest versus Sam Sevian. This is a game that we've lost track of because we didn't think a lot of things could happen in this one, but Sam Sevian with black pieces might be getting some chances in this one. Take a look at just transpired. b4 makes a lot of sense, this move. You're trying to go b5, you're trying to displace the knight on c6. It's all about the d4 pawn and trying to make that softer, that square softer. And of course, black responded with the move b5. And now, I wouldn't call it an inexplicable decision, but a very rash decision by Jorden. He played the move a4, sacrificing, for the moment, a pawn. Of course, if you take, and this is his main idea in the position, you go b5, and then you recapture on d4, and you're making the claim that this pawn on a4 is not an asset but a liability for black, and that one is going to get picked up either via rook to a1 later on, or rook to c4, and trying to get to that weakness. In the meantime, you're going to cement this beautiful knight in the center with the move e3, which is going to give the knight a beautiful outpost in the center, and saying that, you know what, I have everything in the position, and most likely I have an advantage as well. Now, the problem that he missed is that black can also play this very cheeky counterattack, d3. And now the situation is getting quite complex because white has a lot of ways in which he can play this position. One of them, the main candidate move, is taking on d3. And it's the worst out of all of the candidate moves because now after take, and knight to d4, if you move the bishop, well, if you take on b7, let's say, after knight e2, I'm picking up the exchange. And guess what? You don't have enough compensation. Maybe you're going to be able to equalize with perfect play, but you're going to suffer for a very long time. As white, Peter always says it, black just has more rooks in this position, so it sometimes helps. So this one, discard that. Taking on d3, discard that. And just another variation that I forgot to show. If you do go king to g2, after knight takes f3 and b takes a4, this is no longer a liability. This is an asset, especially after I go b5. That's going to be a passer. You have not a tremendous bishop on e1, the knight coming into the center, maybe even via f5 to d4. I have everything in the position as black. So this is certainly not something that you want to see as white. The big question, what is he going to do after d3? If you have to go e3 and play this position, accept this position, you're 1 out of 6. You're just going to give up a pawn like this for supposed compensation right now after knight to d4. I get it. It's probably going to work. But you're starting to... And he took.
He captured.
He just took on d3. Jorden officially is in trouble with the white pieces after an innocuous looking opening. Definitely didn't seem like black can ever hope for an advantage in this one. And right now, Sam Sevian is getting a golden opportunity to take down the struggling Jorden with the black pieces, which, by the way, we've been looking at the live ratings as well. If he wins this one, he surpasses Jorden. Jorden drops back to 27.03, 27.02, something along those lines. And in fact, Sam Sevian is getting closer and closer to 27. That's a beautiful number, by the way. And Sam Sevian knows it. He has a golden opportunity right now to win this one and at least put some pressure on his young opponent, Jorden.
Wow.
Not only that, he would be in clear second.
There you go. There you
Or
go.
rather tied for second.
Tied for second.
I think
Who has 4 right now?
No, I
He's
mean,
gonna be on +1.
Sam will,
He's not on
will
the
jump
tied.
to +1.
I understand. Okay, he'll have 4 points. Everybody else has 3.5 at the moment.
But they're playing. Yeah.
They're playing.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, for the moment, he would be in clear second. And then other players could join him depending on their results from their games. As you see, everyone's sitting on 3.5. 3 puts him at 4, but obviously Prague and Fabi could join him. So temporarily, he would be in clear second. And if they draw, I mean, Sam is the wild card.
Yeah, taking lots of Grand Chester points.
Taking a lot of points away, certainly making players, obviously like Maxime, would be in serious trouble anyway. But what a result for him as well, because remember, Sam made 50% last year.
Yeah, 9 draws, that's
And
right.
now come this year and say, I'm improving.
This is an absolute disaster for Jorden van Foreest right now. You would never think about that position as you enter that endgame, that you can ever be worse. It's simple as that. You have 2 bishops, you have the weakness that you're going to attack for a very long time. You're not supposed to ever be worse in that
Absolutely
position.
not, no.
And then you end up in this groveling situation in which you make, look at him. He's already covering his face. He's starting to understand, wait a minute, knight to d4 is coming. I need to start calculating things because this is not easy.
Right.
I'm in a worse position. And that's, once again, where the psychological makeup of this tournament, the damage that he's been taking throughout this tournament is going to come and play a role in it, because your confidence is at an all-time low at 1 out of 6.
Thank you, Cristian. And talking about wildcard players taking Grand Chess Tour points away from people.
I wanted to talk about that for a second.
If you don't
because,
mind, please jump to that ending.
And that's very unusual for me to actually want to talk about the rook ending. But there was an interesting bit of play there. The players got to a position like this where white is still obviously a healthy pawn up, but because the king is so unsafe, you generally think black will hold. And then Maxime played a queen b5 in this position, which seems logical because you assume you will hold the eventual 4 against 3. White cannot preserve the pawn on a2 against the pawn on b5 for too long. But what is happening here, importantly, is that the white king gets very close to the g5 square. And a moment ago, when Levon played rook e7, this is still a draw, and what MVL chose to do against it is one of the better choices. But it's interesting because if you make a move like h7, h6 here, which is one of the drawing moves, after e5, e6, which is what white is threatening...
You better calculate this king and pawn
h5 is the only thing that doesn't lose. If you take on e6 now, you have actually lost the game to takes, and then the king swings over to e4. And you don't hold this. This is already gone. And these are really not that obvious, not such obvious calculations. For instance, if you play b5 before instead of h6, e6, h5 is still a draw. And with the pawn on h7, it turns out that this pawn ending is a draw. But now let's say after king f6, king e4, g6, g5 is the only thing that doesn't lose. With the pawn on h7, apparently, this is a draw. With the pawn on h6, you resign. These are all very intricate calculations, which MVL, I mean, this is move 39, so he doesn't have very many moves still to make. But he does have to make a decision. And he chose to go king f8, which just sidesteps this whole conversation altogether. Rook b7, and now rook e2. Rook e2 might be the only thing that makes a draw, but it's also the most obvious move in the position. And now...
I was thinking king g5, if you don't mind.
King g5 we go...
Rook takes
I'm
a2.
assuming we can't... No, we can't allow king f6.
Well, rook takes a2. I was going to go e6, followed by king f6.
This wins, yeah.
Yeah,
this
it
wins.
does. That's what...
King e8 only move, and then white goes rook takes h7, which also additionally protects the pawn on h2, and then we win quite comfortably.
Right.
But yeah, of course, king g5 is going to get met by king g7, and then we are prepared to drive it away with h6 check. You can throw in a2, a3, but after h6 and rook e3, we will probably end up still eventually having to trade b5 for a3. I'm not expecting MVL to lose this. He's a very good technician. He understands what he's doing. But I wanted to highlight that particular maneuver of rook e7.
Followed by e6.
Yeah, that's really the only way to make progress. But it's surprisingly venomous in a lot of spots.
Well, again, Levon Aronian coming in as a wild card, if he does very well in this tournament, which he is doing, he's going to be taking away GCT points. And Maurice, pardon me, Cristian.
Paint me puzzled, because Fabi versus Praggnanandhaa right now, what exactly is happening and what is the sequence of moves that we've just seen? Take a look at this. After king to c7, the obvious move would be to continue maintaining the tension between the h4 pawn and the g4 pawn, of course, and then just simply play the move rook to h1, continue with this slow-moving position, in which you have an advantage. By the way, white has an advantage, and black is definitely trying to equalize. But it seems Fabi had something else in mind. Take, and now rook to h1, which would have allowed some simplification down the h file, and generally that's good news for black, because right now, after a5, I'm starting to put my majority in motion. I'm going to go a5, followed by b5, followed by, at some point, a4, especially if you allow me to do that. And that is the big edge I have in the position as black on the queen side. Instead of that, and by the way, like what was he afraid of, let's say, of this rook potentially going to h8? I don't think that's something that white wants to do. I can just simply take bishop to c5. You're just even falling for some tactics in the position, so rook h8 is not even possible. So what exactly was he worried about when he declined this exchange? And by the way, this is what we have right now in the position. Bishop to c5 is the move that he made, but the problem is after take, and knight to g7, this is a beautiful sequence right now that white has at his disposal. Rook anywhere, take on h8, and knight to a4. Very forced. Knight takes a4, I'll give you this check, and at this point, you're in a very dangerous situation because the king has to go up, but that has its own set of consequences. Rook to b1 is coming with a check. You're starting to feel the pressure down the b file and that pawn, that weakness on b7. And more importantly, the bishop on g6 and the structure on the king side, it's not really healthy right now. If I manage to get the f6 pawn and start moving my e pawn down the line, this is going to be bad news for you. So activity definitely favoring white in this one as of right now. And I'm just trying to understand why Pragg shied away from that exchange on the h file and the push of his majority. This was always his plan. Keep the two bishops on the board and push your majority. Create that pass pawn on the queen side, or at least get closer to that. And it doesn't seem like white had any weaknesses to attack on the king side. A bit puzzled by this sequence of moves.
I know the answer, and the answer is very simple. He missed knight g7.
He missed knight g7.
Yeah,
okay.
I think, and I was looking at that as you were speaking, and the thing about this position is if you don't have knight g7, black is fine.
Perfectly fine.
Black is not better. I would actually still have taken the other one. But at least
because he was getting better.
Yeah, but at least we're completely fine here. Outside of specifically this one idea, which I think is very missable, because I mean, you see knight g7, then you realize there are no forks for this knight available straight away. So why should you be worried? And you could miss this idea of knight a4 followed by knight e6 check. b3, b4, by the way, also playable.
Yes.
It's weaker than knight a4 because black plays rook g8 or rook h7. And this probably holds, despite white landing a pretty nice-looking rook to d6. Black goes f6, f5, and enough material disappears off the board. And there's also a constant worry about the a1 starting point.
Probably holds is the words you used. Probably holds. Like, why wouldn't you go for something that would give you chances? Because I really do think that after rook h1 and a5, b5, and just start pushing on that side.
You think, okay, I'm allowing rook h8, and then you ask yourself, but what does this do?
Exactly. Yes.
There's also the tactic, like concretely here, because of where the white pieces are, you have takes, bishop c5, and you are significantly better with black, maybe winning.
Yeah.
But even if you didn't have that, even if you play a6, a5 here, The rook on h8 does absolutely nothing. We can always smoke it out. It's a bit of a mystifying decision by Pragg, I have to say. Yeah, this looked nice, frankly, for the first time in this game.
Thank you, gentlemen. That's a very strange decision indeed by Pragg. Maurice, what's caught your eye? It was deep into round 7. Dang, good by that.
I'm glancing at the game from the Cairns Cup.
From the Cairns Cup.
Because there's only one game that has any imbalance whatsoever in terms of evaluation. And it's the game between Alice Lee and Anna Muzichuk. And at the moment, Alice Lee is about to win a significant pawn on b4. And whether or not it's going to be easy to convert this pawn upending, that pawn on b4 doesn't look like it's long for the world. It's going to be very tricky to hold it. And Alice, if she goes +3, which if she wins this game, she will be.
She'll be sitting on a GM norm,
She's
right?
sitting on a GM norm with 2 rounds to go. She just needs to go 50%.
Not bad.
So a win here would bolster those chances dramatically if she can pull it off. And boy, what an exciting game to be following. And by the way, at the moment, she's only half a point out of first place.
Right.
16-year-old. Other games are going on, but if she wins this game, she takes first for the moment. And if all the other results hold, well, in particular, the result between Tan and Divya Deshmukh, where Divya was pressing for a while, but it looks like she's lost some of that advantage. But if Tan draws that game, let's say that, then it would be a tie for first with 2 rounds to go. The 16-year-old, the youngest player in the competition, as well as the lowest rated player in the competition.
Dang.
The IM of the 2 IMs, I think it's only 2 IMs, her and Stavrula, and Carissa as well.
Yeah,
so one of 3 IMs in the field, winning the tournament as a 16-year-old and the lowest rated player, that would be an absolute sensation. Now, we must admit that
fabulous storyline.
Carissa's victory last year.
No, somebody else. Well, Anna Zatonsky did win this tournament as well as the lowest rated player.
Seed,
if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, you're correct.
A veteran who's been there, done that kind of thing, won many U.S. championships, U.S. women's championships. But 16-year-old, this would be a sensation, taking down the top women in the world to win this tournament, including 2 former world champions to boot, Blitz world champions, Olympic champions, and just an incredible list of accomplished players she's playing against. This would be incredible. And that's the storyline brewing there. So fans, make sure you follow this, because this is maybe the story of both events, as a matter of fact. The 16-year-old phenom showing that she has arrived.
Fantastic. Is this, thank you, Maurice, is this game of Vincent, we take off the rooks, and if we're black, we stick our king on e5? Any chances at all?
There are. I think it's probably a draw. But if you imagine, the thing is, let me set this up.
Yeah.
I will need to make a bunch of really poor moves, but
do your best.
I will. Yeah. I mean, the evaluation is not particularly cheerful. It's -2 here. I don't know if it's a draw at all. It says -2 on my screen in the position where the black king is back on f6 and the equal material in an opposite colored bishop endgame.
How do you do it?
King
so
e5, king d4?
we go king e5. I mean, if it lands on c3, we actually win, because I think white runs out of moves. The diagonals for the white bishop are so short. This I can actually demonstrate. This is very easy to demonstrate. Let's do this, and then we, for some reason, allow black to play king d4.
King
and we go king e2, king d3, bishop d1, and black just goes like, I don't know, h6, h5, e5, g5, g4. You will run out of squares eventually.
What if you put the pawns on white squares?
G4 instead of e5.
If you play if you play g3, g4 here, I will play takes, bishop f4.
Okay.
If you go king e1, I can burn a tempo. Even like, the point is, after king d3, you will run out of squares.
Well, I'll lose a pawn, but
I'm not taking on e4.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm doing something like this.
Okay.
And eventually, I'm putting you in a zugzwang and going king c2. Like bishop e2 now loses to bishop g3, king f1, king c2, and
no more
this is the one I want.
T1.
I don't want the pawn on e4 at all. I want the one on b3.
Agreed.
So, guys, narrative is sort of back on about the dangers of really begging instead of
draw.
playing a normal game of chess.
Yeah. Everything you just showed me, if you go back to the current position,
Yeah.
I'm beginning to think if I'm white here,
Yeah,
I would much rather have. I'd much rather lose my e pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's just not in the game, and put my king on.
I'm more interested in how we win this, but it goes bishop g1. If king f1, I suspect it just leaves the bishop. Yeah, like it goes king d4 here. I was expecting that.
Wow.
It goes king d4, king c3, king d2, king c2, and it says we have enough.
We're taking pawn on b3.
Show it, please.
Yeah,
This is
bishop really
tremendous.
anywhere, king c2.
Up a piece.
Yeah, we're completely lost here with white because the b pawn will at least cost the bishop, and then we will collect the entire queen side. Yeah. So after bishop g1, and if we play king d3, this is what I was kind of unsure of. But I guess once again, our diagonals are so short that we will start losing pawns here. And once we start losing pawns, we lose maybe all of them. If he goes rook d1, maybe he loses. I think maybe he loses just because, honestly, you simplify into what you assume must be a draw. But I'm not sure. Like, I think he has to go rook d2 here after rook f6.
Well, maybe I get my chance to speak.
Yeah.
Rook f1.
Yeah.
Rook takes, king f6, e5 check.
You wanted to give it. You wanted to give it up straight away.
And am I
King takes.
losing? King e2. If I can get my king
To where?
Oh, to where? Yeah, where? I don't even know what the ideal square is anymore.
Yeah, the problem is, let's check something. g4 loses, unfortunately, loses immediately to takes king f4, bishop f5, h5.
That's
if
a nice
h5
one.
didn't exist, this is a draw, right?
Yes.
So this is a dream situation. If we
Right.
get time to play bishop c8, we saved the game.
Yeah, and we'll keep our king on d3.
But
and make a
regrettably,
draw.
I guess our pawn ends up being...
So did I make a bad move in king e2, Peter?
I don't think you made any bad. Like e5 check doesn't appear to hold, is the problem.
But g4, king f4, yeah?
Yeah, g4, bishop e3. Now, king f4 is probably a draw, but bishop e3 and we got to c3. You can't allow me to get to
the king
c3.
to d3, yeah. Okay, this is a huge moment for Javokhir to actually crawl his way back into the tournament.
And after rook d2, you still have, but also as black, how's like...
He's reaching for his rook. Here
for
it
the
comes.
rook, yeah.
We're going to... Well, you don't play rook d1 to play rook d2.
No, normally not. He's
No.
making, like, if he thinks he's winning this bishop ending, he is doing a very good job of bluffing. Because he
know.
looks kind of uninterested, right?
I know how I'm doing.
This is definitely
I'm
a
going to
bluff.
go e5.
This is definitely a bluff.
Where?
Oh, wait. I wanted with the rook on d2. Oh, shoot.
Where does the rook go? Let's see. Important moment in this game. Where does the rook go?
You know, it's strange. If you go back just a moment,
Okay.
to d2, rook on d2, yeah. If I go bishop to d1.
Just
bishop
quickly,
to
guys, 122
to
with
d1.
3 moves to make.
Rook d2. Okay. A lot of credit goes to Vincent for realizing how bad this bishop ending is.
Light position, yeah.
Because he's played rook d2, he hasn't played rook f1.
It's funny, if we get this position and you play h5.
Yeah.
I play e5, bad move. You play rook e6, good move.
Yeah.
I play rook e2. Do I get the
I
now?
think
Do I get
now
the ending that I want?
This one you want. This
Yeah.
one you want, and this one you will get. What if I take on e5 with the bishop? I have rook d5, maybe even, because g5 is now hanging.
Exactly. Now
Okay.
suddenly white has dynamic pieces. In the other
And-
positions, they were all passive.
And we want bishop d1, g4 here. He's gone king f8.
Okay.
He can't teleport his king to the e5 square without he won. He can't jump over his own rook.
Right.
So he's
gone
trying to
king
do it
f8.
now.
And
And
it's interesting that bishop d1 is not on my screen at all. Bishop d1, oh no, it's also fine. Yeah, I think it's also fine. But that was
rook d1, rook d2. That was
a deep moment.
That was a fantastic awareness there by Vincent. He's gone rook e2, which is also pretty decent, just creating a threat of e4, e5. If bishop e5, he'll go rook d2 back, I assume. And if, even against rook e6, e5 now does hold.
By the way, apologies. I'm trying to make a draw with white. I'm groveling. Instead of rook d2, e5 immediately.
I think, I mean, it's slightly less clean, I guess, with the pawn on h6. But
rook to d5, bishop
and
to
then
d4, bishop f5.
And bishop f5 and everything is solid. Yeah, g4, king f3. Yeah, that is good. Yeah, that is very solid.
All right.
So he could have done it straight away. Yeah, rook e6, rook e2.
There was a flurry of excitement there, Maurice. Like woo, woo, woo.
That bishop ending was very instructive.
Right.
It looks like it should be a draw.
Yeah.
And then suddenly you realize you're busted. But he has been playing perfect defense, maybe too perfect defense. He may get his draw, but boy.
You have to earn it.
Skirting the edge to try to force this thing home, sacrificing your e-pawn when you were the one who was better. So again, it's touch and go the way he handled this. It looks like he'll get the result he wants. But man, it's
yeah, rook e6 played, and if you want, you can actually play e4, e5 here. You're not obliged
right now.
I'm desperate actually to put my bishop on f5, my pawn on g4, and then I'm saying I'm a pawn down, but I blockade. I've got a beautiful blockade.
I wonder if Javokhir had another move other than king f8.
Yeah, king f8, maybe.
King f8 was a very intuitive, clock-inducing move. He saw how little time his opponent had, and he didn't really dive deep into, did I have another alternative to sort of scare my opponent? He needed to use that 35 minutes he had on the clock.
Right.
Because he just moved.
But did he have an...
but that's my question. He could have potentially played h5 or rook e6. He had something else to play.
Yeah.
But he played very quickly as though he was trying to induce an error, which we decry when you're ahead on the clock. You should spend 20 minutes and make your opponent suffer and find the trickiest move. Maybe there was a way. I don't know that there was. The engine saying it was all pretty small margins anyway. But he did play a little bit quickly with the move king f8, and it's not giving him the result that he wants.
Yeah.
And in our current position?
This is move 30. I mean, Vincent actually made the time control. This is move 40. He's gone rook e1. After king e7, you really are, I think, supposed to play c5, because that now gets the rooks off the board.
Yeah, e5.
I think now we play e5. I think really we should.
And if we ever get a situation where we play e5, rook takes e5, and we get our king on e4, then we basically say to black, you'll never get your king to c3 anymore.
Yeah, we are just in time to get the king to e4, and it never crosses. Yeah, you can't allow the black king to reach d4.
Exactly.
Those are very often lost, but you're not getting that anymore.
Precisely. That's Vincent's. Yeah. That's Vincent's ticket to the finals.
So this is now very clean. Yeah.
E4, e5, and you know he's thinking about it, and he's got 50 seconds.
Interestingly,
did he make the time?
He's looking at the clock. He's looking at his score sheet. He wanted to check on the screen. I want to make sure I'm at 40.
Yeah. So e5 is a draw. G4 is a draw. Third best move is rook f1, allowing rook f6, which seems like in this particular constellation might be okay because white is just in time with bishop d1. But you don't want to check. I really don't think you want to check that.
I really don't. I'm all about e5. We have breaking news in some of the other games. I see that Prague has played the move f6, f5, altering the structure.
Fabi did not find knight g7. What happened in that game is that Fabi, after the trade on c5, did not find knight g7. He played a kind of a normal-looking move, knight f5, e3. I'll wait until my board appears on screen.
All right.
Giving black time to play a6, a5, solidifying the very nice position for the knight on c5. And now this happened. And yeah, black should be fine. I guess Fabi was probably intending to go rook e6.
Okay, but this still looks... Doesn't this look nice for...
Even rook e6 is completely fine. It just looks like a draw now, frankly. Although there is this very cute little tactical idea of knight f6 forcing you to take. And now e takes f5. And the reason I bring this up, rook takes f5 is equal. Or if you want sudden excitement in your life, you can go for a race.
And as a Grunfeld player, you might be very inclined to do precisely that.
Seems like this is still zeros.
No, I think I like black in a practical
Yeah, but this is
game.
sudden excitement. Yeah, rook f7 check, and king b6 is zeros, king d6 is zeros, even king c8 is zeros somehow.
With king b6, and you're thinking 3 connected passed pawns is in my future.
Yeah.
Wow. How about that?
And then we start running with the king towards the... And this is from the olden days of me doing a lot of commentary with Jan Gustafsson. We used to have a saying that was, 1 runs faster than 2. And 1 in this particular case runs even faster than 3. So we get the king somewhere here, and then we create a passer on the other side, and that passer will distract enough attention to not lose, I assume.
Great.
Can we please, I mean, the women are going at it. I'm sorry, but they're playing some exciting games.
Let us.
I just want to show you a position. You don't have to go into any analysis whatsoever. The game between Divya and Tan, where Divya was doing very well, the game has turned around. But just look at this position. White has 4 passed pawns. Okay, they're doubled.
That's a lot.
But they're 4. There's 2 of them are, but there's 4. Meantime, look at Black's 4. Yeah. Look at the king. Like, I don't want to play this. I don't want to play this with either color. What is happening right now in this completely insane position? I do see that White's king looks a little bit airy. I also feel like this kind of maneuver might happen, the king going to g4 in some circumstance. What if, especially if this queen doesn't do a proper series of checks? For example, the move queen c7, king g6, and you are already in trouble. Whatever you do, this king can leave. And again, the attack on the king, interesting, this is actually lost right here, right now. Incredible game. What a wild position our colleagues get to talk about. But this will have a huge impact on the standings, depending on how it goes. This is the live board position. Super duper excitement going on over in the Cairns Cup. As Alice Lee is up that pawn, by the way, I should point out that she has this endgame. And Anna Muzic fighting for her life, trying to make a draw in this position, as young Alice Lee, with plenty of time on her clock as well, will be looking to milk this endgame.
I will defer to my elders, but I think this should be winning for White. These types of 5 against 4 with a weakness on g5.
Exactly.
I think you struggle to hold these, I think.
Big time. I've won these actually pretty straightforward, but still takes a lot of good technique.
Yes.
But if we're all on edge, if Alice Lee were to win this ending, she would be at a +3 score, which means she's making a Grandmaster norm based on her performance after 7 rounds. And
well, she'd have to make the
2 more
50%
draws,
in the next 2 games.
But still, that would be just simply.
And we've all been there. I remember when I was on the exact same score to get my GM title.
Right.
The exact same score, and you had to win you make 1 out of 2.
Yeah.
And I hate having to make the draw in the last round. And I beat Adrian Egalescu, the IM, in round 8, and secured the title.
Safe.
No matter what happened in the last game, and it was time to party after that. I partied a little too early.
Right.
Lost my last game.
Hello,
but the GM title was in the bag. So this is a big one. Can't count anything yet. Don't look at the future. Right. Play this 1 game, and then look to see how you do in the next 2. And I would, again, advise her, don't look to make 2 draws. Play chess. Whatever happens, happens. If you're a GM, you'll show it. Don't try to manage your way to the norms. Seeing those end in disasters.
That's the case for us all. One endgame slipping away from us, and did it slip away from MVL, Peter?
No, I think MVL is fine. Levon, after we left it after king f8, rook b7, rook e2.
Yeah,
Levon tried playing a2, a3 here.
Okay.
The rook came to e3. And Levon had a choice here of which 4 against 3 he will choose. And he opted for this one, which I think is very dry. Honestly, I don't think MVL will even have any particular trouble, because the king, the structure on the king side is such that you might have to end up with a very, very passive king somewhere. Either you play king h3 and it gets locked out by h7, h5, and kind of never comes back to the game, or perhaps you play h2, h4, and black goes rook e3, and then h5 check, and you either have to give up, king g5 loses to king g7, you get mated. So you go back to h3, but then this very, very typical 4 against 3, when your weak pawn is on g3 and it is so easily attackable by the rook, and it gets picked up incredibly quickly, you just don't have any serious winning chances.
It's funny you should say that, because this was the exact position that I was aspiring to as white, and I was hoping that I would play f5 and somehow manage to secure the g5 square for my rook, you know what I want, and to run away with my king.
That actually does win. King takes g6 is a draw, though.
That's the problem. You take with the pawn, then
wins,
king g2, and I get to play rook g5, and I secure the king side.
Eventually, when the a3 pawn gets attacked, we play rook g5, and then we cross towards...
And we're gold.
But
king takes g6, what you just said.
To have the f7, f6 move is good enough here. You can't really make any progress.
Sam Sevian game, super exciting at the moment.
And there's a lot of swings there, because people aren't really playing perfectly.
Jump in, Maurice. Tell us about the Sam Sevian Jorden Van Foreest game.
The biggest thing we'll point to, he has that passed a pawn that he is trying to
look the pawn.
Distract white with. And this last move, bishop c3, attacking his knight, his best move is just to move it and guard his pawn. And then he could bring his rook up the board. This pawn could come under fire in some lines.
That's great for Sam.
The main thing I would like to draw your attention to...
He was winning a move before. It was even better for black and worse for your...
You mean instead of rook e2?
Instead of rook e2, a3, a2 was apparently even stronger.
A2 apparently, this position here...
Say what?
After this move, you have to play the move knight to c5. And I'm not sure he noted that this would be that strong for him, because obviously the pawn is firmly blockaded, and this is a very specific sequence to find. But what I'd like to really draw your attention to is the clock. He's only on move 29. He's about to play his 29th move, is Sam. And he is about to have less than 3 minutes on the clock. I don't care how you do the math. That's not good. And he did find knight c6 instead, which is not a move at all that the Indians like, and think that now this position is equal. And that was my problem with the clock. When the clock is such a part of chess that you don't find the most accurate moves when you feel the tension of the seconds ticking away. And he had to play knight b5 instead of this move. He did play this move. The knight belongs here, putting this one on the board. That does allow the move rook to a4, when suddenly, if you advance, hey, I'm getting rid of your a-pawn, and I'm back in the game. So one move, one swing. Again, time pressure does that to all of us. And unfortunately for Sam, it looks like he's thrown away this win.
Wow, I mean, knight b5 looked so compelling, actually. The more you look at the move knight b5, you drive the bishop back, you get to play rook to d5 as well, so you can play rook to f5. You defend the knight, the pawn, the bishop is just basically stuck, right?
And we also at some point might become interested in rook e6 takes b6, because everything is protected and we would like just to get that pawn off the board and continue with an extra one,
Yeah, wow. But I'm just trying to, Peter, help me out. What induced knight c6? Because I understand the knight's attacked, you retreated it.
b5 is a bit of an awkward square, but I don't like knight c6 in particular because a3 is your, treasure.
Golden child.
Yes, you absolutely want to preserve it as much as possible, and keeping in full touch with it by protecting it with all that you can protect it with seems logical. I don't quite understand this.
Huge missed opportunity.
Just time travel.
And rook a4, Jorden didn't have to be asked twice. He said very alert.
Maybe what he missed is that in this position after rook takes d3, there is rook takes a2. Although in fairness, even bishop b3 might be okay. No, bishop b3 loses, sorry.
Knight b4?
Yeah, knight b4 is strong. But just take on a2 and then play bishop b3. This is completely fine for white, of course.
100%. Whoa. Big miss opportunity there. I'm still looking at the game of Vincent, and he hasn't played e5.
He hasn't played e5
very
yet.
Surprising.
He's gone through a third of his time This is move 41. He's already down to 19 from his original 30.
I mean, he's definitely considering the move
I think I know
E5.
what he's checking.
Please.
E5, black can take with the bishop. You play bishop f5.
Yes.
There is bishop c3.
Yes.
And if you take on e6 with the bishop,
yes,
you maybe start becoming slightly worried about the king just running towards c3. We're not going to protect f7 at all. Let's say you go bishop d5, we go king f6, you go king f3, we go king e5.
This I'd worry.
But it's still a draw because we're in time to play king e2, for instance. Bishop takes g3, we take on f7, and if king d4, we are just in time to play king d2, king c2, and the bishop will be, although that's,
Again,
honestly,
this isn't the position I'm playing for.
Scary-ish, no?
Yeah, this is definitely not the position. I wanted my king on e4 as white, you know, whenever we're trading the rooks.
We would very much like not to allow any of this at all, but the engine does say this holds. Bishop h5, you have to go king f2, we will reestablish the king on good squares, we will play bishop g4, and we are not losing to h6, h5, because takes, and we are in time to play king e4 and to establish the perimeter.
Establish what?
Actually,
you have to play king f5 here, no? No, you can't.
No, we're not. No, even bishop f7 here, apparently.
What?
G4 bishop. No, this is a kind of a well-known construction. You keep in touch with the g4 pawn.
You know, it was funny there. Instead of the move bishop f7, I thought remember when you went king takes b3? Yes, exactly.
This is also a draw, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going after the a5 pawn, by the way, not the c5 pawn, but the a5 pawn.
This is also a draw.
Interesting. But nonetheless, Vincent has not played the move e5, and he is getting himself into a potential second time trouble.
Let's continue watching him stew, and
yes,
the other game progresses very, very quickly. I wonder, in this specific setup with the king still on h3, we can even take with the pawn because you can't really rescue the king. You can play rook g5, but then the rook just stays on the second rank, and if you play g4 to free up the king, I go rook a3 check and h takes g4.
That's very comfortable.
I guess in terms of concepts, king takes g6 is still cleaner, but but here with the king on h3, not on g2, you can even take with the pawn if you want.
Very good. Maurice, tossing it to you. What developments have caught your eye?
I'm not going to go to it, but that game between Tan and Divya, the black king has marched up the board.
To h5?
To h5.
No way.
And black is completely winning.
Yeah.
Completely winning with her light square attack. Levon and Maxime, not too much interesting there. And also Fabi with nothing. This may end up with 5 draws.
This might be our first completely dry round, yeah.
Is it our very first and only?
There hasn't been one yet, no. We had a couple of one decisive rounds.
What did Wesley So say? If you're going to make a draw, do it in 5 minutes. I know your stopwatch said 19, but somehow, you know, that
felt like one,
yeah. It looks like the only game with any so-called life is that game between Keymer and Sindarov, but as we've seen, Vincent has been defending and defending and defending tenaciously, and it looks like he should be able to pull out the draw in this one. He's definitely staring down e5 to make sure that the calculation is correct, because it's a forcing way, finally, as he's been just essentially looking for the mathematical way out.
Right.
I play like this, you play like this, I have to go 20 moves deep, and nope, it's still a draw, even if I have to sacrifice a pawn and give you a potential passer. He's flying down those lines, trying to make sure he's not missing anything, because he cannot afford to play intuitively right now.
No, it's all about calculation.
It's so much about calculation in the eventual king positions. But it looks like it's the only game with any real life, something you'd be scared about potentially. Maybe Prague's game has a little bit more life.
Let's take a look. Prague has a variety of very safe choices.
I think we've just seen Fabi play f4.
Not yet. He played g3
really?
preparing for f4.
Oh, sorry. Apologies.
And the thing about it is, let's say we play b6 or b5, all of those things are
b5.
B5, let's say. White goes f4.
Right.
The issue for Fabi is that apart from all kinds of quote-unquote ambitious moves black has.
Take it.
You can just take on c2.
Take it.
And then just calmly take on a6, take on a4. We're never losing this one.
100%. Not even
We're
close.
probably not losing this if this is a knight and bishop, but because it's a knight and knight, we can even, in some cases, give up the knight for the pawn on b3 and not lose. This is very, very safe.
And I think he's just played...
Yeah, he's played b5.
b5.
Fabi will play 4 because what else are you supposed to do having played g3? In fact, if you don't play a4, you start actually maybe running some minuscule risks. Yeah.
Be careful. A4, B4, or B4 followed by A4 is a... Here we go, F4, just as you predicted, Peter.
Mm-hmm.
I would take on C2 in a heartbeat after trading on F4.
I mean, takes. But the thing is, after B5, B4, for instance, in that position, you're also not worse.
Oh, no, exactly.
You can just continue playing. We're not really running any risks here with black. We're not worse.
Sorry, what was that line where you were playing some exchange sacrifice?
That was a bit earlier.
Rook takes E3.
It was actually sort of available here as well, but the engine doesn't love it in this particular setup, although it still says it's a draw.
Okay, but at least in the current position, there's a pawn on B5, which has to be useful, right?
But white also created a passer already. So hang on a second. Of course, we need to include include this. If we go rook E3 here,
what did
king,
you?
Yeah, that's still draw. Yeah.
What? Really?
There is some skewering business going on, I guess.
Gotcha. One runs faster than 3, huh?
Yeah.
But is that really true? Bishop takes B3, F6, or
let's throw in the check and go F6.
B4. Let's run. Run.
Any square, actually, kind of surprisingly.
The
and
engines
all of them
are giving
are
it slightly in white's favor.
Well, we'll get this endgame.
Wow.
Have you ever tried studying these endgames in your life?
No.
What I'm talking about is all of these positions. Where,
no, I know what you mean. You're just getting, well, these, yes. Yes.
Some of them are won for the side with the rook. Not this one, though. This one is very far progressed. I think a 4b5 c6 might be winning, but it's a study.
Okay.
And at some point, me and my coach at the time, Andrei Lukin, we spent, I think, a week trying to kind of stabilize which ones are which in my head, and failed utterly. I would not be able to tell you.
A week. I remember we had Irina Krush and I think Alice Lee, and it was a king and rook versus king and 4 pawns. And that was hilarious. That ended in a draw.
I have studied these positions.
Really?
They are
week.
Extremely difficult, actually. I thought I had created a study out of this, and then I did a database check with Harold Van Heiden's database, and I had nowhere near been original. Others had been there long before me. But I think Cristian has some thoughts in the Sindarov game.
Yeah.
We have breaking news, guys.
He didn't play
like
E5.
He did not play the move E5. In fact, he played rook to F1, and now after rook F6. Wait a minute. Isn't this starting to become
rook
quite
F6 did not happen,
unpleasant?
though. Shockingly.
We have bishop to E5. Okay. To be honest, I do think that he's going to have more opportunities. I think black is going to have more opportunities in this one. Vincent spent a lot of his time on that decision to not play E5. He didn't play it once. I'm not convinced that he's going to play it whenever he's going to be offered the opportunity next. So this was a big moment with only 13 more or less minutes on his clock right now. He's definitely running out of ammo on the clock. So definitely there will be a lot of pressure coming from Sindarov's game, which, by the way, Sindarov is just blitzing out his moves. He has an hour and 4 minutes on his clock. He knows exactly the strategy. Get your opponent down to his last few minutes on the clock and then make him pay with some difficult decisions. That seems to be the case. And that's a handshake between Levon, Aronian and MVL, who did finish their game in a draw, not unexpected.
Wow, congratulations, Maxime. He made it look easy, Peter, and I think this going for this major ending that Levon went for instead of playing E6.
I think he sold it a bit short.
Yeah, exactly so. Maurice, jump into this because now we're confused by Vincent and Javokhir's jockeying What else can I call it?
Maybe neither one of them is sure. But I would say the fact that he didn't play E5
does not bode well.
That does not bode well. It's just, you know how rankled I am already. You guys were talking about that easy draw. That this looked like such an easy one.
E4
and he had the
was
chance if he had played the move E5.
But E4 was such a bad move.
But E4
try to make a draw.
There's just certain things that come up, certain stars. When you have a certain mindset.
And here we go. We do have Bishop
now the move,
E4
Bishop.
This is a repetition, and after Rook F1, maybe he is intending to go Rook F6 then.
Oh, he's not repeating, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely not going Bishop D4,
There is no way he's repeating, and Rook F6 will land on the board after Rook to F1. He
At
has
which
to
point,
go for
Bishop D1 might be the only saving move.
Yeah,
Rook
I just looked at
F1,
this. So
Rook F6, Bishop to D4.
Let me get all the way there. Yeah, if Rook F6, suspicion is Bishop D1 might be the only thing that doesn't lose.
Bishop D1 might be the only move.
Well, but it's an easy move to find in the sense that Bishop on C2 is so terrible, and going to H5 is not a bad thing.
I think that's the one you make, but still, we are back to only move territory.
Wow. Okay, and Vincent's down to 12 minutes. And it is strange seeing Sindarov with an hour and 3 minutes on his clock. His opponent.
But does Bishop D1 make a draw, though?
I think it does. Yeah.
It seems to make it.
How do you draw after takes?
We put the bishop on H5.
It's very important, Bishop H5, yes.
Okay, King E5?
King E5, I take on F7 and King E2, that's enough.
Take on F7 and King E2.
That is
By the way, what if takes on F7, what if Bishop E3?
Yeah, get out of the way for the king to go to.
And then,
Probably
no, I guess
E5 is coming. You don't want that to happen.
Ooh.
Might lose this one.
What about
That'll
Bishop
hurt your
B?
feelings.
What about Bishop A1?
Okay.
Same idea, King E2.
King
And
D4.
E4.
No, now we have King D2 actually.
But also E5.
Or
E5 as well.
I thought E5 I go King takes B3 already. E6 Bishop F6. but
Meeting E6 with the brilliant Bishop F6.
Yeah, I was planning to play 6 Bishop F6, and then I realized that will not be allowed by the rules of chess, which is regrettable.
Well, Rook F1 is on the board. By the way, Rook F1, Rook F6 runs absolutely no risk. Rook F6 on the board.
There we go.
Huge moment right now. Crucial moment for the Grand Chess Tour finals. Because right now, if Vincent does not play the move, Bishop to D1, well, I'm starting to think that Javokhir might actually be favored to make the finals.
Crazy. But
if he loses this one, if Vincent loses this
okay, if I don't play the move Bishop D1, my other choice is Rook F5.
No, Rook F5, this I checked. Rook F5 straight up loses to takes King F6.
Yeah.
And I think, hang on, King F3, King E5. And
yeah, because you cannot let me play King E4. That is the one thing that's verboten.
And
King
eventually
D4
we will create threats.
Yeah, King D4 is coming.
Yeah, the second best move, I guess, is E4. Oh, no, that doesn't hold either. No,
sorry.
No, that doesn't hold either. We've had this also.
Yeah, no, this
I think he's going to find Bishop D1.
Yeah, you just have to play Bishop D1, I think.
Sorry,
He's going to find, it's too fine a line. Like the other lines, there were options. We've now come to the Levon Aronian rule, which is when a strong player has only one move, he finds it.
I'm not convinced.
I'm not either.
I'm not convinced. You guys were the ones that saying this was a draw, and now you're saying you're not convinced he's going to find the one move that draws.
King F3.
Rook F5 is tempting.
King G4.
Oh, any square, really.
Well, if he doesn't find Bishop D1.
But even G4 is winning. I mean, I don't even have to do it now. I can
F6.
Yeah.
Bishop G6.
Bishop D4, I guess, right? Also, King takes B3 is faster, but Bishop D4 is safe enough. Yeah.
Nice.
Safe enough.
I think much trickier to understand is instead of in this position, King E2 looks somewhat natural because you're getting ready to go G4, you're getting ready to meet, and H5 is the only.
Yeah, it fixes the one on H3, and.
But this is something very easy to miss.
Yeah, this
one
is missable.
You calculate something and then you don't spot this H5 at this particular moment.
Even this F6, is this completely convincing? And now can I establish what I want, which is my king on D3, my bishop on D1?
But I fixed the one on G3, though.
Shoot.
And that creates, I'm guessing.
Okay, sorry. So G4 instead?
One sec.
I apologize.
Probably H4.
Yeah,
You want to go for that H3 pawn.
I want you to worry about both, yeah.
Yeah, so
I want you to worry about both.
And yeah, if my king's not on E4, I lose. That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah,
9
Makes
minutes
sense.
for
Makes
Vincent
sense.
right now, with big decisions coming along the way. This is
Bishop
not easy.
D1.
No.
Bishop D1 is the draw. We know it. But Rook F5, which is tempting, is not a draw. That
And
loses.
you're starting to run the risk of panicking at this point. Because you're starting to understand this is not an easy endgame to make a draw.
Right.
This is a move by move. Am I missing any moves along the way? This is the inner monologue that he's having with himself right now.
But then the other thing that makes me question, I think Vincent finds a move Bishop D1 because you activate your pieces.
Yeah, it's
you
extremely
play for
logical.
active piece play, and Bishop to D1 to H5, put your king on D3 or E4, and make a draw. Oof. Oof, oof, oof.
Crucial moment.
Yeah, and also very importantly, if your bishop is out and the f-pawn, in particular if black has to give up on f7, you can start just aiming to put the king on c2, even if it costs you something on the king side, and then you hold.
You have your blockade. Yeah. But Vincent, very, very, very concerned. He knows the importance of this moment.
And not a lot happening elsewhere, so we'll stick with this.
Let's stay with this one. It's such a crucial moment for this.
Prague is still
tournament.
thinking after GF4, GF4. Sam and Jorden are playing out a position where 3 against 3 and nobody really can create a threat, so this is the one we want.
Tan did win her game against Divya. Total turnaround.
With that crazy king march, huh?
Crazy, crazy.
Was she much worse at some point?
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, look what Prague just did.
Oh, Prague has gone for the exchange
Yes,
sacrifice.
that was what I was saying.
Let's show this to our viewers then.
Well, that's excitement.
Yeah. Regrettably, even king d4, knight takes b3, king e3 is triple zeros.
Be serious.
Which feels like the computer just like glitched. No, I mean trolling us. Is what I was going to say. Just trolling us.
King d4, knight b3, king e3.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Just giving black 2 tempi and saying, I still am not a huge believer in you getting anywhere.
Wow. Hold on. What's the clock situation? What?
2 minutes.
But it's only 2 moves to make, though.
For the
Very importantly, only 2 moves to make. And yeah, Fabi finds f5, which is, of course, the logical continuation. And now bishop b3 is zeros, knight d7 is zeros. b5, b4 is maybe the human way to make a draw here. Because honestly, once f5 lands, I think you have to switch to making sure you don't lose. Because it's extremely likely now that you will have to defend something with 3 pawns for a rook, where you will not be playing for a win.
What happened? I mean, let's assume that Prague is playing for a win, goes b4. Let's do it.
Knight a4.
Knight a4.
Yeah, and now I think you take on a4 and you take on f5. And this one, of course, you never lose. But rook h5, you just go bishop c2, rook takes a5, king b6, and
that's an immediate draw.
There is a handshake on the horizon. Yeah, rook a8 and
king b7.
No, but Prague has gone bishop takes b3. Prague disagrees with me.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop takes b3. Fabi will play either the immediate f6 or rook h7 check. I don't know which one he will choose.
Okay.
Let's wait. I mean, Fabi has 3 minutes to make move 40.
Still, in
the meantime, Vincent is down to 5.
5 minutes. Can we switch to that one so that we see that
one? Yes. Can we switch to Vincent? And again, he's trying to secure his place in the finals. With a draw is Vincent.
Guys, Vincent is panicking. This is the same face and general demeanor that I've seen when he was playing Levon. In that game that got switched from a winning position to a loss. He's starting to doubt his calculation. It's a big, big problem moment for him right now.
Whoever of us said earlier that if he loses this, he probably actually gets overtaken later, I think might be on point. Because it will hurt so much. When you clearly just wanted to make a draw with white, and you passed up many opportunities to play for a win to make this quote-unquote secure draw with white, and then you don't make it. That's going to hurt so much.
Exactly.
4 minutes, 20 seconds.
But to cover old ground, you said you were speaking with Maxime. He had all of these chances, that everything he was calculating was coming up short. Is that what's happening with Vincent right now?
I'll tell you again why I don't, why I think bishop d1 is something that he's questioning. Because after rook f1, king takes f1, your king is a little bit more passive.
Oh, you want it
If you
on
play
e4.
rook f5, then at least you're going towards f3.
Yeah.
Just a simple reason why I do think that rook f5 is definitely on his menu of options.
And this one has ended in a draw, as it was 3 versus 3 with rook and bishop
they
versus
found a
rook and
logical
knight.
repetition and the game finished.
Sam's not unhappy with this result. On the contrary, 50% in Sinquefield Cup, but he will look back at knight b5 and wondering why he didn't play such an obvious move.
For a couple of moves there, he had a massive advantage with moves which weren't as obvious, but he definitely did have a very, very good chance of winning the game. Down to 3 minutes, by the way.
Down? He just blew through 60% of his time. His clock, Maurice.
It's not the last decision he's going to have to make, by the way.
He can't intuit. He doesn't want to intuit his way out of this position. He wants to calculate and be absolutely sure with all the variations that we talked about. It's easy for us sitting here to move with the engine, and the engine tells us, blah, 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 blah. Okay, that happens to be a draw with your king in my face, and you have a passed pawn, and oh yeah, and so we can relax. This young man has to do it in his brain, see it with clarity, and make sure there are no accidents along the way. Now with 2 minutes and 33 seconds and ticking down, he should never have put himself in this position. And now, look at him. Complete consternation on his face. He needs to, and usually when you think this long, you blunder. Usually. So let's hope for his sake he finds bishop to d1, because the dejection level he's going to have if he doesn't make this draw is going to be huge and have massive implications the rest of the way.
It's panic time right now for Vincent. Look at his face, 2 minutes on his clock. He's playing on increment. He knows it. Bishop d1, play.
Wow.
Money moment, and he found the move.
He just burned through 75% of his clock.
Yeah.
Found the right move, but he had to convince himself, Maurice.
Tight rope he walked to get here. I'm sorry.
Obviously, this is stating the bleeding obvious, but we might be critical of his handling of some of the aspects of this game, but he is still a very, very good player.
He really is.
I mean, I thought he's fine bishop d1.
Moves,
I did too.
But with this kind of pressure you put on yourself.
Right? Yeah, in the biggest moments, those World Championship matches, these Grand Chess Tours, qualification at stake, easy to panic. But
you know Sindarov is going to keep the pace. He's going to try to make some fast moves.
Well, especially with 2.5 minutes.
Sindarov comically is a full hour ahead.
Look, you think this is a joke. I am telling you, when Vachier-Lagrave burst on the
hour
chess
and 2 seconds.
I don't know what his record is, but I'm going to say it's at least 2 hours, and it potentially could have been 3 hours. Like, his opponents would burn through all time controls, and he'd have made all of his moves in 10 minutes. Yeah. He was remarkable. Did you see him during that stage?
When I began playing with him, he was already a bit slower.
Is this necessary, though?
What?
From Sindarov's viewpoint. He's looking at the clock, looking at his score sheet, ready to play quickly. Is it necessary? His opponent just made a deep calculation.
Hang on a second. Well, let me check.
I don't care if you look at this position for the next 40 minutes. There's no reason to rush here. Find the trickiest move and spend all your time looking for the trickiest move. Well, rushing right now could just force a draw.
Bishop d1, king d6. You might have to play bishop. No, but he's taken on f1. I think it's understandable that he takes on f1. But maybe king d6 may have been trickier.
Just as Cristian said, the temptation is to draw white's king away from the f3 and e4 entry squares. But you were about to suggest king d6, Peter.
Take a look at this situation.
But it's the same. No, it's the same position.
Take a look at this situation. You go king d6, yeah?
Yeah.
King d6, bishop h5, right?
Yep.
After rook takes f1.
Oh, okay.
I think we...
This is the live position.
This is bishop h5, right?
Yeah.
By the way, might be needed. f6.
Yeah.
King e2.
E5 seems to be the best move. Now, if you go king to e2, I'm starting to look at some ideas. King to e5, bishop g6. I go bishop to c3. What's your first move?
King d3. King d3.
Probably loses.
Bishop e. I thought with the pawn on h6 this
Probably
should hold.
loses. This just loses.
Okay, this is lost somehow.
I see the chess barometer.
I thought I can afford to give up on h3 because I will play bishop h5 there. How am I losing this? Bishop e8?
Put my bishop back on d4 and e5 before I go king g3, yeah?
I guess. Well, it already plays king. I just want to ask it, why am I losing this?
Probably just go. You go into Suzwang at some point. King on f4.
Oh, with the king on f4, yeah, of course.
It's
It's
a
just
Suzwang.
so easy. Yeah, like it's extremely straightforward. Actually, I don't know why I was doubting.
Hesitating, yeah.
Yeah, like this is just extremely straightforward.
Right.
No,
Bishop
no,
h5,
this is tough stuff.
f6 played, yeah.
This is tough stuff.
Yeah.
E5 is not a given.
No.
The E5 is definitely not a given right now.
No,
for the longest time, I've been wanting to get rid of that e pawn.
Yeah, and by the way, yeah, if you don't play king d3 here, you probably still, like, any move that just allows black to take on e4, like I can play bishop e8 here, which appears to be holding.
Not sure about any move. So can we go back?
Sure.
Is bishop f5 fine?
No.
Bishop f5 is losing.
I have no idea what's going on here.
That's what I'm saying. Nobody does it, we have the engine. Nobody does it, we have the engine.
We need to be able to put the bishop on h5 in this position. Apparently everything else loses.
This is not intuitively obvious.
Guys, I think this is already from a practical perspective.
What
and
the
with
hell?
1.5 minutes.
This is what we're losing to.
I think Sindarov is favored to win.
This is what we're losing to. This is why the bishop needs to be on
E1.
h5. We need to be able to play bishop d1 after.
Well,
he played h3, h4, and now he's losing.
4 on the board, and this is a losing position for white.
King e5, and if h takes g5, black takes with the h pawn.
H pawn?
Yeah.
Even.
And this is lost. Because we no longer, yeah, this is one of those we lose, yeah.
Why do we lose? King e2.
King takes
I
e4.
see from the stockfish, look at that progress. Okay, black is better, black is better.
Oh, this is amazing. Bishop
It's like a
g6 check.
cliff.
This is, yeah, this wins for black.
This wins for
This
black.
wins for black, yeah.
Okay, I'd have no,
Oh
I
my
wouldn't.
goodness.
I could not.
And that's
guess
actually
that
the
this
only
is
thing
winning.
that, like, if you don't play f5 here, you've blown the win again. King e5, g4, we can shake hands.
If he gets there, he's going to play.
But he's going to play f5 here because he will realize king e5 is not a...
But you know what?
Doesn't that look like a falling off a cliff?
Yeah,
on
the stockfish bar is ridiculous. But right now, this is where the position has changed so dramatically, and it is now winning for black, that Sindarov can take his sweet time. He doesn't have to rush.
And it's actually the worst thing for Vincent, because Vincent is going to sit there stewing for like the next 40 minutes.
Exactly. It's the best thing you do. If you're Sindarov, do not rush right now. You have to contain yourself. Don't rush. Forget the clock. Something just happened that changed the board in ways that you may not have anticipated the guy was going to play the move h4. You just got a sea change in the position. You have to sit down on your hands and understand this position very deeply over the next 20 minutes. If he rushes and throws away this win, it'll be completely his fault. So here's where a professional earns the rent money. And maybe the house money, the mortgage money, actually.
That crazy line you were just showing, the only way to win the position is with f5?
Yeah, you have to play king e2 because, I mean, bishop g6 loses very simply. We know this one is losing.
You just go king d4.
This one we know. Yeah, you can never allow it to get to d4. After that, black's victory becomes guaranteed.
Fair.
So you go king e2.
Okay.
Now the only thing that wins is king takes e4, unsurprisingly. Now, if bishop f3 check, black goes king f5 and then goes g5, g4, fixing the pawn, and this is an immediate zugzwang, and you lose a second one, right? So this is understandable.
Okay.
But bishop g6 check.
Looks like...
Yeah, and if you do this, white gets to put the king on d3, and it's instantly completely fine. And
this is the beautiful blockade. Yeah. King e5 played.
Yeah, g4, and here the only move that wins is bishop e3 as well, because you need to deny white the d2 square.
This is crazy.
And this is the point. f6, bishop f4, f7, bishop d6, and now there's two of them. You can play king d2 if you want, but this one will be on g3 in a moment.
by the way.
And then I will play bishop f8 check. Sorry, I will bring the bishop. Yeah, I will show actually. I don't know why I'm drawing arrows when I can show. And I will give you a choice.
Either which of you allow me king c3,
yeah, which
or
of the
you
two
allow me
ways?
king e3.
Yeah, which of the two ways you would like to lose here?
Exactly.
Sindarov is showing tremendous confidence that he knows exactly what's going on and does not have to think about it. Think it's living dangerously. If he's got a winning position, which he does.
Yeah, I think Vincent thinks this is holding. Yeah, Vincent hasn't realized the 5 is. And who can blame him, honestly?
Instantly play.
Yeah, who can blame him?
The only winning move, king e4. As you were just saying, Peter, bishop f3 is a rather easy. Bishop f3, king
Even
f5.
king e5 is winning, but king f5 is winning faster. Yeah, king f5, then g5, g4. And if we fix the weakness on g3, we will.
I'm with Vincent here. I'm thinking I'm holding with bishop g6. I'm not even looking at f5. I'm looking at f5, g4, and I just stop.
Yeah.
That's just a remarkable winning
Down
idea.
to a minute and a bit, and he's now realized the 5 exists, I think.
But it doesn't matter, because bishop g6, f5 comes instantaneously.
Because there's
like
no
you're not going
choice.
king e5.
Yeah,
king e5, g4, that's it. Sign the score sheets.
Right, king d3 and bishop f5.
So
and
you just go instantaneously f5. So
I've got the
Sindarov
perfect-
already is playing f5 in his mind.
Right.
If bishop g6 comes on the board. I think he's going to go bishop f3, to be honest.
Wow. Wow. That's just a stunning...
A minute and 15.
A stunning moment.
Back to being more than 1 hour up on the clock.
The implications for the Grand Chess Tour with this result. This was a must-win. Sindarov showing that he is indeed world championship material.
Challenger.
He fought, he pushed, it really was out of his hands, but his opponent played too passively, trying to force the draw, and when the critical moment came, he missed it. Now, we're going to see potentially, if this game goes as it is trending at the moment, we'll see a tie with 2 rounds to go. Huge moment, and 30 seconds only left on his clock, ticking down.
By the way, I just briefly looked because I had the feeling this will be, but I didn't know it was going to get that lopsided. We've had 12 decisive games
thus far?
So far.
Yes.
I think 11-1 in White's favor.
Wow. 13 seconds for
time ticking down.
Bishop g6.
No, he's going
bishop f3 play.
Yeah.
That
king
makes
f5,
it
king f5, and
easy.
this is very, very easy now.
Oh, king f5. Sorry, I thought it was king f5. You want to play g5, g4 with black and just cement the g3 pawn as a weakness for the bishop. I think Vincent realized bishop g6, f5, g4.
I think he worked it out. I think he saw bishop e3 and he realized it was bad, but regrettably this is even simpler for black. This is just very, very straightforward now.
Yeah.
Already -6, according to Stockfish.
-6.
6. This is just simply over.
You're only a pawn down, and it's what's that?
King d3, but now g4.
Or you're going to be 2 in just.
I mean, even bishop f2 now is winning, which is kind of.
He's playing g4.
Yeah, g4.
He's not playing bishop f2.
g4 followed by bishop e5.
Yeah.
Those pawns are dropping off the board on the king side. The g3 pawn.
That's resigned.
Is literally history. And then it's just going to be 2 passers.
And the cleanest actually is king e5 and then f5 and then bishop g1 h2, make you play king f2 and then go after the b3 pawn.
That's simple.
That's actually the fastest way to win, I think.
Peter, you just perfectly hit it nail on the head.
We go like this.
King e5.
We go like this.
You play f5.
And here, among other things, you just go bishop g1. Let's say bishop d7. We go bishop h2, king f2, and we just do this. We don't care about anything on the king side. We just want the pawn on b3.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wow.
Black was prepared to give up a bishop for much less to get the king to c3.
Wow. On our stats, we had Javokhir at like maybe 8%.
8.5, yeah.
I mean, he was all but.
I think he's over 50%.
I mean, it just
it's
a comeback.
Because
why?
They're going to be tied.
Yes.
They're tied and 2 rounds to go.
He's playing Jorden with white next game.
I mean, but the simulations are going to run, and I don't think it's going to
He
be
will
over
have
50.
to beat Jorden because he is
He
black
will have
against.
to beat Jorden.
Still has to
He is
win.
black against Wesley in round 9, and Wesley is going to show up and exchange every single piece.
Oh yeah. And also he has to have a better score than Vincent in the next 2 games. He must have a better score
Exactly.
than Vincent in the next 2 games.
The question is, does he have more than 50% chance to beat Jorden with white?
No, but the question
That's it.
is,
That's the
how
question.
can he do a better score than Vincent? Vincent plays Jorden in the last round.
With black.
Okay, but he has 2 games, and you have to prove it in the next 2 games. So I don't think the simulations are going to say better than 50%.
Vincent is-
Maybe from a practical standpoint, you're right.
Yeah, Vincent is white against Fabi and then black against Jorden. So they're both playing Jorden, actually.
Yes.
Really?
It's going to get tight.
Poor Jorden. He's
might
going to
decide
feel
the
like
whole
the most wanted man in the world of chess.
Jorden,
The deciding factor of the Grand Chess Tour.
You can very easily imagine, Javokhir is just going to do exactly what I thought
Prescribed.
he was going to
The
do.
king is going to go.
Javokhir had not won a single game this whole tournament.
What a day to
And he
wake up.
had to win. We said this was the matchup. This decided it. Otherwise, we would not even be paying attention to the finals anymore. And this kid comes in, and with some help from his opponent, to be sure, but he did deliver the goods. This is what gives you that confidence when you are trying to prove that you're the man or going to be the man. You've got to deliver the goods like this. Impressive that he managed to pull it off.
And for Vincent, I mean...
Or that he's managing to pull it off. We can't call it just yet, but it looks pretty clear.
For sure, because Black's king is making a beeline to that b3 pawn. There's nothing that Vincent can do to
You can
prevent
probably begin playing king d4 even here, even with the pawns still alive on the 5 of g4. I have a feeling even that is fast enough. You can go bishop b3 and then king d4, and we know that with the bishop on e3 you can't actually get to c2. That's maybe the cleanest because you don't even have to sacrifice a bishop.
Right.
But bishop h2 takes g3 and then king d4 is also very, very solidly winning.
I'm 100% with you on that. 33 seconds for Vincent, 1 hour, 1 minute for Javokhir, as I'm expecting bishop h2, bishop takes g3, king d4.
Let me just
king
check.
d3.
Is this winning? No. This is the one that isn't, because you actually have to give up everything on the king side and white gets a passer. But nobody ever does that.
No,
Like, why would you ever do that?
No, I would definitely sacrifice the bishop's life for the pawn on g3.
You do need to get rid of the one remaining
Exactly.
quote-unquote passer. Like, it doesn't look like a passer right now, but if you give up everything, it will eventually become one.
Speaking of passers, by the way, has kind of slipped under our
Prague
radar,
has
but
3.
we have 3 connected pass pawns in the game of Prague.
Prague has 3.
And the chess engine, I can see the barometer.
It's just zeros. Yeah, let's watch the other one to conclusion.
Let's wait for this one. Those one, 22 minutes for each player. They're going to spend a lot of time on that one. Let's just stay with this one.
I think Javokhir's going to spend a lot of time now. Even though I keep saying it, but I think now that it's math, now that he knows I must be winning, I know I'm winning, I think he's going to want to find the most precise moves because it doesn't matter what his opponent's clock looks like.
Anymore.
He's got an hour. He can enjoy this, take another drink of water, some more Perrier.
Right.
Yeah.
There's no reason to rush.
To my eyes, the ones that are somehow the most spectacular are the ones where we just win the 3 against 3.
Say what?
Like, we actually get rid of everything. Like, we just play bishop takes a4 here. And
not even g3.
No,
Amazing.
We just want to demonstrate how lost this is.
Wow.
So we just play for a straight 3 against 3, and we win it very, very comfortably here. Because everything
b3,
falls. Yeah.
King a2.
Yeah,
b3.
either that or even take on a4, b3, king b4, and then push the a pawn down the board. Like, you will have choices.
I hear you.
Yeah, you will have. Yeah, and this is the one he chooses, I think. Yeah, well, why give up the bishop if you don't have to give up the bishop?
And away we go.
I must admit, I would have sacrificed the bishop for the pawn on g3 and just gone king d4.
Very much a question of taste.
Here's Vincent now. You can see his face. He's aware.
No, he knows.
Oh, for sure.
He's known for a while now.
Yeah. And you're saying king d4.
Yeah, king d4,
bishop to
d7.
d7.
Yeah.
f4, bishop takes g4.
I'm not even playing G3 here.
It's crazy.
I'm doing it for style points. Yeah. Or maybe I am playing G3. I don't know. I don't know.
I'm playing G3 just in case I blunder something.
Yeah, just to make sure. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. I don't mind.
It still cracks me up. I was doing an analysis with Mike Shahadi. Big shout out to Iron Mike, and it was a World Open game, and my opponent and I were analyzing the game afterwards, and Mike was in the analysis room, and my opponent says to me, "You're a pawn up, but it makes no difference." And I said, "Well, I'll take the difference."
The Shahade family was actually on my mind today.
Yeah.
Because I was scrolling through something, and a reference to CrossFit came up, and I thought of the Shahadis.
And Iron Mike and the triathlon.
Yeah. CrossFit was described as a swingers club that produces orthopedic injuries. Which I thought was pretty on point.
Okay. I didn't expect that. King E2, we're expecting King D4, which has just been played after a whole minute's think.
He just wanted to make sure. And yeah, again, he doesn't have to move quickly, but he's already calculated it. And here's the move F4. You must take it with the pawn.
Yeah. And I'm playing G3 with both hands, even though Peter has kindly pointed out that bishop F4 is also GF4, bishop F4 wins comfrey.
Vincent is close to resigning now.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, he's just...
You might as well, yeah.
He can feel,
nothing to
just
do.
in the moment, there's nothing to do about this king landing on the C3 square anymore.
Exactly.
And he will lose the game.
Wow.
This is bad news for Gukesh,
Bad
this
news
was a
for
moment
Gukesh.
that
Wow.
Gukesh was certainly looking at. How does this guy react? He hasn't won a single game. He's really not showing like himself in this tournament, in the past tournaments as well, at least in classical, since the candidates. And then he needs to show up today. That's it. Today. He needs to show up today, because if he doesn't, he doesn't make it to the
I'm
finals.
going to push back on that.
Winning.
Because I will say there is something about Gukesh that some people consider a flaw, is that he always wants to win. He doesn't care about any position. He always wants to win, and he pushes, and he pushes, and he does not back down. Even in situations like, yo, bro, chill. And that moment when Vincent had queen F5 and play like you're the boss, Gukesh would absolutely have done.
Sure.
He would. That's another one. If I say,
fair,
who's a player who would be like, draw, what's that? No, can't do it. I'm allergic. Gukesh would have played queen F5. He would not have looked for bishop E5 and see if he can make a mathematical draw. It is a great quality of his that makes him a champ. It has also made him suffer a lot of games as well. But personally, I admire that about him.
Absolutely.
Is that he goes for it.
But the question is,
And
at the end of the
Vincent-
day, what's the result?
Well, what I'm saying is, if
And
he had the
Sindarov
same
got his
situation,
result.
if
Yes,
he had the same situation against Sindarov, that's what he would have done. He would have said,
Absolutely,
yeah, okay, do that against me. I'm going to show you what I would have done in that setting.
We
And-
can see Vincent suffering here, but we do expect a resignation. Bishop takes F4 on the
There
board.
was a bit of a
G3.
smirk. I think he is resigning here.
Yeah, I think so too.
He cannot believe it. He
I
actually
think
cannot believe
I
that
think
he
he's
lost
in a
this
bit of a shock
position.
himself. Yeah, and he glanced at the clock, but it's not about the clock anymore. It's gone.
How exactly
Position is
did
just
this
gone.
happen to me?
Yeah,
That's it?
Yeah. Wow. And what can you say? Sometimes you just tip your hat and say, bad day at the office. Quickly turning to the game of Prague and Fabi, I can't believe the
Let's
engine.
maybe listen in,
Oh, sorry.
if we could. Oh, they're talking about rook f5, yeah. And Javokhir saying king f3, king e5, f6 holds, but it doesn't. Yeah,
Yeah.
Vincent clearly, he would like to discuss it, but it's too painful. Yeah.
Exactly. Switching
Yep.
to the game in front of us, we have Fabi, who is currently tied for second with Prague. Also, a victory by either player. Sinquefield Cup and big prize money up for grabs in this one, by the way, guys. In the meantime, the chess engines, why are the chess engines saying that this is a draw or triple zeros when it's probably one of the most uncompromising positions you can get?
Yeah, there are 3 moves here you can make. One of them actually does lose, interestingly. I mean, not actually very interestingly, because the problem with knight e6 is not that you lose the knight and not the bishop. It's just after rook h8 and rook e8, it becomes a queen.
Okay.
Which is a bit of an issue.
Right.
But both bishop takes f7 and knight d7 are draws. You can just, if you want to, I guess, maybe make your life a bit simpler, you can do this. And the pawns become so far. I mean, we've already established that this rook ending is a theoretical draw, and considering the fact that if you move them, like if I can't set it up anymore, but for illustration's sake, if you imagine them on a4, b5, and c6, I think it starts depending on where the kings are. But even that one is very, very difficult to win.
Gotcha.
The one with the pawn on
steady
a3, is just extremely comfortably drawn, because the point is, you never have to protect c5, because whenever white takes on c5, they actually get to the second rank, and that is
He played knight d7.
fatal.
Knight d7.
But he did play knight d7, which is also fine, and king d2 appears to be by far the best move, unsurprisingly, because you do need to bring more pieces to the side where the black pawns are running before. Now, many things make a draw. Rook h4 makes a draw, knight e4, knight e2. Somehow white is just unbothered by any of this.
Or you have knight f6 ideas.
Yeah, I guess, important not to blunder knight f6 here.
It's a big...
This suddenly loses, so...
Does it?
Yeah, this one does lose because...
Knight takes f6?
Queen.
I don't know.
But before, but it's too far away.
It probably loses.
It's too far away. And you actually lose the knight.
You lose the
b
pawn and the knight.
Okay, let's check. Let's check this then. Is this? This
fine.
might be a draw.
This is just fine.
Yeah. Well-known position. Like if you remove the pawn from c6, some positions are drawn and some aren't. And normally, white, I think, if white knows what they're doing, will not allow the setup which holds. But with the pawn on c6 and a very nice anchor for the bishop, this is apparently just very comfortable.
Right. Let me just pause your analysis here, Peter, and take a quick glance at our standings after a very dramatic game just occurred, Peter.
Absolutely. Only one decisive result so far, but in exactly the game where we wanted it.
Right.
As viewers, we have absolutely nothing against Vincent Keymer, but we do want intrigue in the last 2 rounds.
Exactly.
And we're getting it, because now with that loss, we have a situation where Wesley is going to be most likely going to still be a sole leader of the tournament. Tied for second will be Maxime, Vachier-Lagrave, Fabi, and Pragg. We expect this game to end in a draw eventually. And then we have a tie from 5th it will be, from 5th to 8th on 50%. And in that tie will be both Javokhir and Vincent. And there will be a very, very tight race to the finish line.
Hold your horses. Take a look at this number again. Guess who else is thrilled to see Vincent lose?
Wesley?
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He needed, with certainty, to win the tournament and have those 2 players, Javokhir and Vincent, not get more than 6 points. More than 6 points.
Grand chess
yes,
points.
The 2 of them are fighting Vincent and Javokhir, but if we switch just number 1 and number 2 right here on this list, and keep the score, Maxime qualifies. If we switch.
Yeah, I think so. I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're right.
And give Fabi his 4. Let's say it's a draw between Fabi and Pragg.
Right.
That puts Wesley, Fabi, Pragg, and that will be all on 4.
So that's 12, 10, 8, 7, 6 taken away, and they're sharing 5 and 4. So they're getting like 4.5 points.
He just gets it. All Maxime now needs to do is leapfrog Wesley, and he is actually in if they don't deliver in the last 2 rounds. So somehow he's still hanging on for dear life. That would be a story.
Does not have an easy pairing, though. Maxime is white against Pragg tomorrow, and then black against Fabi.
Well,
is anything easy right now?
No.
Let's take a peek ahead at tomorrow's matchups, Peter.
Tomorrow we get Sam Sevian with the white pieces against our leader Wesley So. Anish is white against Levon. An incredibly important game. Javokhir, after today's victory, has white against Jorden Foreest, who so far made no points with the black pieces. None whatsoever. Vincent is white against Fabi, and there's that game between Maxime, Vachier-Lagrave, and Prague at the bottom of your screen.
Wow.
And
Well-
in the last round, now that we're talking about pairings, we have Jorden is white against Vincent, might be extremely relevant, by the way, by that point.
Okay.
Vincent
Fabi-
might be in a must-win situation.
He could have to beat Jorden with the black
Fabi
pieces.
and MVL.
Yeah,
might
Fabi,
be,
MVL might have to beat Fabi with the black pieces.
Right.
Prague is white against Anish, Levon Aronian is white against Sevian, and Wesley is going to be ultra solid against Javokhir.
I hear you, but Javokhir is going to be in the same situation he was in
Was in
today,
today.
needing to win that game as well.
On
So
demand.
suddenly the tournament went from boring to soaring. Amazing that we have these matchups. What a fantastic finish we might see on the Grand Chess Tour.
I'm just going to
That's
say,
good stuff.
being in a must-win situation with black against Wesley is not comparable as being in a must-win situation against Vincent. Just because of the difference in experience that Wesley brings to
he's
the table.
such a veteran, isn't he?
He's a veteran.
Also, Wesley is so completely
His
safe.
repertoire, I mean, is just so
It's disgusting.
solid. He's going if he wants, he's going to kill that.
He makes a draw.
He's not playing D5 after C5. He goes
No,
knight
knight
F3.
Wesley
luck.
goes knight of 3 so fast your head will spin.
Yeah. King D2 on the board.
Yeah,
and
King
again, I sorry that I'm being, what can I say? I mean, this is a crazy, upsetting position. If we didn't have chess engines back in my day, I was adjourned here. If this was an adjourned game, you might be up all night thinking about, can I draw, can I win?
I think, honestly, because of how drawn the position with 3 against Rook is, I think that one, Black can pretty much always steer it towards that in most cases. Let's take a look again at, let's say we go A3, King C1.
Right.
Let me try and land those moves on the board
Well
before
done.
knight d4.
Well done.
And we make, well, even c6, c5, actually.
Let's pass pawns, push him. I'm guessing knight f8.
Knight f8, and even this. Let's say bishop takes f7, rook takes f8, and we put a bishop on a square of some description.
Yeah. Next.
Even this seems to be holding, because we have the right bishop, which will be denying the white knight a lot of squares. It's very important not to allow, of course, for white to attack this properly. And the fact that the bishop will be taking away a lot of the checking squares from the knight. Yeah, it's one of those, I've never seen this before, this particular, not the material balance. 3 against rook I have seen, but 3 against rook where it's specifically 3 against 0, and these 3 with the bishop against rook and knight, I don't think I've ever seen this before. My initial reaction would be probably draw, but I wouldn't be 100% convinced.
Let's take a
we've
look.
got
We got some great stats.
Yeah, please,
that
Maurice.
The projections already. What happens, depending on what happens in this round, what the stat change, if Fabi draws this game, which we think is going to happen. Remember, Vincent had that 90+%. Well, now he's dropped to 61%. He still has that he still has the edge against Javokhir because of his half a point lead in the Grand Chess Tour standings. So the chances are still in his favor, but it used to be over 90%.
Javokhir has momentum.
Yeah.
Yeah, one game. But note though, MVL's chances went from 1.6 to 2. Man,
Interesting.
what does the guy have to do to get some
Interesting.
chances? This is if Fabi draws the game, which is what we expect. I believe we also have it if he wins the game.
You know, the crazy part is I actually thought that the win by Javokhir cemented Wesley. I thought that made his ticket in the finals 100%. Because down goes Vincent, up comes Javokhir, and he's thinking, who cares about those guys?
Man, Wesley would have to lose both games.
And something crazy. I thought it was 100%.
MVL wins the tournament. Javokhir, no, it's very possible. It's not going to cement. If Wesley loses both games,
right, that's the start.
MVL wins the tournament.
Right.
Javokhir wins and overtakes him. Then you have MVL, Prague. But what would Wesley have to get?
Fabi, if Fabi draws, right?
Yes, no, Wesley's clearly not in the clear. If he loses both games, he's shedding down to maybe 4 points.
Yeah, he goes all the way down.
He'll be overtaken by
five
people.
or 4
MVL wins, Javokhir comes in some score, especially if Javokhir, let's say, wins both.
So for Wesley to get knocked out of the finals, literally he has to be overtaken by Javokhir and MVL.
Yeah, MVL wins the tournament, takes over.
Yeah.
Javokhir's not that far behind him.
Okay.
Let's be clear on that. If we look at the Grand Chess Tour standings, Javokhir is not that far behind Wesley. Now, actually, Javokhir is not that far behind anybody. If he manages,
point behind Vincent.
I understand, but if he wins his next 2 games,
right, crazy things.
Those numbers change very dramatically. The players who are leading now, they're in a good situation, and we don't expect them to collapse completely. So his chances are pretty clearly very good.
Thank you, Maurice, for that update. I see, Peter, that
I found the one that
finagled.
Loses. I found the one that loses somehow. I wanted to make some
win.
I wanted to make some bad moves for black and check if that still draws. And apparently, bishop takes f7 already puts the draw in jeopardy. Maybe even throws it away. Rook f7, and now I wanted to go knight c5.
You wanted to force the draw.
And this, and as I said, I spent not an insignificant amount of time trying to figure this endgame out, and I don't remember this, but apparently this one is lost. Because we get the king to b3, and also the king, I guess, the black king needs to be on a6. It's actually worse on d4 than it would have been on a6.
And you would think on a centralized square like d4.
Let's say king d5, we go rook b6, king d4, we go rook d6 check, king e5. I guess we go rook d8, king e6, king c4, and then eventually we will be able to attack and pick up the pawns. And this is the construction that wins.
That you need. Wow.
But obviously nobody goes bishop takes f7 here.
Followed by knight c5.
No reason for that.
Yeah, you're trying to embrace an ending that you might just lose. But from the current position, once again, you know, we're in a nice air-conditioned studio with our chess engine telling us the positions of draw, draw, draw. If I was in Prague's shoes, I'd feel like I got chances to win this, and
he's reaching for something. Let's see how he feels about this, because bishop a2 I think is maybe the most forcing move he has, and there it lands on the board. Trying to go b3, b2, and just reminding white that nothing is.
Hey, I could win the game.
Yeah, this is not as one-sided as all that.
Right,
and you still have to make moves.
And tell me how Fabi's going to stop.
Well, 96 and 92, I guess, both of them, like, creating the idea of knight c4 is a very safe way to prevent any of this happening, and I suspect king c5, knight e4 check, king b6 might be a logical continuation from here.
I'm trying to win
there was
game,
also a very beautiful line I wanted to explore, because I noticed on my screen after knight f6, knight f8, rook h8, b3, the engine began playing knight d5 check.
Hello.
C takes d5, rook takes f8, b2 check, king d2, and now we have to play king b7.
Because bishop takes f7 is no longer
This is not
available.
winning, by the way, because the setup on the other side of the board is so sturdy. And the bishop, very important, I think, might be very important, there's a pawn on d5, because nothing can attack the bishop on a2.
Right.
White obviously always has a perpetual on an empty board, but you can't actually find more than a perpetual.
Right.
You can also try something like rook e8, b1, queen f8, queen, but alternatively, on an empty board, black will also always have a perpetual.
As well.
Starting with queen b2 check.
Dang.
Cute endgames.
I'm mystified.
They are pretty nice, these endgames.
Again, pardon me, Peter, from the original position, I'm trying to win it. You went, hold on, you went knight d6, I went king c5, you went knight e4, and I went back to b6. Why aren't I trying to win the game with king d4? Okay, great. Just pause. What would be?
You can play b3. Did you want to do something even?
Well, my head's exploding because there's bishop takes f7. You just gave me.
It costs you one of the, like, I don't know which one I want. I guess maybe we want now the bishop.
Well, now I see the chess thermometer saying white's almost winning, and I'm getting.
Yeah, white is much better. Yeah, Fabi has gone knight f6. We are actually progressing towards all of that. I guess Fabi spotted knight d5 check, and he is kind of. He looks excited a little bit. Yeah, I think he saw knight d5 check, and he thinks maybe he can ask a question.
Current position, Peter.
Yeah.
Knight f8, knight d5. That's so.
Yeah.
Hold on. We are looking at b3. B4, B3.
The thing is, bishop
and
takes
knight
f7
D5
right
check.
now is a draw. But
Yes, we've been in that position. We actually got there before. Yeah. Wow. But B3, B2 looks very suggestive.
Yeah, B3, I mean, king G2 is still a draw because we can also get here and black plays bishop takes f7 and we have rook b8 takes b2 and king c2, regrettably. This is very sad. This is, you know.
And we're going to pause our analysis, Peter, because this is too much fun. Maurice, with a very special guest.
We are with the world champion challenger, Javokhir Sindarov. Javokhir, you had not won a single game this tournament, and you had to win today. What was your mindset coming in, knowing that it was deliver or else?
Yeah, you know, yesterday I think a lot about today's game, like what should I need to play to get some fight for 3 results. And first comes to my mind, play my lovely King's Indian, but I understand, like we played against Vincent in last tournament, St. Louis, and also in Bucharest, not Bucharest, Tata Steel, like a lot of these King's Indian structures. And then like, I think, okay, so maybe it's time to go to all-in today to play Benko, and if I lose, I will learn something, like, but maybe if I won, I will have a chances to get top 4. And yeah, today, you know, it works very well. I feel like he doesn't like his type of position because it's a little bit uncomfortable to play with white. But of course, he has a very good advantage some moment. But in my opinion, at the end, I think I really played very well.
Are you surprised that he went all in for the draw? I mean, there were, like you said, he had good positions, particularly, like, for example, a moment like this one where he just said, that's it, I'm shutting down the game, I have to just force a draw. Instead of, if he had to win the game, he would have kept playing against you.
No, like, I don't know, in general, like, sorry, I don't think about anything, like, you asked me a very hard question.
Well, what I'm saying is, are you surprised he was so almost desperate for a draw? Because he didn't have to play for a draw against you. He could have played to try to beat you.
Okay, like Vincent have, I think, like mentality. He's a very good player with whites, especially. If you see his games, like let's say from his last tournament, with white, his scores maybe, I don't know, like +6 or 5. He won a lot of games. Even in this tournament, he won like 2 games with white, yeah, I think. Yeah, so I know that like Vincent will not play for easy draw. He will also try to push, but I don't want to play the structures which he loves to play. So that's why I choose to play Benko and go to, you know, like if I lose, even if I lose, I will be not sad from today's game because I will go home from the start.
And we love that fighting spirit. We love that fighting spirit that you did. I guess well, my real question is, in this moment right here, he did not have to take your knight.
Yeah.
He could have tried to play very aggressively, but he seemed like he didn't want to have crazy position, even if he was better.
Yeah, look here, I think like, I don't think it's +1, but I feel like white have an advantage, but like I only calculate queen d1 moves, and yeah, I want to play something like d5, and you know, its position is very scary, yes? Somewhere I will just give some pieces, and it's hard to play. Like, I think like it's a super position for me to get some fight here. So I really liked my position here, but I didn't understand. I didn't think a lot about this queen f5 move. Then at the moment, some moment I realized like after queen f5 is so strong. Like I'm very tricky in this position. But yeah, but anyway, I want to play something like knight c6 and d5, just give pawns and go to some crazy position.
Let's go.
Yeah, if it works, so I mean I will be happy. But if it not works, okay. Like anyway, it's fine. Like I think today I choose very well lines, and I get some fight really. But yeah, here he takes. I really shocked after he takes bishop a5, and then like from here I start thinking like after I played e4, I saw f takes e4, knight e4, bishop e4, bishop d4, king g2, bishop e3, and from here I start thinking like if I change 2 rooks and come to with king to d4, I won. So from here I do my small plans like look here I change 1 rooks. Then I change my second rooks. No, yeah, first rook I change. Yeah, here I'll take with bishop because just want to get some time. Yeah? He will think about. I mean, if you want to play rook d1, he will think about rook d8 stuff. So then he has bishop c2. I don't know why he doesn't play rook d1 or bishop e2 also. Yeah, he played bishop c2 and bishop here also very bad. I do like some psychological pressure in my opinion here. Like then he played. He maybe he doesn't scared from this position. Like if my king comes to d4 or e5 and after move 40, he starts realizing his position is like very tricky. So he need to do something.
Now here he could have played e5.
Yeah, but
this
okay,
was very technical calculation.
Yeah, no one will play. I think like the computer will say it's winning. Like I saw this is draw, but I mean I don't know. Like I don't believe to this computer really. But this position I really excited to think like because here king f3, king e5. And yeah, he need to play king e3.
Yes.
And f6, g4. I know that like if you go to this position, like I mean, let's say where his king need to stay. I know that like I mean, let's say this. I thought like here if my king comes to g1 and then he plays bishop b3, I have f5. So and then my king goes to c3 again. So I only saw this and okay, I saw like okay, come on, it should be very hard to play a draw after change rooks. And yeah, and he changed. In my opinion, here he need to play rook f5. But maybe it's,
this is losing too. We calculated this.
Yeah, this is.
We went deep into these lines.
This is like you know what I calculate here. Like it's very interesting. Like king f3, king e5, f6 is very bishop g1 I calculate, and here I think like king e2, king d4, king d2, and bishop e3 only more, king e2, king c3. Yeah, and then bishop comes to d4. This one I saw, and then I start thinking, okay, come on, I will win this game.
You're already very optimistic. Yeah. Well, incredible victory on your part, to be sure, in a must-win game. Now you're tied. It's time to think about the next game already. Can you bring your heart rate down and clear your mind? Because this is just an incredible situation for you. As I said, you hadn't won a single game. Now you're tied with him, but you've got to leapfrog him. You've got to have a better score than him. And your next two opponents are not going to be easy.
Yeah, of course. I have very hard games, but I'm happy with today's result. Like it works somehow. Benko works. Yeah, it's crazy stuff. And probably it's a good choice against Vincent to play Benko today. And tomorrow I will try to just play solid. And of course with white I will try to put some little bit push, but I don't want to go some crazy stuff. I mean, I just try to play some good chess like today, and we'll see.
All right, well done. You kept the story alive for us because we were about to just put you in the dustbin and throw you out with the garbage. But now you've shown, hey, you're in this, making the race very exciting. Congratulations, well done.
Thank you.
And our congratulations as well.
Thank you so much.
Very, very, very nice. Indeed, and we've got a crazy game. I'm sorry.
It's about to conclude, but it's a very nice endgame to watch. Yeah, and Prague found another way to make a very clean draw after knight d5 check. c5 was holding, but king c5 is simpler. Fabi needs to play knight c3, otherwise the b-pawn queens. And now you can go b2 check. The simplest is b2 check, and then bishop takes f7, bishop g6 check, and we just win the knight back. And that is a very, you have to play king b3, right? But yeah, this is a very, very easily drawn position. I think Fabi will just go rook c8 takes c6 as quick as possible, honestly.
With or without taking the a-pawn?
Yeah, I'll take the a-pawn first.
Yeah, you can also go king d4, but that's not really a winning attempt. Knight a4 exists, knight d1 exists. Like this doesn't really create any winning chances for you anyway. So I don't see why you would even do that. I think he will check if he's not missing anything. Obviously, you don't want to suddenly give up on chances, but I think he ends up going b2, bishop takes f7.
So this is the current position.
That's just simply
11 minutes versus 11 versus 13. And again, I'm sitting here saying this looks like a warped, crazy game to me. I don't oftentimes see
it was genuinely a very interesting endgame, but it is now going to fizzle.
And we do have knight c3, we do have b2 check and king c2 on the board, Peter. And you're expecting bishop takes f7.
Yeah, it has landed.
Rook takes f8.
They're blitzing towards that line.
They both see the promise of a draw after bishop g6 check. Pragg just checking to make sure he doesn't have a chance there of...
I think we can easily put this full screen because right now they're just going to like empty the board very quickly. So maybe we can see the board full screen.
Yeah, bishop takes. Well, an exciting draw, that was for sure. I mean, again, it's kind of sad for our audience to sit there and see the chess thermometer saying a draw throughout.
I think
but it was actually really exciting.
Rook c6 is coming.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I was not wrong for once. Yeah. About this. Yeah.
Wow, what a finish. And as we prepare to wrap up, we have a 2-minute wrap up on the Cairns Cup as well as a very, very exciting round. The ladies tournament has just finished, and we have Almira and Nasi to speak about the Cairns Cup wrap up.
Let's take a look.
And Almira, we have a lot of results already, 2 games still in progress. Let's take a look at the results so far.
Nazi, so many interesting games today, but Dive Deshmukh has lost her game against Tan Zhongyi, and Tan is still leading the event. Then Vaishali Rameshbabu drew against Carissa Yip, and Alexandra Kostyanyuk drew against Hampi Konero, and 2 games are still in progress.
But that win by Tan Zhongyi was absolutely the key game, and Tan keeps leading the event with only 2 rounds to go. Let's jump into the 2 games we have going on. Can Alice Lee keep the half-point gap between her and Tan Zhongyi? She needs to win this game against Anna Muzichuk, and they're in this rook and pawn endgame. She has an extra pawn, but it's gonna take a lot of technique to convert this endgame. Of course, Anna's defending well.
And as you can see, 60 moves have been played already, so you need another score sheet, of course. This game is going to be very long.
It is going to be. We expect to be here all night. But Alice has technically a winning endgame. And in the other game, we have Bibi Sarasubaeva against Stavrula Tsolakidou. This game is completely winning for Sarah. She's up 1 pawn, but what a pawn that is. Pawn on d7. It completely paralyzes black's pieces. She's threatening to go f5, pick this up as well, and I think Stavrula knows that this game is over. She's just contemplating. This game should end shortly.
Yes, and I saw that Anna was asking chess gods for mercy, so we will find out if Alice will convert her advantage.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for joining us, and now back to you guys.
Standings and then the chances of qualifying. And welcome back to our coverage of the Sinquefield Cup. Let's take a look at the final standings after 7 really exciting rounds of chess.
Absolutely. And these are the spots people find themselves at. Wesley still on top on 4.5 out of 7, but very, very importantly, there's been a bit of a shake-up with Javokhir, who has just been in our studio looking happy as anything. He really did look very, very happy. And it's nice to see him finally being cheered up by events over the board. Javokhir beat Vincent Keymer with the black pieces, which means that they're now tied for 5th.
Right.
With those 2 and Levon Aronian and Sam Sevian, all tied, which this is a huge tie, which means that they're not really getting very many GCT points. It's 5th through 8th. This is like 3.5 GCT points.
No. Well, that brings up the question of we're going to update the chances of qualifying for the Final 4, because just as you were saying, that tie for 5th is not enough.
And the reason I brought this up is that MVL in there is actually still alive somehow miraculously after all that. He has very tough pairings in the last 2 rounds, but if he
just
somehow manages to
0.6%, if I'm not.
But we should note that 61 for Keymer is down from 90 plus. I think it was almost 91.
90% minus 30%.
Minus 30, so it was 91.4, and Javokhir was sitting at 8%, and now is at 38%.
This is
so
an
that just shows you the jump that he made by that one score. And boy, tomorrow it's all to play for as those two are jockeying for position. And it's got to be devastating, the draw today. The draw today was in his hands.
Right, for
But he
Vincent.
played too much for the draw. Could have played a bit more aggressively, and it cost him badly, Vincent. Now he's got to recuperate, as you understand. We all know when you lose a big game like this one, it can be so deflating. Hopefully he can get his strength together, his will, his fighting spirit, and play the next two games because his destiny is still in his own hands.
I think that's a perfect way to end a great broadcast. I want to thank you all, and also to thank the audience. Tell your friends where you're hanging out, and be sure to join us tomorrow for the championship rounds as we prep round 8 and round 9. I can't believe it's coming to a close so quickly. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you.
See you tomorrow.
We'll see you all tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.